What is up, fight fans? We're live around the world on MMA Weekly for UFC 273, and man, this fight card is loaded. My name is Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease. We got Jeff Cain, Grease and Cain back in the building. Jeff, we're back together, man. I have my Jeff Cain withdrawals when we're not doing shows, and I'm also getting all kinds of background noise and feedback from, maybe Elon Musk is whizzing by in one of his Mars ships or something. But UFC 273 is starting up right now, man. Marco Madsen, the Olympic silver medalist wrestler, against Vince Pichel. Of course, Madsen from that Fight Ready Super Camp. The Zombie is the main event tonight against Volkanovski, and he is from that camp as well. But Alexander Volkanovski headlining a card, entering that stratosphere of greatness between the 2 wins over Holloway and the war against Brian Ortega, looking at that pound-for-pound list. Jeff, we got that fight at the top of the card. We got Aljamain Sterling defending, let's not forget, defending his championship belt against Petr Yan, the interim champ, at 135. We have got the co-main that could be a main event on almost any fight night. Maybe not quite a pay-per-view yet. Maybe, though, with Khamzat Chimaev and Gilbert Burns Durinho. I mean, how is that a co-main? Mackenzie Dern. And then the first fight here right now is Madsen and Pichel. So what a night in Jacksonville. I feel like the UFC is always going to hook the people up in Jacksonville and in Florida, Jeff, after what happened with COVID. First events were in Jacksonville. The fans back were in Jacksonville. And Jacksonville is always going to get a kick-ass card like they got tonight.
Yeah, at least for, the foreseeable future, because the rest of the world isn't completely opened up yet. And so I feel like it's like Dana says, it's Jacksonville, Texas, Arizona, and Vegas. But they've been able to branch out, and we've got cards coming up in Singapore and other places. So once the UFC gets back to normal, Jacksonville might get left by the wayside. Who knows? But right now,
and they got Colorado. They got Columbus, Ohio in there too. But
yeah,
man, I'll tell you what, this is a big fight card, and it's a big fight for Madsen. Vince Pichel getting this thing started. Mackenzie Dern and Tisha Torres, man, that's a co-main to Burns and Chimaev being a main on almost any fight night card. I mean, you go Mackenzie Dern, Tisha Torres, Gilbert Burns, Khamzat Chimaev on a fight night, co-main. That'd be the best fight night of the year so far, the way they've been putting those things together.
Oh, that would be a stacked fight night card. It is kind of crazy that comes on. Look, if Khamzat wins tonight, I think he can headline a pay-per-view in, say, Abu Dhabi or certain places. But right now he's not quite there. We're going to see. He's got all the hype. This fight has 2 title fights, and the Burns and Chimaev fight is the biggest hyped fight on the fight card as far as internet buzz. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, because when Chimaev picked up the leech, and he just, literally 59-0, he outstruck him, obviously. And I want to get to the Chimaev hype express. And where I'm going with this, Jeff. I'm doing the same thing I did that got myself in trouble before, and I'm going to get there in just a second. But when Chimaev picked up the leech and carried him over toward Dana and was talking to him while he was carrying him, it broke all the UFC's records on social media. It had the largest number of hits and shares and comments and everything. And so he is a star. Khamzat Chimaev is a star. Everybody loves the next big thing. Everybody loves the phenom. Remember WCU with Goldberg, the streak? I don't know why the hell I just brought that up, but Goldberg couldn't wrestle his way out of a wet paper bag with holes in it, but he was undefeated, and the streak was this big deal, right? Remember when Mike Tyson was unbeatable? There's that air of invincibility, the aura. Remember when Ronda Rousey was unbeatable? Remember when Anderson Silva was unbeatable? Remember when George St. Pierre was unbeatable, except when he was getting beat twice and the judges gave it to him anyway by Carlos Condit and Johnny Hendricks? But you know where I'm going with this. Remember when every single fighter who was unbeatable until they weren't unbeatable anymore? And so everybody loves the hype train. Everybody loves his strikes absorbed versus strikes landed ratio. It's absurd. The 17-second knockout, winning 2 fights in 2 weeks in 2 weight classes on Fight Island, 10 days apart, and then coming back, 55 days later and winning another one, 3 fights in 66 days. Everything's there. He's a beast of a wrestler. He's a huge welterweight. He fights at middleweight too. Everything's there for him to be a huge star. But who has he beat? Who has he beat? Who has he beaten? Who has he beaten? Who has he beaten? Who has he beaten? That's what I want to know, Jeff Cain. One question, one answer. Who has he beaten?
Well, that could change, though. That the answer to that could change here in a couple of hours. I agree with you. But the guys that he's fighting in that low, the lower tier of the rankings, 15 and guys that aren't ranked, he's completely demolishing. So I guess there's that. But yes, I agree with you. He hasn't beaten anybody,
Two
or
guys who are
anybody
not even in the
that,
UFC anymore. They're out.
yeah.
The two guys
Well,
he beat in 10 days, they're not in the UFC. They were one and done. They were like me at a nice restaurant, one and done.
yeah, but that was a different time. That was Fight Island. That was COVID, and they were losing fighters, and they kind of were throwing kind of matches together that they could just throw together. And Kamzat benefited from that. Um, look, there are tons of unanswered questions around Chimaev. Tons. What we do know is that he's big. He does have knockout power because we saw that in one of his fights, and he's a great wrestler. Outside of that, we don't know anything. We don't know how he faces adversity. We don't know how he goes against an elite level striker. And tonight we're going to get to see him go against somebody who has power and has a ground game that you probably don't want to go to the ground with.
No, and so here's the thing. Okay, you said, what do we know about him? And you don't really know a lot when he's had 4 fights. 2 of the guys are out of the UFC. Mearshart was a 17-second win, and that's his best win. And then the Leech, look, I don't want to denigrate the Leech too much. The guy's a good fighter. Everybody's a great fighter when they fight in the UFC. That's not my point. But there's a difference between a great fighter. You go to the NBA, and the last guy who never gets off the bench on the worst team is an amazing player. Same with fighters. But you have levels, man. And Gilbert Burns is a world champion multiple times in jiu-jitsu. Gilbert Burns was within one. I mean, how close did Gilbert come to finishing Kamaru in that first round? That shot that he hit him with, the combination in round 1, Usman was almost out. Almost doesn't count. Everyone knows that. Burns ended up getting finished. But who else has even come anywhere near doing that to Kamaru besides Colby? So when I look at Chimaev as such a huge favorite in this fight, and when I think about, the travesty of justice that's being done to Gilbert Burns at plus 400, while Chimaev sits there at -6, a slap in the face. The question of the fight is one question and one question only to me, Jeff Cain. Is the Chimaev hype train in Gilbert Burns' head between the ears or not? And if it's not, Chimaev's going to get smashed the way he wants to smash everybody. Chimaev will get beaten, and he'll get beaten badly. He'll get beaten badly on the feet. He'll get beaten badly on the ground. If he's not in Gilbert Burns' head, if the hype train is not in Gilbert Burns' head, I actually expect this to be a relatively easy fight. Yes, I said it. Easy.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing is Chimaev may be the real deal, and the reason why I say that is because the people around him that say it, who are like Alexander Gustafsson, like the guy's a great striker, and I'm like, what? And the people that talk about his power, and that are weight class 205-pound fighters and stuff, it just makes me think that maybe he is legit. Clearly,
And
the
Darren
betting
Till
people
raves about him,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of buzz around him, even in the fight game. Not just the fans who are throwing all the money on him, apparently, and skewing those odds pretty badly. But fighters and managers and people in the game talk highly of him. So look, tonight's the real test. None of that matters. It doesn't matter who endorses you or who thinks you're good. They're going to close the door tonight, and he's going to have Gilbert Burns looking across from him, and we're going to see. I'm pretty confident that Kamzat's going to be aggressive like he always is. He's going to take.
Yeah, he's going to try to take him down. Is he too confident for his own good tonight? That's the question. Is he going to be that relentlessly aggressive monster beast and just go right at? And if you go right at Gilbert Burns and you try to overwhelm him like Brock Lesnar style, not caring. I mean, look what happened to Brock when Frank Mir got his ankle, right? Perfect example.
Yeah.
You get too aggressive, a little too carried away. That's what I could see happening with Khamzat against Burns. You get too carried away with the takedown. Bader was different with Tito because he got hit. How many times you see someone get hit, go for a takedown, boom, right in the choke, over.
Yeah.
He's so aggressive and he's so used to having his way with people on the ground. This is a different animal. If I'm Khamzat, I come out and I strike. But if you're striking and Burns is throwing those leg kicks, I mean, let's not forget Henry Hooft is a legendary coach and Burns is an aggressive striker. Daniel Cormier said it himself, man. He said, look, Burns can win a fight anywhere in any discipline against anyone in the world. That's how good he is. I don't know if Chimaev's that good. Now, look, last time I said this, and you know this because you had to sit here and listen to me like you always do, but Last time I said this was about a guy named Dubronx, who's doing all right for himself since I said he never beat anybody. He's obviously beaten, and I didn't count Tony Ferguson, washed up Tony Ferguson, who's going to get beaten into oblivion even more by Michael Chandler. And in 2 fights, Tony Ferguson will be in bare knuckle because they love to exploit former MMA fighters who had their brains beat in, like they didn't have them beaten enough. Then they put them on a bare knuckle card, which makes me sick. But I didn't count the Ferguson win too much on the positive side for Dubronx because Father Time is undefeated, and I think Father Time won that fight as much as Dubronx did. And I love Tony. I love you, Tony. But I said about Oliveira, he hadn't fought anybody good, right? And since then, he's beaten Michael Chandler and Dustin Poirier, and done so spectacularly. Now, I can't sit here and say that's not beating anybody anymore, right? So for Khamzat to beat Burns, who's number 2 in the world, and then fight Colby Covington, which is what Dana White wants him to do next, he takes out Burns, who's the jiu-jitsu world champion. He takes out Colby, who's the best wrestler in the division besides him and maybe Kamaru. Then we're talking about a legitimate star. But until then, let's ease up when your last win was against Xi Jinping. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree with you for the most part. He hasn't proven it. All the talk is just talk at this point and predictions and whatever. Khamzat hasn't proven it against the top of the division. He's making a huge jump tonight. He's ranked 11th and he's taking on the number 2 guy. I actually think
And by the way, props to Burns on that.
That he does with Burns.
Big props to Burns on that, because if Chimaev loses, that doesn't hurt him much. But if Burns loses, that's a big loss. Huge.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit. Khamzat, this is a weird situation because he's ranked so far down in 11th that if he comes out here and say he loses by split decision, me being on the ranking panel, I'm probably going to move him up in the rankings. He's going to pass some of those guys because even though he lost, he proved he can compete with that top echelon of the division. And so Khamzat's in a no-lose situation tonight, if you ask me, unless he just gets smoked. And then, well, it's back to the drawing board, hype's gone, and he has to build a win streak.
Hey, guys, and also, I just wanted to jump in here real quick.
Go ahead, Scott, from Jacksonville.
Tonight, we're bringing back callers to call into the show.
Ooh.
So we're going to post a phone number, and you guys out there call in and have discussion.
Predictions?
Bring in your predictions, who you think's going to win, why you think they're going to win. And so yeah, I'm excited about this. Are you guys excited?
Yes, very. Who's going to call first?
Yeah.
Look at those two. Look at those two. Look at them, Jeff. Look at them. Look at them up there. Look at him. Gilbert Burns is smaller. He's not. I mean, Chimaev is an enormous welterweight. Look at these guys. Look at them. They cannot wait to get in there. And look at this fight here. Pichel and Madsen getting dirty in round number 3. And you got Mackenzie Dern and Pichel just really taking the fight to Marco Madsen, the Olympic wrestler right now. Madsen easily won round number 1. Round number 2, maybe not so much, but these leg kicks from Vince Pichel, and he's the one working takedowns against the Olympic wrestler. There you see the number, yep. Vegas, baby, 702-799-9984. And Mark Madsen looking like he might get taken down here by Vince Pichel. And this would be, Madsen not looked at right now necessarily as a title contender as they trade in the pocket, but, we'll see.
Yeah, that's a dog fight that's going on right now inside the octagon, back and forth. I agree with you. I think we're even right now.
Do you think that when someone's that great of a wrestler, Jeff, like Khamzat is and like Brock was, and when you're just that great of a wrestler and that's your number one, and with Brock, obviously he was nowhere near as good in other places as Khamzat is, but his athleticism was right there, and in the speed and power the speed for a guy that size, Brock, forget about it, right? But when you're that good and when you overwhelm everyone, are you not just tempted to keep doing it until someone stops you? I mean, are you not tempted to just, no matter what, like what Bill Parcells used to say, he'd say, we don't give a shit if you know what we're going to do. We're going to line up and we're going to run the football down your throat for 4 quarters, and you're not going to stop us. And I think that's kind of where Khamzat is. And if he is there, that could really be disastrous against a guy like Burns. I mean, that would be the absolute wrong guy to feel that way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you don't fix what's not broken, you know. And in this game, you kind of want to keep your cards close to your vest anyway. You know, if Kamzat is this really well-rounded fighter, we've only seen his wrestling, and so I would only use what I had to use to win the fight. You know, just to keep it a mystery, because once there's a ton of footage of on you out there, somebody's going to figure you out, and I don't care who you are. It's just a matter of that's just the way the world works. Kamzat has that going for him. Like, you know, he just has 4 fights. And so Burns can only watch the fights where Kamzat's just dominating people with his wrestling, you know,
Right.
where there's more out there to see from Burns. Um, but that's going to go away. You know, I don't think tonight's going to be one of those um, first round deals, not in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, it's a fight game. Anybody can win at any moment. But I feel like Kamzat's never seen the third round in his entire career, right? And so if I'm fighting Kamzat, I'm going to stay away from him, jab, move, and try to stay the hell away from him, even if I am a wrestler and a jiu-jitsu guy, and try to get him into that second and third round, get him to the third round and see what he looks like then, because we've never seen it, you know, and he's running through people left and right. Maybe and test that gas tank a little bit. You remember he did have that terrible bout with COVID where he was talking about
Hmm.
retiring. Does
Yeah.
he have cardio issues? You know, I don't know, but let's push him and make and see. And I think that Burns stylistically it can get this fight into the later rounds.
Yeah, I think he can too. I really do. I think Gilbert Burns can get this fight into the later rounds. I like his cardio. I like his gamesmanship. I like his in-fight adjustments, his intelligence, everything about Gilbert Burns. And you know, I have a strong feeling. So it's interesting. We got about a minute left in this fight, and it's about to get crazy with Mackenzie Dern and Tisha Torres, which, by the way, is a big fight at strawweight. Man, strawweight is jacked right
Huge.
now with talent. So we're gonna be talking about that throughout that fight. But Jeff, I want to tell you about my parlay, man. I'm excited because if I win when I win all 3 of these, okay, I'm gonna win
Win.
almost 13 grand tonight. Okay,
Ooh.
you tell me that I could bet on these 3 fighters in one night and bet $100 to win 13 grand almost. Okay, Gilbert Burns,
Mm-hmm.
Aljamain Sterling,
Ooh.
and the Zombie parlay.
Ooh.
All
The
big underdogs,
underdogs.
all enormous, all great fighters, but all huge under. I mean, I have never seen such great fighters at the top of a UFC card be such big underdogs. I mean, I can't believe how big of an underdog. Aljo's line is shrinking. I'm glad I got in when I did because a lot of people are throwing money on Aljo right now. Probably, I mean, very smart to do so. This is an elite fight. I mean, I want to
Mm-hmm.
talk about this fight. You know what?
Yep.
Aljamain Sterling was up 2-1 on Petr Yan, you numbskulls out there who act like Petr Yan. Petr Yan dominated the 4th round of that fight. He dominated the 4th round, Jeff. Sterling was up
Well,
2
I
to
mean,
1.
it was
Sterling
that
was
was a
up 2 to
story
1
of
on
2
2
fights.
cards.
Yeah, that was the story of that. I mean, that was a story of 2 fights. You know, the first 2 rounds, Aljo had his way with Jan, and then Jan
Mm-hmm.
settled in, changed it up, and you know, probably won the third. I don't remember what the scorecards was, but he definitely won the fourth. And the whole momentum had changed. It looked like he was getting ready to finish Aljo, and
It
then
did.
he threw that illegal knee. But I agree with you. People that think without that illegal knee, that round ends and we're 2-2 heading into the fifth round. That's how that fight should have gone. Now
If
people could
if if
speculate.
if Yan didn't finish Aljo, 702-799-9984. Who do we have, Scott?
We got Jake from Vegas is on the line. Give me
Jake in Vegas.
just give me a sec right here. Hey, Jake from Vegas, you're live.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's up, Jake?
Can you hear us,
Just
Jake?
ready for a crazy fight, a night of fights tonight.
It's gonna be. It already is. Did you see this Madsen Pichel fight? Those guys are bringing it. I mean, these two guys are beasts.
Yeah, he's just he's incredibly technical. He's just not very visually appealing, right? It's one of those guys that just make you look terrible because he's just so big, strong, and powerful.
I know,
Yeah.
right? They're not in shape is the problem. They need to get a couple workouts in, Jake. Madsen wins the fight as predicted.
Yeah.
So I win that bet. Hey, Team Fight Ready doesn't let me down, Jeff and Jake and Scott and everybody else who's listening, and Joe Rogan, who's up there interviewing my boy Mark Madsen. We had fun one night at a club, Mark and I, because we were the bald guys in there, and like, you know, we were getting some girls coming over and sitting with us, and I'm like, we're just the bald and sexy brothers. So then when I interviewed him, I'm talking to him. He's a really nice guy, and he's a huge celebrity back home. And it's funny because on the boxing side, I hang out with Kubrat Pulev a lot, guys, and he goes to Bulgaria and gets a motorcade. We don't even do it for LeBron here. It's interesting, but Madsen, I mean, when he fights, he goes on their version of Good Morning America. He's that big, you know. So when you think about, you know, what it's like for American fighters versus these guys, so Madsen may not be a huge name to most UFC fans, but in his home country, which is what matters right now, it's a pretty big, you know, big deal when he fights, and an even bigger deal when he wins, the Olympic silver medalist. But man, I'll tell you what, Jeff, and thanks for the call, Jake. We appreciate it. Big night of fights, man. And you got, I mean, Jeff, Mackenzie Dern and Tisha Torres, and then, you know, we talked about Gilbert Burns and I'm just loving this Wikipedia thing. Scott was talking about it before. Gilbert Burns versus
I was going to ask
Ratlip.
Jake if he had any predictions for tonight.
Ratlip. Oh my goodness.
Is Jake still on the line?
No, Jake's not on the line.
Okay.
Yeah, you should have asked him. I wanted to know what he thought.
Yeah, I wanted to see who he had tonight in these fights. I didn't know that he dropped off. That's fine. Yeah, we got tons of fights still to talk about, Jim. We hadn't got.
I think that was the radio guy in me, Jeff. I'm sorry, Scott. That's the old school radio guy, man, where you never say goodbye to the callers. They just drop when they're done with their point, and you answer their questions, and then you just keep moving. You know, it's a radio thing. Arlovsky's in the crowd. I mean, how many times I want to meet Arlovsky's plastic surgeon, because I look worse than he does, and he's been hit in the face 74,000 times.
Yeah, by the best heavyweights in the world, spanning.
I mean,
2
think about that
decades.
for 1 second. And speaking of which, I just want to throw a little props to Ben Rothwell, who got released. He had a fight coming up against Gustafsson, who trains, by the way, with Kamzat. Everything ties in. You know that game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon? You can't go 3 degrees with UFC fighters without tying them together, Jeff, or even 2. But I mean, it's just, we were talking about Aljo and Jan, and we got Dern and Torres coming up, but I never got to finish and ask you your thoughts on. I mean, you were going with it. I mean, the fight wasn't over. It looked like Jan could have finished it. It looked for sure like the momentum had swung. Sterling looked exhausted. I'm not sitting here saying he would have won. I'm sitting here saying he was up 2 rounds to 1. And what Jan did was illegal. When you blast someone in the head when they're downed, and the referee, who's not supposed to even do it, said downed opponent right before you did it, in an empty building at the Apex with no fans and no excuses. I'm sorry, and I love Petr Yan as a fighter. I do, man, but that's dirty. What he did was dirty. It was just filthy. And he was punished for it in the worst possible way. Probably didn't think he would have, but he did get punished in the worst possible way. And then he had to go survive a 5-round war with Sandhagen, which was one of the best fights I've ever seen, just to get back here and fight Aljo, who's one of the smartest fighters we know, who's a great coach. Ray Longo, his coach, says it all the time. You want to be great at something? Coach it, teach it. He's right. Aljo's a great coach, great teacher, as technically sound as you'll ever find, tremendous athlete. The list of fighters that he had to beat to get his title shot, Jeff, you saw it. He went through everyone.
Well, I think that we're in a situation where, at least to the public's viewpoint, is Aljo's the one that has something to prove tonight. Most people, I'll say that most people I talk to that are casual fans and hardcore fans don't consider him a legitimate champion.
Right.
To them, tonight's the title fight, which is kind of.
He's not a legitimate champion.
Well, yeah, I mean, I go back and forth on it because he did win the belt, right? I mean, he shouldn't
win. He shouldn't win the belt. The Tuck rule was a rule, but it shouldn't have been a rule. Otherwise, we might not know who Tom Brady is, and God forbid. Tom Brady, I mean, if it wasn't for that first Raider game and the dumbest rule in the history of football, maybe there's no dynasty in New England. Maybe Brady loses that game and Bledsoe's the starter again the next year, and Tom Brady's a milkman by now, right? But the rules are there for a reason, and that dirty Petr Yan broke the rule and blasted him with a knee. But I don't think the rule should be that he becomes the champ, Jeff. I don't think that you become the champ by getting hit with an illegal, like Anthony Smith could have done against Jones and chose not to. I think the belt should be vacant. You need to punish the guy for doing it, but you shouldn't give the guy the reward for taking a knee. I mean, I'm on both
Well, I
sides
think
there.
that if
Take the belt from
Aljo's
Jan,
up
don't give it to
if
Angel.
Aljo's up 4 rounds and Peter Yan does that, then yes, man, he deserves the belt. That wasn't what took place. And I don't know what happened in that fight. What's said between the two, or what. I know that Jan posted up where he got hit in the back of the head by Sterling, and so I'm not going to judge Jan for that crazy knee that he threw, because I wasn't in there. I don't know what happened. What made him do that, because he knew it was illegal. There's no, I've watched the replay. I mean, he grabs his head. He knows that he's down. He's not trying to come up. That was an illegal knee. But like I said, in the heat of the moment, shit happens. He paid the price for it. It's got the interim belt now, and they're going to rematch tonight. I don't know how this fight's going to go. It's kind of weird. Aljo seems super confident, but he's also talking a lot. And I feel like he's trying to get Jan emotional, because clearly Jan is a guy who, he threw that illegal knee. So maybe you can get in Jan's head, basically. And if Jan starts
Yeah.
to get aggressive,
He's a fighter, man.
then
You
Sterling.
look at him the wrong way in a bar, he's gonna fight you. You look at him in the wrong way in the street, he's gonna fight you. You look at him the wrong way anywhere on God's green earth, and Piotr Jan is gonna fight you. It's hard for guys like that to turn that switch off. It was way too tempting for him to throw that knee. He likes hurting people. He likes blood. He likes punching and kicking, and I mean that he's one of the. Not every fighter loves it like he does. I give him props for that, but to turn it off in those moments when everything freezes and time stands still, you have to have the composure to do that. If you're going to be the elite of the elite, you have to walk away like Jordan did from the Pistons when they tried to bait him. You have to walk away like LeBron does from everyone, because he would kill everyone if he fought them. I mean, to me, Jan showed some immaturity there, and he let Aljo get in his head. And I also think that when I talked about how smart Aljo is, Jan's amazing at making adjustments in fight. But Aljamain Sterling threw so many strikes in the first round, Jeff. He went ballistic to try to finish that fight. He threw a fight's worth of strikes in a round, and he gassed himself out. He's not going to do that again. He's going to fight a much more, I think, a smarter fight, a much more pragmatic approach, and he's going to look for – I think he's the guy who could figure Jan out outside of maybe TJ. Jan is a beast. He's physically superior. He's stronger. He's stuffed more takedowns than anybody I've ever seen against Sterling. Yes, but something just tells me that Aljo is going to win this fight. And if I don't go with my gut, and I think it's more than just the thing that I love about Aljo is he can finish you on the feet. His counters are tremendous. He's quick. He's agile. He switches stances. And I believe he thinks he can get this guy. And when you think about what he's had to hear and listen to and endure, for a guy who was up 2-1 on 2 of the scorecards to get ripped and ridiculed the way he has, I mean, it's just, it doesn't sit well, man. And it makes you work that little bit extra hard. It makes you study that little bit extra more, watch a little bit extra more film. And I just think he's that guy who will have done just enough in preparing to win this fight. And I'm going to say defend his belt. It's not Jan's belt. Defend his belt, Sterling, tonight. 702-799-9984 if you agree with the bald, sexy guy on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, it's interesting because if Jan wins, according to Israel Adesanya, that's Jan's title defense. Because he is the interim champion. But I don't know that I agree with that. But yeah. It's an interesting fight because they fought each other. Sterling now knows that if he hurts Jan, Jan's durable, right? You're not going to get that guy out of there quick, right? That guy's going to be around for a minute. And
you saw Sandhagen's face in that fight. Sandhagen was like, "Who the hell am I hitting?" But yeah.
Yeah, and so he didn't know that going into the first fight. And you're right, he hurt him the first round. He's like, "I'm going to finish him." No, you're not. And it bit him in the ass later on in that fight when he gassed. And what Jan has to do is stuff those early takedowns and not run into that this time. I agree with what you're saying, though. I think this is an incredibly close fight. I remember exactly what happened in those first 2 rounds of the first fight. And I remember what happened in the third and fourth round. And it
remember how many takedowns he was going for, Jeff, too, and how many punches? I mean, Aljo went nuts in the first round.
Yeah. No, I mean, and look, that was his shot, right? He's in a championship fight. You've got the champion hurt. I get what happened. I just feel like they know each other a hell of a lot better now. And Sterling's not intimidated by Jan. And Jan hates Sterling, and so this is going to be a weird dynamic. I just want it to have a legitimate ending. Let's have a legitimate ending.
I mean, he really hates him.
Oh man, like nobody's business. And where that comes from, and now here's where I think it's unfair. Do I consider Aljo the legitimate champion? No.
No.
Just because of the way it all happened. But I will say this: it's not fair to say he could have continued. That's not fair. That to me is bullshit. You weren't in there. You didn't get hit with the knee, and so that's where I feel like he gets unwarranted criticism. Like, oh, he could have just got up and continued. Well, what if he couldn't have? Let's assume the other side, since neither of us know. You know what I mean? So let's give him the benefit of the doubt on that. And the knee landed hard, and he couldn't continue. That's where I feel like he gets the criticism that I don't like. I'm like, well, but yeah, Jan has to keep his temper under control. And I think Aljo this whole week, right, during this with the rules book, the helmet at the press conference, I feel like he is kind of playing to that. Jan's going to come out and go ballistic in the first round, overextend and get taken down. That's how this first round's going to go in my book. It depends on what happens after that.
And Aljo's, and he's so strong. That's the thing about Jan. He's so strong. And remember, he's a boxer first and foremost. So he's tremendous at switching footwork and styles. His boxing is just absolutely phenomenal. He's been training with Volkanovski a little bit. He's been training with Valentina Shevchenko a little bit. These and Adesanya, all three of them at Tiger Muay Thai in Phuket. I always want to say Phuket for obvious reasons, because Phuket, why not? Why not say Phuket?
I had a shirt.
Phuket.
I had a shirt that just said that. Yeah, nobody pronounced it right, Jim. Nobody did.
Phuket. And by the way, this gives
think
me
it's
a thought.
Phuket.
It is Phuket,
Yeah,
Mr. Technical
is,
from Florida. But I'm trying to make a joke here on the show, and our average audience member wouldn't have ever known that. No, I'm just kidding. It is Phuket.
Somebody send me one a long time ago. That's all it said was Phuket on it. But when I wore it around, people would be like, "Hey, that's a pretty cool shirt," And I'm like, "It doesn't say fuck it.
You just gotta say Phuket." But you know what? They get pretty creative with the names of the pho kitchens too, like fuck it kitchen. The Vietnamese soup pho. But I'm getting way off track. My ADHD is, my prescription's not working, doc. It's not. My prescription's stopped. So my ADHD is running rampant. What was I saying? I can't remember. Oh, Phuket. It reminds me of Conor McGregor. It reminds me of Conor McGregor when I say Phuket.
Oh, got a caller.
Is that a caller? Are these all the lamest sound effects I've ever heard in my entire life?
I think it's like just a ringtone.
It's playtime, boys and girls.
I like it. Yeah, hell, I like it.
I like it too. It reminds me. A more innocent time before I fried all my brain cells and couldn't remember anything I'm about to say. Oh, yeah. Conor McGregor.
Back before I had responsibility.
At 55 and especially 45. McGregor would have never lost another fight at 45. Ever. He would have been the 45 champ for the rest of his life. But can you imagine McGregor and Volkanovski in Conor's 45 prime? Can you imagine that, Jeff? If Conor never left featherweight,
that'd be a hell of a fight.
Hey guys,
now he's walking around looking like
I got Trevor from Texas online to ask you a question.
Trevor from Texas.
Trevor from
What's
Texas.
up, Trevor?
What up, Trevor? You got to be quicker than that, Trevor.
Wait. That was my fault, guys. That was my fault. Hey, Trevor from Texas, you're live.
Yeah, hello. Okay.
Hey, Trevor.
Hello.
What up, Trev? Yo.
Yeah, I would like to get your prediction on Hazmat versus Burns.
Hazmat. I like that. It's better than what Scott said before the show, Colby Covington's word, that he's going to get me in trouble. What do we think about Hazmat? He's hazardous. You need a hazmat suit when you fight him.
Yeah, I think that it's a very
dangerous.
Yeah,
Very
I think that he's
dangerous,
very
Trevor.
dangerous. I think tonight, I don't know who's going to win that fight. That's the hardest one for me to pick because there's so many unknowns about Chimaev. And so tonight is where he's going to show me if he's legit or if he's not. I'm picking him in the fight just because. Why the hell not, right? But
I mean, that's what everybody else is doing. You might as well do what they do. Why the hell not?
Yeah. Why the hell not, man? I mean, he is undefeated, 10-0, and he's steamrolled some people. If he can steamroll Burns, then he's silenced everybody. Um, but we'll
He's only
see.
been hit twice,
Jim, you
so.
have a different pick, right?
I have a different pick. I think Khamzat Chimaev is going to get his ass beat tonight. I actually do. And I don't dislike him.
Whoa.
I hate
Stupid.
hype trains like this. And I'm not going to say he's Sage Northcutt. I'm not going to say he's Paige Van Zandt. I'm not going to say any of these things. But what I will say is I sat front row, bro. I sat front row and watched Chris Weidman knock Anderson Silva and his Mystique out cold. I sat in the front row and I watched Michael Bisping beat Luke Rockhold. Nobody's unbeatable. Everyone loses at some point. Khabib, don't give me Khabib. Khabib didn't fight the top of the division. He got lucky with the timing, in my opinion. So I think the hype train has to be proven against a great opponent. And let me get to here's why, Trevor. Burns is a 4-time world jiu-jitsu champ, 3 times in the Worlds, once in the World Cup, okay? He's been fighting forever. He's a black zillion. He's at Sanford. He's trained with everyone from Sugar Rashad all the way on down. And for a long time, Kamaru, who was actually back in there wrestling with him and helping him in this camp, even though they just fought each other, right? And he smashed, I don't know what that sounds, he's smashed Kamaru Usman, who everybody says is the greatest in the world right now. He came so close, Trevor, to doing what nobody else has come anywhere near that close. He almost finished Kamaru. So the disrespect toward Gilbert Burns here is what I'm upset about. Nothing against Khamzat, but Gilbert Burns is going to rip his head off and throw it in the crowd and say, too soon, son. Too soon. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Khamzat's going to be too aggressive with his wrestling, too confident. Gilbert Burns is going to submit him probably in the second round. Trevor?
There you go. I believe
Waiting
Trevor
for
dropped
Khamzat
off.
to say something.
We answered his question.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm
We-
here
we
to
got-
kill everybody.
Trevor's gone, but we got Scotty from Boston calling in.
Nah,
Scotty from Boston. Pack the car. What up, Scotty? Scotty.
Not
Scotty.
much. How are you guys?
We're good.
Doing good, man. Doing good. I grew up in Connecticut, so I always love talking to a New Englander.
Yeah. I mean, the Pats are the best, but nothing you can do.
What do you wanna ask?
Who do you guys gonna think's win? Peter Yan or Funk Master?
Peter Yan or the Funk Master? Well, Jeff, I'll go first this time because you went first last time.
Okay.
And, wait, age before beauty? No, wait, you're older than me. That doesn't work. So I have an unhealthy infatuation with Jeff's hair, in case you guys have never watched the show before, and for obvious reasons. So this fight, man, because Petr Yan is a beast, and his in-fight adjustments, his boxing, switching sides, styles, the way his head movement, and his chin, God's sake, his chin, what we saw against Sanhagen and the adjustments he's made, and the way he just would have killed Jose Aldo if they didn't pull him off him. I mean, he just would have killed him right there. He has that extra gear of murderous psychopath that most fighters don't have. I give him that. And you need that in a lot of ways to be that type of champion. Volkanovski has it. It's the only reason he didn't submit against Ortega. But when I look at Aljamain Sterling, he's the most technical. He's a great coach. You're not going to get him slipping technically. You're not going to get – I mean, in the first round last fight, he punched and really wore himself out going for takedowns. I don't think he's going to do that again. I think he's the one guy who can make better adjustments in fight, the one guy other than maybe Dillashaw, who can make the in-fight adjustments, him and his team, to beat Yan at that chess match in the fight, and that's why I'm picking Aljo. Not because he's tougher, not because he's a better striker or a better wrestler or better in jiu-jitsu, but because I believe he's smarter, and he's the only guy who can make better adjustments during the fight than Yan. And that's it. Aljo's my guy.
I gotta disagree with you, man. I think Peter Yan's gonna take this fight due to his vicious power.
Okay.
I'm going to agree
And
with the caller.
last time he would have won too.
Last time he would have won. I agree.
I agree. I'm picking Yan in that fight. I feel like his striking is going to be the difference, and the longer the fight goes, the more opportunities there are to land that shot. He just has to stuff the takedowns early. That's his key to success, in my opinion. But this is a different fight than the first fight. I'll say that, and I wouldn't sleep on Aljo, but I'm picking Jan in this fight.
There you go. And what about you, Scotty? You're obviously picking Jan, you said, right?
Yeah, his power is just too vicious for Aljo in this fight. I think he'll hit him with maybe an uppercut to end the fight, and I think Aljo will just get caught early. He's not probably going to make it past the second.
Is Jan your favorite fighter?
Peter Yan? Nah. My favorite fighter is actually Colby Covington.
There you
There
go.
you go.
How about you want to see Colby and Chimaev? I bet next, man, because that's the one I want to see. I think Colby beats him too.
Yeah, Colby and
I'm
Hamzat will be
not
a
with
great
this
fight.
Yeah, I mean, I want Hamzat. I feel like Hamzat should be fighting two guys in between where he is and Colby and Burns are before he fights either Colby or Burns. But don't get me started.
I
It's not
think
my
he
company.
should go for Street Judas, and after he beats Burns tonight, I think he should fight Street Judas and maybe one more fight in between. Then he can move up
He's
to
not
Colby.
fighting Masvidal. Scotty,
No, he's fighting
He's
Covington.
not fighting Jorge. If he beats Burns, he's not fighting. He's way past Jorge. Jorge's got no
he's
shot to get in that fight.
Covington.
Nah, I think
Yeah.
he should just go for Jorge for fun.
Jorge would be an
People like-
easier fight. That's for sure. But Dana White said yesterday in interviews that if Khamzat wins, he's going to probably fight Covington this summer.
And if not, if Burns wins, he'll probably fight Colby because
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, actually,
Interesting. Thank you.
off topic, but what do you guys think of McGregor returning?
What do we think of McGregor returning? I think it'd be great if McGregor returns. I just think that McGregor. Here's what I think about McGregor returning. Okay, very simple for me. I like that he's going back at 170 and wants to fight Kamaru, because at this point, Conor McGregor's legacy is a huge star who made a ton of money, got himself huge, big fights, became a double champ. You can never take any of those things away from him, but you also have to talk about the Khabib fight. You have to talk about the fact that he never defended a belt. You have to talk about those things. So the best path to the greatest legacy is to be a 3-division champion, because he never had the length of a title reign anywhere. His clearest path to the greatest legacy, say that again, Jeff Cain, and that's what Conor's all about, is to win a third belt. Obviously, he's not going to go down and do it at 135, so he's going to go for 170, and if he wins that belt, he can lay claim to and be in the argument for GOAT status, even though he never defended a damn thing. What do you think, Jeff?
I have to agree with you there.
I think the UFC's got to be real careful with the guy who's lost his last couple of fights and only has one win, or in the lightweight division, going up to welterweight. But if they're going to bring him back and fight Nate Diaz at 170, and then give him a title shot, I don't have a problem with that. But I don't.
It has to be at 170 because,
yeah. I just feel like Conor's with the layoff. I don't care what Conor did before. I think it's a clean slate. The guy's been sitting over there forever with a bum leg, and everybody else has been training and passing or catching up at one of the two.
But they all want that money, man. Oliveira wants that money.
Agree. Look,
Kamaru wants that money.
takes that
Chandler
fight.
wants that money. They're all
Kamaru
talking about it. They all want
fight. 100%.
Henry Cejudo
Kamaru
wants
takes
that money
fight.
now. Yep,
Yeah.
they all want it.
But what I'm saying is the UFC needs to be careful, because they can get that money in the Nate fight that's not nearly as dangerous of a fight as Kamaru is for Conor.
Well, but you always have
payments.
Nate, Jeff. You always have Nate.
Yeah,
Nate's in the bank. You have Nate in 5 years if you want that trilogy. You can do Conor and Nate, and it'll be like Floyd and Pacquiao. Too late, but at least they fought twice already. And these boxing guys never fight each other
I would
anyway.
give him a guy that I'm confident he's going to win. I know that sounds terrible, but as a promoter, I'm like, here's my cash cow. I need him to look good this fight. I need you to I'm putting him in there against the most one-dimensional striker in the top 15. That's what I'm doing with Conor.
Look at this. Mackenzie Dern pulled guard, and she's up in the air, and she's trying to wrap herself around Torres, who won. I don't know. I mean, I thought Mackenzie Dern won round one, but the tweets are making it look like it's about 50-50, people thinking she did or she didn't. Mackenzie's really working hard to try to get a submission on Torres here. She's wrapped around her waist, Jeff, like from the side of her hip on the right side of her body, looking to pull that arm out. Man, I mean, these are two high-level jiu-jitsu girls. you know, and Mackenzie is as high level as you get. So in Mackenzie Dern and Gilbert Burns, you're going to see maybe the two best jiu-jitsu artists in the UFC right now, for sure. But when I look at and Mackenzie's look, she's working on that chicken wing behind Jeff. I call it a chicken wing still.
Trapping her arm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm behind on your
My stepbrother
feedback.
used to give me chicken wings all the time, man. No bueno when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Mackenzie, look at Mackenzie
the caller
Dern. She's
still on?
not.
All the blacks.
There he is.
Scotty, are you watching this?
KKK.
Are you watching this?
We gotta.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for the call, Scotty. We really appreciate it, man. 702-799-9984. Jeff Cain with the free-flowing hair. And Mackenzie Dern could not get that armbar.
Yeah, this is an incredibly. I mean, Tisha Torres, the tiny tornado. I love the nickname, always have. Since her Invicta days. She's known for her striking and her karate background, but she's a girl who's trained at American Top Team forever, right? She's got a really good ground game and incredible submission defense, and that's what we're seeing against Mackenzie Dern right here. But Dern has been the aggressor in this fight. From what I haven't been able to watch it close enough to score the rounds, but I feel like she's the one pressing the pace.
Incredible, right?
Yeah, she's got it. I'm behind, but yeah, she had her in a Kimura and was trying to straighten it out. And Torres has none of
Chicken
it.
wing.
She's just strong, man. Tisha Torres is so strong.
Strong like bull. And Tisha Torres, by the
she's
way,
just
and
good.
everybody talks about Mackenzie Dern. She's good. And Dern's fight against Marina Hernandez was pretty awesome. Marina's strong. My point is, and look at Torres' strength here. Khamzat might be so much stronger physically and bigger than Gilbert Burns. He could overwhelm him, even though he's great in jiu-jitsu. You can see that happening because he's such an enormous welterweight. And he fights at middleweight too. And then you see them. He's a lot bigger than Burns. So dominant wrestling can when you're that strong, like Torres is here, or like Brock Lesnar, you're gonna have a lot of success, even though someone could be great in jiu-jitsu. You've seen Mackenzie Dern not be able to take people down. We've seen Mackenzie Dern not be able to get holds on people, let alone submit them. Although right now, Torres is having a hell of a time getting her left leg away from her. She's going for an ankle lock or a knee bar or something.
Mackenzie had that arm bar. She just couldn't straighten her arm. Tisha Torres is doing. She's getting dominated right now, but she's not taking any damage because it's just submission attempts. But that was incredible.
She's got 50 seconds.
Armbar defense by her.
Throw an elbow backwards,
yeah,
Mackenzie. Throw an elbow backwards. Backwards elbow. You'll kill her. You'll knock her face off right now.
I'm about a minute behind.
Oh, easy for me to say.
Is
She's
it
trying
the
to
second
snap
round?
her foot off, and I'm telling her to throw an elbow. Okay. It's 30 seconds left in round 2.
I got you. Yeah, okay.
Where's our artwork? Oh,
I couldn't.
We got video. That's Dana. Dana White should never wear a white shirt. Someone needs to tell him that. Maybe I should step up to the plate. What do you think, Jeff? Should I tell him that? Dana, you're too white to wear white.
I wouldn't tell him that.
I mean, you can't see his head. It looks like he's
not.
wearing one of those costumes where the kids wore them with like the thing over their head that zips up all the way, and they were all the different colors. He looks like a white one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anything to Dana about his fashion choices.
I mean, he's pretty good with that stuff, man.
Maybe
But when he
did.
wears white, I'm like, dude, you can't wear a white shirt, dude. You can't do it. Look at the size difference.
Yeah,
Jeff.
that round definitely went to Mackenzie
on your
Dern.
right.
Yeah. Round 2, there's no way
that one went to
Mackenzie didn't win that round. Yeah, and so
she could theoretically be up 20-18 right now.
Yep, she could be up 2 rounds to none, or it's even. I didn't watch the first round close enough. Like I said, I just felt like from the brief what I was able to see that Dern was the one pressing the pace and taking the fight to Torres. So I don't know.
Wait, what are we seeing here? Is this the Elon Musk Marsmobile live footage? What are we doing? Is there going to be a fight on Mars? Dana White hasn't told us about yet.
Welcome to the new world. We're this
Fight
is
Planet instead of Fight Island. Is this what
UFC 500
moon.
on Fight Planet?
Where's the artwork? Where's the beautiful UFC 273 artwork.
I like.
We need to
I like
Photoshop
planets.
the octagon right on the top of it. So
What
it
are fight
spins
fans
as
gonna
the
think when they
octagon
see
gets
this?
closer.
Two weirdos. My red lights. They're gonna think I'm a male hooker. There we go. What is Jeff? Ladies, right here. Pay me. Red light district, Jeff. Everything's legal.
The red light district.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna get
so then the
fired
third round, this
by
is a
ESPN
great
before
fight,
my
man. This
first
is a
show.
big fight. This is a big fight for this division. And nobody talks about it because those 3 fights at the top of this card. This is a huge fight. I mean, the Aspen Ladd Raquel Pennington fight on the preliminary card was a big fight in that division.
Huge. And how about Gary? How about Gary on the prelims?
Yeah.
That's an enormous. And I was sorry to see the Rosenstruik fight fall off with Olenek.
Yeah.
Olenek had
Yeah,
a hard time picking up more wins at 45 years old. I'm always rooting for those guys. But, I mean, think about Torres, right? I mean, Mackenzie Dern's looking to make a jump, obviously, and she had a tough loss against, Marina. And that division, man, when you look at 115, that's probably the most talent-stacked division. Not probably on the female side for sure. But in the UFC, women's strawweight, when you look all the way down in that 15, in the third 5 of the top 15, Angela Hill,
It's 15.
Jandiroba is in there. I mean, these are good fights. I mean, in the second 5 of the top 10, Amanda Hebus, Michelle Watterson, Tisha Torres, Nina Ansaroff, Mackenzie Dern's number 5. I mean, this division is loaded with Rose and Zhang. By the way, Zhang and Valentina signed up to run it back at 275. I know you know this, Jeff, because you're the editor of MMA Weekly and you know everything. But I'm excited to see that fight. I was at the first one, and thank God for that fight because Soldier of God, Yoel Romero, the soldier should have been marching to Bellator way before then because he couldn't. I mean, his last 4 fights in the UFC were dreadful. All of them. I just can't even watch them. But Yoel Romero and Adesanya, that fight was so bad, but the co-main was Joanna and Zhang. So when I look at this division and this fight, with these 2 girls being where they are, I mean, Mackenzie Dern's looking at a top 3 slot, and Torres is looking at inside the top 5 with a win.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that division is, like if Torres wins, she could theoretically get a title.
Mackenzie
fight
just got
because the top of
dropped.
That division's... Ooh. Yeah, Torres.
Mackenzie got dropped by an up kick. Oh,
an up kick.
Dropped by an up kick when she had that
He
foot.
took her down.
I like Tisha Torres, and you look at the girls she's fought in her career.
She
everybody.
had the loss
to Thug Rose.
Fought everyone.
Everybody lost to Thug Rose except Andrade. Yes, she lost to Andrade. She lost to Joanna. She lost to Zhang and Marina Rodriguez, who also beat Mackenzie Dern. So when you look at Torres, she has lost to 5 of the greatest fighters on the planet. And those are her losses in her weight class. And she's, she's won 3 in a row, including Angela Hill last time out, who has more close unanimous decision losses than anyone I've ever seen, Angela Hill. But she's won 3 in a row to get back here, and a big fight for her.
Look, she was on that Ultimate Fighter, a champion will be crowned, where Carla and Rose fought for the title. Heading into that season, I picked Tisha Torres to win the show and be the first UFC women's strawweight champion. Of course, we know how it all played out now. That was Carla Esparza. But literally, she's been at the top of that division for that long.
Mm-hmm. I imagine what it's like being in there with Mackenzie or Burns or Maya, and they got a hold of you. Like Khabib would grab your ankle, for example, and then he's at your calf, and then he's at your knee, and it's 5 minutes later, and he's finally reached your neck. It's like slowly sinking into quicksand or having an anaconda wrap itself around you. And then you get out of it, man. I mean, I was thinking about Torres right now, how freeing that is to have had Mackenzie Dern all over her for that long, somehow escape it. I mean, it's like finding a way to swim out of quicksand. Like, you got to be Michael Phelps to swim out of quicksand. And she gets another lease on life here. I mean, you escape almost certain death in that situation when Mackenzie Dern has you like that. Just to get away, just to survive was a big win for Torres in that last round.
Oh, yeah, she stayed. It's just her experience, man. I mean, she stayed calm because, look, I'm going to tell you right now, if Demian Maia takes me down, I'm going to have a mini panic attack and then get choked unconscious, period. And I don't care how much I've trained. That's just whenever you go on the ground with somebody on Mackenzie Dern's level, most people panic. Tisha Torres did not panic. She stayed calm, was like, hey, man, I've been doing this for a long time.
Man, and I think Torres might have won. So this is going to come down to who you had winning the first round, Jeff. In this division, women's strawweight, if you look through the top 15 and you look through their records and you're like, man, this girl lost 6, this girl lost 7, they're all very close decisions. Man,
Yeah.
Mackenzie never pulled guard in that first round. She walked her way up the fence. And oh my God, that's high level crap. But so if you scored the first round for Tisha, she wins the fight because I think she just won the third. If you scored the first round for Mackenzie, she won the fight. That's what this is coming down to, is whoever you had winning the first round.
Yeah. I mean, you know, whenever we were talking about that division, Angela Hill is...
Angela Hill's what, Jeff?
You know, just to go back to that division, Angela Hill is 2 split decisions away. She could be ranked well inside the top 10. You know, there were fights that were split decisions that she felt, you know, I mean,
the
so
Michelle
it's crazy.
fight.
That division's absolutely nuts. Yeah. It's crazy how close that division is from top to bottom. Because I don't think that Rose is that much separate, you know, that far ahead of Angela Hill. I really don't. I think that she beat Angela Hill, she's the better fighter.
Mackenzie Dern has lost to Amanda Hebus, who she's somehow ranked above, and Marina Rodriguez, who's ranked 3rd, Hebus 7th. So when you look at the girls who they've lost, I mean, they've all fought each other and they've all beaten each other and they've all been close.
Yeah.
Just to speak to your point, all very close. Look at Buffer, man. Buffer's wearing the New England / Hartford Whalers colored jacket tonight. Gotta love Bruce stepping up with the old theme song in my head. Dun, 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 dun. The Hartford Whalers. So, all right, Bruce has the scorecard. I mean, it could go either way. I'm going Mackenzie Dern.
We'll see.
20.
Dern needs a win.
It's going to be a split.
Ooh.
It's a split.
It's another split. Who is it?
Mackenzie Dern. Mackenzie Dern with a razor-thin split decision win over Tisha Torres, and that's good for the division. It's great for Mackenzie Dern. It's great for her,
it's just
her baby
you know,
daddy and her baby.
Yeah. I mean, what's crazy is nobody lost that fight. I mean, that's what we're talking about in that division. The competition is so friggin' close that comes down to one judge scoring it one way. I mean, you know, that's what it come down to. And so I don't think that's a bad loss for Torres.
One judge gave huge. 2 judges gave Mackenzie the first round. 1 judge gave Tisha the first round.
Well, there you go.
Because it was clear who won the other
That's
two.
just a testament to that division. And I'm not dogging Rose at the top. I'm just saying that I don't feel like Rose is like, you know, there's divisions where it seems like the champion's just on another level. Adesanya, let's just say that. Let's go with Adesanya. He seems like he's, you know, a couple of steps ahead of the number 2 guy. I don't feel like that's the case in that division. Rose is a step ahead of everybody, but not 2.
Right. Right. And you know, I'm going to put an asterisk on Mackenzie Dern, and look at her beautiful little girl. How about that? You're a fighter. You're married to a pro surfer. I mean, just think of that lifestyle. You're just grilling outside, drinking. When you're in camp,
I didn't know she was married to a pro surfer.
He's a surfer. Yeah, I mean, think about it.
It's a friggin' dangerous sport, man. Pro surfing is a dangerous sport.
One of the worst. You got sharks. You got waves. You'll be all right in a tsunami. Maybe that's not. But so Mackenzie Dern's loss to Amanda Hebus was like 3 months after she gave birth, I think.
Yeah.
July, August, September, like 4 months after. But
it was a good loss.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem sharing this, and I don't want to say too much, or you know, I don't have the specifics, but I do know she was a pain in the butt at the MMA lab, and they didn't want her there anymore. And then she had her kid, and she had to find her own way. I mean, she was there with John Crouch. She's an Arizona kid. Her dad's a world-class jiu-jitsu, so she trained at the MMA lab, and she wasn't a team player. She didn't want to help the other fighter. I mean, these are things I'm paraphrasing, but that I was told by people in the MMA lab who, if I said their names right now, you would say they are the MMA lab. So this is not me just talking shit. They didn't want her there. They want her. And look at good old JR. It's a slobber knocker. JR is at the UFC fights tonight, Jim Ross. But that's because it's in Florida. Jacksonville's not Florida or Georgia. It's Florida. But, Jeff,
it's just maturity.
ADHD is kicking it again. It's maturity. So Mackenzie Dern, she can beat anyone. But that division, I mean, Rose was beating Andrade. She gets slammed. Zhang Weili looks like a world beater, like no one's gonna ever touch her. And look at what Rose does against her. Rose beats Joanna twice. Rose beats Zhang twice. I mean, good God, Rose. I mean, think about Rose Namajunas beating each of them twice. If you look at them physically, if you watch them training, if you compare skill sets, there's no way you would ever think Rose would beat either one of them or even belong in the cage with either one of them. And she's 4-0 against the two of them.
What's crazy about Rose?
Really goes into being a champion so much more than just physically, is my point.
Yeah. What's crazy about Rose is she slipped him in the first fight, right? I mean, she knocked out Joanna in their first fight, knocked out Wei Li in their first fight. And then the rematches were friggin' wars, like really close wars. It's kind of weird that Rose can just take you out in a matter of a minute. And then that same matchup ends up being a 5-round war, 6-7 months later. It's just how close that division is, man, and how athletic and precise Rose can be. Man, when Rose is on top of her game, I'll say that Rose is the best in the world. But she can be gotten to. She's not, she's not as powerful as Andrade. She's not as powerful as Wei Li, but she's more technical.
Division, man.
So,
Jeff, this division, I mean, it's crazy because Esparza's getting her title shot against Rose. I mean, she has a win over her 700 years ago, so I guess
she's earned it. Yeah, she's earned that.
She's earned it. I think Marina Rodriguez is the next problem.
Yep.
In that division. I mean, this just in a news flash from Jim. I mean, I'm not exactly giving you anything meaty here. This is a master of the obvious, but she's a big problem. And big, meaning like her size and her strength. I mean, she's won 4 in a row. Her loss was to who?
Who was it?
In July of 2020 in Abu Dhabi. She has 1 loss. You know who beat her?
Not without
Carla
Esparza. Carla, I don't
split
think gets
decision.
enough respect because she wins a lot of decisions and she doesn't have that flashy style. But Carla is a friggin' stifling wrestler who can take a shit ton of damage. And so she's in these fights, and if you gas against her, she's going to choke you out. And so I don't feel like Carla gets enough respect. That's basically where I'm going with that. I think she can. I think she can beat Rose again. I definitely think she could beat Rose again and be the champ again. Yeah, I mean, she laid a blueprint out on how to beat Rose, but no, people haven't been able to really do what she did. She just has to stick to her wrestling, man. I mean, that's what she has to do: is stick to her wrestling, stick to her wrestling, stick to her wrestling. We'll see. I mean, right now I'll pick Rose in that fight, but I agree, man. Carla. I just think that people discredit Carla whenever she's been one of the top in that division since the UFC started that division. I mean, you're talking about an Ultimate Fighter winner. You're talking about a former strawweight champion, and it was so long ago that Carla Esparza was the champion, man. I mean, it was like, I think it was like 2014, 15, 2015, Joanna beat her. Yeah, and since then she's lost to Gadelia and Tatiana Suarez, but she came back after Tatiana Suarez beat her in 2018, September of 18. And she's won 5 in a row, man. And you look, she beat Jandiroba, she beat Grasso, she beat Watterson, she beat Marina Rodriguez, and she beat Yang Jinan. So she beat, and I mean, look, Jeff, remember those names I said, okay? Jandiroba, Grasso, Watterson. Okay, so Jandiroba, okay, is number 11. Grasso now is at number, where is she? Grasso is number 5 at flyweight. Okay. You have Watterson, who is number 8. You have Jan, who's number 4. Marina Rodriguez, who's number 3. So she's beaten everybody except for Zhang Weili in that division. Yep. Yeah. At the top. And Joanna. She hasn't beaten Joanna. Yeah. And it's because Joanna hasn't been fighting, and now that rematch is set. And so, yeah, that's a crazy division, man. That's a crazy division. Is there a better 4 at the top anywhere? And you can go deeper than 4, but in any weight class in the UFC, is there a better 4 fighters? Are there a better 4 fighters at the top than women's strawweight? When you look at Rose, Joanna, Zhang, Esparza, and then you could go Rodriguez, you could go Dern, you could go, I mean, it's deep, but even at the top, it's as good as any division in my mind. Yeah, I mean, I think that what makes that division so special is 6 through 15. Because at the top of the welterweight division in the men's, it's stacked. But man, once you start getting down there to 8 and 9, man, it falls off, pretty steep. And a lot of the divisions are that way.
But it's still very deep to even get that far on the women's side. Did you ever think you'd see that much depth on the women's side? I mean, look, I'm getting more and more pumped for the Burns fight. We're about to have that here. Like, all you people, like
There's
all
the
these
number.
huge favorites, and then, Ronda's never going to lose. Anderson Silva's never going to lose. Rockhold could never lose to Bisping in a million years. That could never happen. Chael can't beat Anderson. Almost did it. Weidman has no chance against Anderson Silva. Holly Holm, Ronda Rousey's unbeatable. No one can touch Holly Holm. Cain Velasquez, of course. Junior Dos Santos has no chance against Cain Velasquez on the first UFC on Fox in Anaheim. There's no chance Junior Dos Santos could ever beat Cain Velasquez and win that belt. There's no chance on God's green earth that you could ever see a ginormous upset in the UFC, Jeff Cain. There's no chance on earth that you could ever see the Korean Zombie win or Aljo win. But right now, the fight that shouldn't be an upset, Khamzat, cocky, extremely cocky. I kill everybody. I hit for everyone. I rip their heads off. I love it. Yeah, he's a man beast. Yes, he's got the story. He's a Swedish national wrestling champ from Chechnya, right? But he's not a Chechnyan or a Russian national champion. He's a Swedish national champion who moved there. I don't want to diss the guy, but I hate these hype trains for the fighters who haven't beaten anybody yet. This is the night. And Burns doesn't have the name. He does on some levels, but this would be the win. The crowd scream. Look at this crowd, Jeff. He is a star. This guy could reach Conor and Khabib levels, man. This guy really could reach those levels. The fans love him. His social media is absurd. He dominates Burns, and he goes out and wins the title. This guy will be making gazillions of dollars, and he might even make McGregor go away. I mean,
I want you to keep talking. I want you to keep talking. I hear what you're saying, man, and I'm usually with you on a hype train. And I would usually, because I'm that way even with the McGregor hype train. Hype trains are meant to be derailed, meant to be poked fun of. Once they're derailed, and then we all get to move on. I don't know that that's going to happen tonight, but I agree with what you said earlier in the show.
Look at that skinny arm that Gilbert's going to snap right there.
If Khamzat's hype is in Gilbert's head, yeah. But I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before this gets started, so keep talking. The phone number is 702-799-9984. Call in, give me and Jim a hard time, or Jim and I a hard time. And, we're getting to the top of this card. I'll be right back.
Outstruck his UFC opponents 254-2. He's 10-0, 7 finishes in the first round, 6-4 knockouts and subs. Fastest turnaround between wins in modern UFC history against 2 truck drivers or milkmen who are no longer in the UFC, 10 days apart. And I don't want to diss him, but the hype train just gets to me too much, man. And you look at Chimaev to win by TKO is plus 110, by submission plus 275. Chimaev to win by decision is plus 380. I told you guys about my parlay. If I'm leaving here by the end of the show, I'm going to have my own island. Well, not really, with 12 grand, but Gilbert Burns, Aljamain Sterling, and the Zombie are going to win me my money tonight. There's Dorino. There's my boy. Get up there, Gilbert, and make this guy eat everything they've said about him. He's got them skinny arms to get snapped and the neck to go with it. But Chimaev is a beast, like 254-2. 59-0, he outstruck the Leech. And here's the lights getting dark for Dorino. He's made this walk before. Chimaev has never gone into the third round. So many things you could look at here. We've said it before. We said it when Ronda made her run. We said it when Conor started fighting big name guys. We said it a million times before. Everyone loses at some point. There's Jeff right in the middle of the screen. Is it Khamzat's time tonight? Look at Gilbert Burns. He might look a little nervous. Like Jeff was saying, and like I said earlier, if the Khamzat, remember Mike Tyson, every single, there we go, Jeff Cain, twice. Put them all over the screen, Scott. Like, our press room feed's not working. We might as well have, like, rotating, flying Jeff Cain like a giant mosquito.
Nice.
Jeff, Khamzat sitting on the top of the cage waiting for Gilbert Burns. This is a guy who came so close to knocking out. He would have been the champ, bro. He was that close. He is a 4-time jiu-jitsu world champion.
He landed
He's
a big
fought
shot.
and trained
He
with
landed a big shot.
everyone at 35 years old. From Brazil. I love Gilbert Burns as a fighter. I'm not hating on Khamzat. It's Khamzat Chimaev, by the way. Khamzat Chimaev. You know what I mean? It's hard to say.
Khamzat.
But Gilbert Durinho. Durinho means tough little guy. He got the nickname from fighting kids where he grew up. And Khamzat is what? Gorf or Borf or Bor, like the wolf. What is it?
Bors.
Borg. Bors, the
B-O-R-Z.
wolf. But this dude right here, Jeff Cain, that you're looking at, 10 first-round finishes, 14 of his 20 wins have been finished, 6 knockouts, 8 submissions. He is a black belt of epic proportion. He's a 3rd degree. He's a Gracie descendant, for crying out loud. Gilbert Burns, okay? Now, we know that the jiu-jitsu itself, Damian Maia, doesn't always translate in the UFC. And we've seen jiu-jitsu neutralized, even with Mackenzie Dern, even with the best of the best. But we have not seen someone who's that great at jiu-jitsu be this great of a striker. It's very rare. Burns is a phenomenal striker, man. He is a great, great striker, and I think we're going to see that overhand right. His leg kicks are phenomenal. I really believe that Gilbert Burns can win this fight on the feet, and I really believe that Gilbert Burns will win this fight on the ground. And we're about to find out, Jeff Cain. This could be the fight of the year so far.
It's one of the most hyped fights, especially for it not being a title and not being, what I would consider a household name. While Khamzat definitely has a lot of hype behind him, he's not a huge star yet. We know he's going to be, right? But he's not there yet. So for this fight to have such a buzz around, it's kind of crazy. It is weird that he's sitting on top of the cage like that. I hope it doesn't fall backwards. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Posturing. Man, I'm telling you, y'all going to be surprised here, but I'm not. Here we go, Burns versus Chimaev. That's Derek Brunson. I'm with you, Derek. Head says Khamzat, heart says Burns. Head does not say Khamzat. It's Khamzat Chimaev. And look at him. He's cocky. He's dancing around. He can't wait to fight. He lives for this. He's enjoying every second of it. Burns more focused. He looks a little nervous. I got friends texting me. Burns looks nervous. My parlay is in action. Can you throw that one back up, Scott, real quick? And a 4-inch reach for Chimaev and a 4-inch height advantage, maybe 5. What was that last comment, Scott, that you threw up? I can't, because our press room feeds now work. Burns and Khamzat walking out now. AJ, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm probably about a minute behind.
Got the Whalers jacket on.
Jeff,
I'm winning my parlay. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go when I win my parlay?
Oh, I'll come to you, man. I'll come to you. We'll just hang out there.
Minus 550 right now for Khamzat. That's just crazy. So disrespectful against a fighter of Burns' caliber, man. And even right now, I see him on OddsShark, and it shows me a bunch of the odds from different sites, and he opened the way that he opened, as of course now it's loading and won't show. Chimaev, people are claiming him from Sweden. They're claiming him from Russia. They're claiming him from everywhere. Burns doesn't have a chance. We'll see about that, Chris P. Hey, Chris P., I'll tell you what. If Burns doesn't have a chance, throw $10 in the super chat for me when he wins. There's my bet with you right now, because Scott put you up on the screen. That's your payout. My payout is $10 super chat that Scott will keep anyway for MMA Weekly. But it won't matter because I'll keep the victorious bet, and that'll be my payout. Gilbert Burns.
Yeah, we're gonna see. This is the moment. This is the moment where we find out. Where we find out how
he decimates Burns, man. I will, Jeff. You know me. I'll make a couple. Oh, Beltran's I love Mike Beltran. He's the rep. By the way, Carlos Kramer, the Roaring Lion, great ring announcer of the year. He's the Brave ring announcer where Khamzat was fighting overseas, and he said Khamzat's a different level human like he's never seen before. So Khamzat's not rushing Burns for the takedown right away, but he is coming right at him aggressively like he always does. Misses with a big right, goes for the takedown. Wow. He went right in for that. He's not scared of the jiu-jitsu of Burns at all. Josh Mongan, there you go. Khamzat fights a quick one. Want to see. Keen to see my boy Volko dominate. He must be from Australia. Keen to see. I like that phrase.
Keen.
Other languages are so much better than ours. I'm keen to see it, Jeff.
Yeah, they have different vocabs. Different. They use different
He's
terminologies.
deep in on that
I like the
single.
word
Oh,
king.
he's going to get it. Burns is going to, nope. Wow, how did Burns avoid that? Khamzat's very strong. Burns avoided the takedown, and now Khamzat blistering him with lefts, but they're going back and forth. Gilbert showing his takedown defense here, which is phenomenal. Khamzat's still, though, in tight. And he's just he's dragging Gilbert like he's not even a 180-pound dude right now. 180. I mean, he just dragged him like a little kid. Like you drag a little kid off a playground as a parent, and you give him that nursemaid's elbow thing that I gave my son. Oh, it's terrible. Oh,
Yeah,
now he's got his
it's
back.
crazy how
and he
how
put it over
strong
into
he
top
is.
position. Whoa, that was high level. He's got top position on Burns. Oh, he's standing up now, though. Burns has to find a way to stand up. Like, this is not where he wants to be. Wow, Khamzat's so strong. Oh, Beltran standing him up. That's a break for Gilbert right there, the way it was going. But I think Gilbert realizing the strength of Chimaev now looks a little tentative, Gilbert Burns. You're number 2 in the world.
He is a huge welterweight. He's huge, and he's got reach.
Ooh. Khamzat wins, but I'll still give you $10. Thank you, August. We weren't begging for money, but if you want to super chat us, please go ahead. By the way, Khamzat's wide open for a counter right when he comes in. Watch how open he leaves himself for a counter right. Boom! Burns just hit him with one, but didn't have any effect. He's wide open. Wide open for a counter right. Why is my screen?
Yeah, see, that's what like I said, there's a lot of questions around his game, but
he rocked him. I told you it was there. Khamzat just eats it and smiles, though. I mean, he just got blasted and he just smiled at him. That's a different level human.
Well,
but he is wide open for the counter right, and he just got hit with a left. He's open,
yeah, when
Jeff.
You smile, means you
his
hurt.
defense
When you
is
smile,
not impregnable.
It means you're hurt.
Right. He's coming in throwing bombs, and Gilbert covering up nice. I mean, this is an experienced fighter, Gilbert Burns. This is a guy who's seen it all at the highest of levels, man. He's got to be careful not to gas Burns. But, man, like, he's coming in throwing 1-2s, working the body. Gilbert looking a little comfortable here. I think Gilbert really liking his chances on the feet, Jeff, right now. And this is going to be the first hit on my parlay is Chimaev hitting the ground. Watch. Knockout, first round. He's going to get him with that counter. I see it coming.
Yeah, Khamzat's going to probably need to get this fight to the ground. Because on the ground, he was kind of having his way. And what's weird is that, Khamzat actually told the referee to stand Gilbert up right there, and then gets rocked.
This is definitely Khamzat knows he's not fighting two journeymen who aren't even in the UFC anymore. He knows he's not in a fight with either of those guys, or Mearshart, or the Leech. No disrespect to them. They're both great fighters, but they are not Gilbert Burns, and they are not top 5. And we're seeing that right now. This is Burns' round so far because there's no takedown for Chimaev.
Remember, Burns needs to keep landing. Burns needs to throw that leg kick a lot because that'll slow down.
Burns just got hurt bad.
Takedown.
Chimaev all over him. This is not good. Burns fighting like an animal off his back. He got rocked to the body. He's got 40 seconds to keep Chimaev off him and survive. Gets an up kick. Now Chimaev wants him up. He's saying get up, but he's not letting him up. So is Beltran going to stand him up again? That's the question. Yep, he's going to. I love when Beltran refs. Gilbert Burns got crushed to the body and really badly hurt. Fell backward. And if he makes it through round 1, which he looks like he's going to, I mean, I like the way Beltran stands people up. Doesn't let him, and Burns bleeding too. I'm confused. But Burns really clearly was winning that round, and then he got hit really hard to the body. And Khamzat working some leg kicks too. What a round. This is going to be a hell of a fight, Jeff. We're at the end of round 1. Wow. And Burns is bloody. What happened to Burns? He got hit. Was it a headbutt? What did he get hit by? Wow, this is amazing. 702-799-9984. The clock is not running. There we go. Well, let's go. So it's in the middle of his forehead. Oh, there's a rash. It might. The skin came off. It might have hit the fence. It looked like it got picked off. Wow, 702-799-9984. I can't get onto YouTube right now for some reason. Let's see. A straight right hand by Chimaev.
Now, I'll say this, heading into the second and third round, Burns is throwing a lot of power shots, and he's a muscular guy. And so I don't know, man, you know, if his cardio is going to hold up late in this fight, because he's definitely unloading power shots.
Yeah, and the shot that knocked him down was a straight right to the face by Chimaev.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was a body shot because I saw his leg there too, but nope. And the round started. Here we go. 4:55.
Yeah, he was lucky to get out of that first round, man. I mean, he was hurt bad, and he took a lot of damage right after that.
Yep, and the leg kicks by Chimaev are smart to kick that lead leg of Burns now and use the height, the 4 inches and the 5-inch height and the 4-inch
Slow him
reach.
down.
I think leg reach.
Yeah.
Leg reach should be a stat. Gilbert just went in for the takedown, almost got it. Chimaev so quick got away. Where are you, Jeff? I'm at 4:30.
No, I'm in between rounds still. But
oh boy.
But I agree that the leg length should be a stat. I think Joe Rogan said that a few times too, but I agree. I think that leg length should be a stat.
Chimaev and Burns both looking pretty confident on the feet. Chimaev changing stances a lot. He's southpaw right now. Got the jab through the right. Oh, and Burns rocked him with a counter. I'm telling you, the counter right is there all night for Gilbert Burns with power. Knockout shot. Burns with a liver kick. I'm telling you, this is, man. Chimaev has my respect.
You're wishing.
He's hanging in there with him. I mean, Chimaev has my respect for that. But man, outside of that right he landed to knock him down, this is Gilbert's fight. But Chimaev proving that he does belong in the octagon with him so far. I mean, it's a good matchup. Everyone in the UFC, Dana and Hunter and all these guys are big Chimaev fans right now. I mean, obviously, the more he wins, the more that hype train rolls on. You know, doesn't become a midnight train to nowhere. Well, it'll be Georgia, but nowhere. Burns wants the single. Burns working a single. Is he? Nope. Wow, Chimaev is strong, dude. That's for sure. He's a middleweight, too. I mean, he won 2 fights in 10 days at 2 weights. And the second one, he cut to welterweight from middleweight the week before. So he cut to make middleweight. The second week was welterweight. I mean, that's almost superhuman. And he dropped him with the left. Uh-oh, Burns. I'm telling you, Gilbert Burns. I told you. Come on. Oh, I thought he had him finished there. Wow, Hamzat is tough as a son of a gun. He is wobbled, man. He's a drunk truck driver right now, Jeff. He is a drunk trunk driver coming out of Hooters at 2 a.m. And Gilbert's not, I mean, he might have punched himself out here. Gilbert's going for the finish with everything he has. Holy cow. What a shot. What a shot by Burns. I can't believe Chimaev is still standing, Jeff. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe he is tough, and he's still kicking that leg of Burns, but Burns blitzed him and hit him hard a whole bunch of times. Wow. That was incredible. Oh, 2 minutes left, and Burns still, he had to dial it back a little bit because he was punching himself out. If you've ever trained and you know what it's like when you can't punch anymore and your arms won't move, you don't want to do that. But man, he's got him hurt. Oh, another right. I told you the counter right all night's been open. He's hit him with about 8 of them, Jeff. And now Burns going for the takedown. Can't get it. Oh, now he's on bottom. Maybe, he rushed for a takedown from too far away. And good hammer fist from Burns, and the up kick to the gut blasted him. Whoa. Chimaev is not human. He's definitely made of steel and something besides flesh. Number 2 in the world now, dude. The hype train is done. What a fight. Huge round for Burns. 40 plus significant strikes, Jeff. And Chimaev looks okay. What a round. And we still have a minute left in this round. I don't know where Jeff went. I think he lost his connection. That's okay. We'll bring him back when he gets here. But guys, watching this fight all over the world right now, if you're Brazilian, give me a hell yeah. Your guy's winning, right? But Chimaev, man, those rights are dangerous. He hits Gilbert once and he's going out. Ooh. War is on. It's only round 2. Mm. Always so dangerous. He's changing stances, orthodox, southpaw. So long, he's got the big reach advantage. But Burns with the counter right, it's been there all night. Chimaev throws with such power, he leaves himself open. And when you're fighting the best guys in the world, you don't get away with that. You get away with it against almost everyone, but not the best of the best. Burns is bleeding. He's tired. He's sweating, but that was a huge round for him. Just don't get finished in the last 10 seconds. They're throwing. Oh, and he knocks down Chimaev with a big right hand. Oh, is that a takedown? That is a takedown, but that's Gilbert's round. Jeff, you're back. Oh, my God, what a round. What a round. And they have to be separated by the officials. Chimaev trying to throw a shot at him after the bell. Whoa. Jeff, are you still watching this round, or are you?
Yeah, I'm still watching this round.
You're still
It's
watching
closer
this round.
than Jim. Jim's got money on this fight. But Burns definitely
Three-fighter
had a
parlay.
much better round than he. I mean, he was having a good first round until he got dropped. So that's Chimaev's won round one. Round two.
Ooh, the counter rights from Burns and the shots from Chimaev.
I give Burns.
I mean, it's obvious they're not boxers when you watch them, because I cover boxing too, and that's why MMA fighters always lose to boxers. But this is just the right hand from Burns, just wow, blood flying, spit flying, boogers flying. It's Russia and Brazil, and I mean you can say he's from Sweden, but he's not from Sweden. He's from Sweden like I am. He just lives there, and look at Hamzat. Hamzat's got a bloody mouth, Jeff. Everybody's bleeding. They can't wait. They're meeting in the center of the octagon. There's no waiting for these two guys. I think Hamzat really proven that he belongs, though. I'll give him that. But to be that big of a favorite was absurd against it. That's why I had to bet Burns. I mean, if it was close, I probably wouldn't have touched it. But Burns had even closing plus 400 for a guy that good. Number 2 in the world, 4-time jiu-jitsu world champ. But Hamzat could still come back here, and I mean, he looks fresh. His head movement's good. His one thing he does is when he throws the right hand, he leaves himself there way too long for the counter, and that's what Burns has done with the right and the left, hit him. But that's the thing on the feet with Hamzat. Hamzat's a flop, dirty fighter. What's that dog shot attempt after the bell? Yeah.
Well, hold on. Hold on. He took Burns down, and then the bell rang, and Burns kicked him in the chest to kick him off of him, and Chimaev hit him with a hammer fist. That was Burns fucking throwing a cheap shot, and Hamzat retaliating.
Oh, I think Burns might be in trouble here, Jeff. He's wobbled a little bit, and his left eye's bleeding. He's going to go for a takedown, a telltale sign that you don't want any more on the feet.
Well, see, this is what I was saying about
Burns has to get this single leg right now. He needs it. Hamzat's so strong. Wow.
About Burns throwing those huge, heavy shots as we get here into the fight. Oh, that right hand that he landed at the end of that round, though, I don't
think Burns is going to make it, Jeff. Burns is looking a little punch drunk. Burns looks punch drunk. I think he's done. I think he's exhausted and he's done. Yeah, he's done. He's done. He's done, Jeff. Hamzat's just killing him right now, unloading. Wow. Now,
see, this is what I wanted, though, Jim, when we talked about it before. I wanted this to go into the third round. Like, he's never seen the third round in his career, so we got to see that. I'll tell you what, he's got a hell of a chin, and that's something we didn't know before.
And they're both exhausted.
Yeah.
They're both exhausted, man. And I mean, it's just Burns is punch drunk. Chimaev's tired. Their noses are bleeding, which makes it impossible to breathe. It's just this sport, man. Combat sports in general, just wow. And you knew this fight was going to be great, right? And look at Burns bleeding from every. Oh man, this is awesome. What are you guys thinking in the chat? We got some big numbers in there. Nobody's working the body. They're literally just trying to take each other's heads.
And there's still the phone number. There's still the phone number if you guys want to call in. Just because the fights are going on doesn't mean you can't call in and comment on the last round's action or make a prediction on the co-main and main.
I just realized I'm bummed. This is only a 3-round fight, and we're under 2 minutes in round 3. I was thinking it's 5. It should be a 5-minute. Only Nate Diaz and Nick Diaz get 5s on a Coco main. But man, this is I mean, anybody's fight if it goes to the cards as of right now. This is such a stacked card. Can't wait to watch Korean Zombie get after it. Reminds me of a Korean Nate Diaz minus the pot and the shit talk. What else does Nate Diaz do besides smoke pot and talk shit? That's what. Well, I mean, just fight style, like lanky. And my guys at Fight Ready tell me the Zombie is going to win by knockout tonight. That's what I'm told. And it wasn't Henry, because Henry's telling everybody that. But
he might, man. Those are tough. Those are tough, you know, because Zombie does get wide on his punches, but he's got length. You know, if he can use his length, he can be real successful. But he sometimes gets wide with his punches, and that could not play in your favor against Volkanovski.
Yeah, and I'm happy he got a title shot. I don't want to see either one of these guys get
Burns
finished now.
has
Big
a hell
right
of a
by
chin,
Burns.
man. Burns is eating some big shots in this round.
Hamzat telling him, come on, hit me again. Blood everywhere. Hit me again. Hit me again. Look at these two. They're both bleeding all over. I mean, this is exactly the fight I thought it would be, honestly speaking. This is, wow. Wow. Blood everywhere. 20 seconds left. I mean, a late takedown here could win the fight. I don't think either one of these guys is going for a takedown now. This is punch-drunk Rocky, except Burns is Brazilian, not American. Look at this. Back and forth, 10 seconds left. Oh, Hamzat knocks him down with a flying knee. Oh, this dude's another level. 3, 2, he's going for a late takedown. Not going to get, what a fight.
Yeah,
what
I think that was Hamzat's decision there.
What a fight. I'm sitting here at the Fight Vibe World Headquarters in Las Vegas, and guys are running in from the Fight Vibe. Look at Hamzat and Gilbert. Hamzat just wants to go head-to-head and hug him. He wants to fight. I mean, he just loves fighting. All right, Jeff Cain. Hamzat Chimaev has my respect. He's as good as anybody in this division, maybe not named Kamaru. Who won the fight?
Yeah, and I mean, I agree. And his length is going to pose problems against, say, a Kobe and maybe even Kamaru. Look, the guy's got a hell of a chin. You know, that's for sure. He's got incredible takedown defense and great grappling and wrestling.
No, and I think Burns won. I think Burns won. I'm going to go 29-28 Gilbert. And if I lose my $100, I'll lose that $100 to see a fight like this.
Yeah. I think Hamzat won rounds 1 and 3.
Oh, I don't. Like,
he knocked him down in round 1. That's a given, pretty much.
The strikes were in Hamzat's favor in round 1, but Gilbert hit him with some big shots in round 3. I don't know. It's anybody's fight. I mean, to score it objectively, I
can't watch it close enough to, but it just looks like Hamzat was flurrying on him at several points in that round.
Burns landed more total strikes and more significant strikes. Of course, you have to break it down by rounds. 2 takedowns for Hamzat, 2 out of 3. Burns 0 for 5. What a fight. I mean, just what if you missed this fight? And I can't see you in the chat right now. 702-799-9984, and your winner by split decision, Gilbert Durinho Burns. What do we think, Jeff? Buffer's got the cards. He's got the mic.
Oh, I think it's unanimous for Hamzat, but we'll see.
Here we go. We go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges. 29-28.
Hamzat.
No. Nope. No. Nope. I'm gonna have to watch this one again. But Hamzat wins 29-28. Unanimous. That was an incredible fight. I don't know that I'm more. I have money on it, so I have to. You know, you're gonna be a little more upset when you have money on it. But I mean, props to Hamzat Chimaev. He proves that he belongs, Jeff. The hype train is real. He almost got finished a couple times. He has a chin of granite. He keeps on coming when he's hurt. He gets knocked down and gets back up. When his takedowns aren't working, he finds other ways. I mean, he's the real deal. He went the distance. He went 3 rounds, and he got the job done. I don't know.
Some
Dang,
big
now I have to hope
shots landed in that fight.
I have
Big
to hope
old
the other
shots.
2 guys lose, you know? Dana
Yep.
White giving Gilbert Burns props. I'll tell you what, man. I don't think Gilbert Burns lost that fight. I'm not going to say that I think Chimaev lost that fight either. I just think that there isn't a loser. Someone has to. But I think from what I saw, I would have given it to Burns. But I don't know.
Score that
I can't
for
argue.
Khamzat rounds 1 and 3, and then he lost round 2.
You guys call in 702-799-9984 and let's see what the fans
Yeah,
think.
well, do you agree with that decision or do you disagree with that
Do
decision?
you agree or disagree? Yeah,
And do you think that Khamzat is legit now, or do you still believe he has more to show, more to prove?
I don't think the Colby fight, Khamzat and Colby would be such a different fight than Burns and Khamzat. Like to even think we've seen anything that would give us an idea with the way Colby fights. I mean, I'm not impressed by Khamzat the way that people thought he would just run over him. He's not the dominant guy who's never going to lose. He's not the dominant guy who can just beat everyone by showing up. He's not Mike Tyson. He's not Ronda Rousey. He doesn't have that. I think Burns, I mean, it's a big test for him, but he's not going to come in and just beat people with the mystique. I mean, he's not gonna, you know?
I mean, we'll see. I mean, like I said, it's the first time he's ever been to a decision. I mean, it's still early. You know, he just started fighting in 2018, so I don't know if he's, if he's peaked at all yet. You know, the next time we see him, he might be a different Khamzat. But yeah, I agree. I was impressed that he was able to jump up that high in the rankings and defeat the number 2 guy. But I wasn't like, holy shit, Kamaru's going to lose to this guy.
Right. No.
I think it'd be a good fight. You know, I think I'll say that. I think it'd be a good fight. I think a fight with Colby would be a good fight. But I'm not one of those people who think that Khamzat's the second coming or anything, you know?
Man.
That's a good fight, though. I think that Burns was not intimidated. I think Khamzat was not intimidated. And we saw him get dropped in the second round. And he go for the takedown and get the takedown and the round ended. We learned a hell of a lot about both of those guys tonight, particularly Khamzat.
August sent $10 for, is that for Jim's Island? Are you going to an island?
Here's another
Jim?
10 for your eye. He sent me $20 tonight, Scott. August, honey, thank you, August. He sent me $20.
What you're trying to like steal $10 from Jeff? Oh my God.
From Jeff, I asked for it. Jeff didn't ask for it. My grandmother taught me to ask for what I want.
Well, you better go get on your island.
I better go get on my island. Which island am I going to get for $20?
I do not know.
Colby will dominate this man, GTFOH. He's very strong. Khamzat's very strong.
Yeah, and I don't.
Weidman thinking, thank God I don't have to fight that dude. Hey, Governor DeSantis, rip your shirt off and flex. Do it. Do it. Come on. And then rip off your shirt and it says DeSantis 2024. There's Dillashaw sitting front row. See who's he's going to face next, the winner of this fight.
Yeah, that's definitely. Let's hope he doesn't fucking run. But you hope what you want to hope. I'll hope what I want to hope.
Yeah. What about that card next month in Phoenix, man, on the 7th? Between this one and that one, I think I know what the UFC's doing. They're stacking up the pay-per-views now, Jeff, because they want ESPN they have to have a trade-off with ESPN. They have all these fight nights with like one fight, the main event, like boxing, and even then, most of those times they're not a huge event. And then they stack the pay-per-views. and get a lot of people on there who people will want to buy. You know?
I mean, they've
So-
always stacked the pay-per-views up. But yeah, I mean, 2 title fights, man. That's a stacked card no matter what.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Nothing. There's Aljo and Jan. They're about to fight.
I accidentally put somebody's troll
Yeah,
up on
somebody's-
the screen.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Hey, at least it said
call.
they're 18 plus older. At least
Thank God for
at least
that,
they got
'cause,
the
you know,
age right.
Yeah,
What
they're not in
should they be
Thailand.
calling them boys and girls?
Man, what
men and
what
women,
Aljo
right?
did to what Aljo did to Sandhagen was just Scott. You and I were there for that at the Apex. That was on the I think that was on Amanda Nunes fight card in June of 2020 at the Apex, and it was the co-main, and Aljo choked out Sandhagen in a little over a minute, and I think that was the night also that Cody they all blend together. Cody Garbrandt had a big finish that night, and so did Sean O'Malley.
Boy, that was a long time ago. Cody
It was
Garbrandt finished
2020,
somebody.
June of
That was-
2020, man. Back when Jacksonville was a month previous had been the first site of a sporting event with the UFC post-COVID. Why in the world is this not loading?
They don't get credit for me
Come
for that,
on.
though.
Everybody in Nevada is using
He's
their
using
internet
what?
right now. Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Using Cox internet. Here we go.
There was a weird pause. I was like, what the fuck are they using, Jim? What are they using?
Oh, I mean, we
Everybody
know what
in
they're
Las
using.
Vegas is using. Uh-oh.
Here comes the corny side. It's playtime. Do we have a phone call?
We do have a phone call. 2 big fights
Who
coming
is it?
up. It's good to have a phone call.
It's good to have phone calls. By the way, Sterling had more strikes landed, more body shots. Jan was 7 for 7 on takedowns in that first fight. But it was June of 2020, Nunes versus Spencer. I was there. There were only 10 of us there. We got quarantined at a hotel, treated like we had the Ebola virus, boarded with masks on. I remember all this like it was yesterday. It was June 2020. Yes, it was. Cody decked a Sun Sao. O'Malley crushed Eddie Wineland. 2 huge knockouts on that card, and it was Aljo's 1 minute and 28 second submission of Corey Sandhagen. All those were on the undercard for Amanda Nunes and Felicia Spencer, which was a dominating performance by Amanda. But I remember that night because Aljo's submission was the most impressive thing I saw, and Garbrandt and O'Malley, August with 5 more for Jeff's Island since his mom didn't teach him how to ask. There you go, August. We got to take care of the needy who don't look out for themselves.
I do not panhandle for money. He can keep his money.
We got to do the Democrat way and give him something if he's not going to ask for it and do it himself. We got to give it to him.
Yeah, we need to
Here's
teach
another stimulus.
Jeff to.
How about y'all can have it? I don't panhandle for money. I'm not going to sit out there with glasses on and a cup saying, put money in my cup.
I will, man. $1, give me $1. I'll say whatever you want.
Give me
I'll starve to
25
death.
cents.
I'll starve to death before I do that.
Oh my God, it's funny, but I wonder if the gas prices is their way of just getting back all our stimulus money. It's like it's a divas that Biden was like, I know how we can get it back. Oh,
Biden's not an oil executive. Oil companies
there's-
set gas prices. Oil companies.
There
set
it is
gas
again,
prices.
Jeff. That choke of sand. I mean, there's something about choking a guy out when and nobody's even sweating yet. You know, you can get that grip and you're just a mile deep with that choke and you know the guy's not, and Sandhagen's as good as you're ever going to find in the world. Aljo was winning that first fight. Everyone talks about him like he's a joke. I've talked about him like he's a joke. I don't think he's a real champion. Burns got robbed. I agree. I don't know about robbed. I wouldn't say robbed. Was it a decision that I thought should have gone to Gilbert Burns? Yes. Robbed? No.
Nope.
Robbed is Roy
All
Jones Jr.
3
in the
judges.
Olympics. Let's not get, we always get carried away. Robbed is Roy Jones in the Olympics. That's robbed. Robbed is CB Dalloway against Tim Boesch in Houston. That's robbed. Here we go, Jeff. Who you got in this fight, man? My parlay
Peter
is dead.
Yan.
But
I got
Good
Jan
Jan.
in this fight.
If all my picks lose, do I get Mr. Congeniality?
Yeah.
Can I at
you
least get something? Here's a consolation prize.
You get something.
I get to do a show with you on MMA Weekly. There's Jan. This dude, I hope he comes out of the blue corner for the rest of his life. I don't like him. This just in. I love him as a fighter. I feel like he's just not a nice person. I feel like he's the guy that would just go around looking for fights in the bar and want to fight you for no reason and just pick on people.
He's not Conor
humiliate
McGregor,
people for
man.
no
He's
reason.
Peter Yan.
I know. He's not slapping 70-year-olds at a bar who don't order a proper 12. I'll give him that.
No, he's not slapping phones out of people's hands or throwing dollies at buses and trying to bully people and all that either. So
I thought
don't know.
Aljo was a little
I agree with
corny.
what you're saying. I mean, he looks like a no bullshit kind of guy. Both him and Volkanovski look like, not ones you really want to mess around with. It's like they're serious people.
No, and his corner, his corner couldn't get in the country, right, because of the war. And he's got, he joked around that Cejudo and O'Malley should do it. And, of course, that wasn't going to happen. But, I mean, if you look at his corner right now, he's got a pretty damn good corner. So I wouldn't worry too much about Jan.
Who's he got? I don't even know who he has in his corner.
Take a look. I'm going to let you be surprised. Man. He's so good at making adjustments in fight, he and his team. But I think Aljo might be the only one better. Aljo's a legit master student. Remember Aljo last time, too, didn't have Matt Serra in his corner? And Serra said something publicly about it. I wonder if that was a mistake by Aljamain Sterling and if he'll be there tonight. Part of that Law MMA, Ray Longo's place. Used to be Longo Serra. I think everyone has a fallout. Why does everyone have a fallout? Most knockdowns in bantamweight history.
Egos get involved,
Always egos.
One fighter gets treated a little better than another fighter because of relationships, and then next thing you know, man, half the team is leaving.
How about Crypto.com tonight? 3 fighters getting bonuses on pay-per-views only. A new sponsorship. I don't know if you saw this. You're the editor of MMA, you see everything. But
you're getting paid in
30,000, 20,000, 10,000. The fans are voting all night. Yeah, Crypto.com. You can vote all night to give another UFC fighter a little bit of money. I wonder if Jake Paul were really smart, he'd be like having his own call-in number to donate, raise more, and donate it to the fighters. Come on, Jake, you're slipping. Look at Our World is Black. Pearl Jam's playing in Vegas soon. I like living here. Turn my world to black. There it is. We see. All right, there's Aljo. He's ripped as always. I mean, look, he's 135er. Of course he's ripped. There's never been a 135er.
If you're soft 135er, you're a flyweight. Yeah. I haven't seen a soft 135 pounder. Although it'd be funny.
I mean,
right?
Can you imagine?
Some pudgy. Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
He's borderline Ethiopian at the weigh-ins. But Aljo, I mean, look, he's confident. He's bobbing his head. He's dancing. If you saw the embedded shows and the countdowns, he's looking. By the way, shout out to my girl Anna Rea with the UFC. Great editing.
This is redemption for him, man. It's about friggin' redemption.
Redemption on a fight he won and a belt he won and a fight he was winning. Yep. I don't know, though. He outstruck him, but he got taken down 7 times. He wasn't – at the time, it would have been – you go by rounds. Unless the 4th had been scored a 10-8 round, and it could have been. It would have been even after 4. And Aljo was up after 3. After 3. It wasn't just one good round. It wasn't just the shot that he hit him with early. He was
they're 5
so
rounds.
gassed,
so
tired, Jeff.
We'll see.
Uncharacteristically exhausting himself in round 1. Aljamain Sterling with the adrenaline dump. He thought he had him finished. He waited so long for that title shot. The emotion got the best of him. He's bobbing his head. He's laughing. He's in the mood. I don't know if this is on purpose to try to not be nervous or look nervous, but I mean, look, Aljo's been everywhere, man. Like, when is Aljamain Sterling? I mean, like, what's going to phase this dude, honestly speaking? What's going to phase Aljo?
I mean, it's interesting. Like I said, I think that Aljo's been playing mind games and trying to piss off Peter Yan to try to get him to be overly aggressive. That goes on with everybody, right? That's what Conor McGregor, that's what he does. That's what a lot of fighters do that. So it's hard for me to get a read. I don't feel like he's lacking any confidence. We're gonna find out whenever this thing starts right here, and they touch
And
gloves,
Aljo
or
was
if they.
saying all week to Piotr Jan, like Aljo was saying all week, Jeff, that I'm not the same guy. You're not going to see the same
Yeah.
guy this time. I want to
Yeah.
see what that means. With the adjustments
Yeah,
they make. I want to say, look at Ray Longo. Ray Longo always looks like the guy who's like, I'm from New England and he's from New York. So we're neighbors, right? He always looks like the older uncle or the younger grandfather who's sitting in the recliner with the paper and his reading glasses, who doesn't want the kids to bother him and keeps telling us to leave him alone all night. That's what I see when I see Ray Longo.
He reminds me of the guy
telling the kids to go away.
Yeah. Yeah. He reminds me of the guy that you call is like, hey, I got a body I want to get rid of. And he's like, no problem.
Yeah, right.
I don't, you know,
5'6", it's a done deal.
Yeah. Be right over.
For you
yeah,
young
he's
guys,
got a good camp, man. I mean, this is a good
what
fight.
do you call
I'm
it?
glad
That's a
that they're
bag.
finally getting to run this
Stick
back.
is a bag.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm having a hard time hearing you, Jeff. I'm not the one thing Aljo has, 71, he's got a 4-inch reach advantage. Jan is 16-2. One of them was the fight to Aljo. Aljo is 20-3, man. I mean, this dude is legit. One of the best, man. I mean, here we go. I mean, this is the best thing. It seems like with the COVID, with Aljo and his injury issues, it just seems like this fight has been so long in the making. It's 13 months since they wanted to run it back right away. It's been 13 months. They did the interim belt in between. Man. Sal D'Amato, Chris Lee, and Alicia Rodriguez.
It does feel like it's been a long time since the first fight. And it has been. I mean, it has been.
Yeah. I'm having trouble pulling up the YouTube. I want to get some comments going, but Aljamain Sterling, I mean, he's just one of those OG. I've always liked him. Years I've interviewed him, and got to know him, talk to him. Jan, I mean, there's a language barrier, and the things he says come across differently. Like I said, I'm friends with a lot of fighters who are from different countries, and I mean, sometimes you're like, that guy's funny, and it's the accent more than anything. I think Jan might be a little misunderstood because of his accent, but again, I think this guy's just a fighter. He's like Khabib. Khabib is more than that now, or Chimaev, or Islam. Like, you go anywhere in the world, in the most dangerous places in the world, and you get stuck in a place where that you should never be in your life because the most dangerous people are there, like the Star Wars part with Boba Fett and Jabba the Hutt. There's Piotr Jan standing there in the corner, like, don't bet every ball. I mean, he is.
Hey, guys.
And he's just a fighter. He's a gladiator. He's like Khabib. Khabib would have ripped Connor's head off. He's a gladiator. A 15th century battlefield gladiator. I see Piotr Jan in that light. I see Aljo as a 21st century slick, technically sound. You're not going to beat him mentally, type of dude, and physically just slick and on his game. Man, one bettor dropped 9.9K on Aljamain. The payoff is 41,500. If I had 10 grand to throw down on Sterling right now, Jeff, I would throw it down right now.
Whew.
10K.
I don't
do it in the chat.
Bet,
Someone in the chat, do it for me if you can afford it. Bet 10 grand and give me 20% in a super chat after this fight. Please do it now. Trust me. This will be my fee for convincing you to make the bet. 20% VIG right now. Gambling's legal. I can beg for money on the air. 20% VIG, Jeff. This is my new income. Super chats for gambling advice. That may or may not be solid.
Gamble.
Because Burns won. I don't care what anybody says. Burns won. All right, here they come. I mean, you knew these two guys would be very, cerebral in their approach in the beginning of this fight, and they are. Aljo, I love when Anik says, wearing the black and gold, befitting a champion. Jan wearing the red, that is not befitting of a champion. Should be yellow. A coward with a kneeing of a downed opponent. You should wear yellow trunks for that. Just kidding, Jan fans. Because he had no idea he was in a prone position when he stared at him for 5 minutes before he threw the knee. Oh, Aljo
Jan
right
should
away.
have kept saying that I thought he was tougher.
Jan almost hit him on the way up from that takedown.
they didn't spin that well. If that's what I'd have said afterwards, been like, yeah, I need him in the head. I thought he was tougher. Sorry.
I think we got a caller, 702-799-9984. Who do we
Okay,
have?
we got Jack, another one from Texas. He had a question to ask you.
Jack in Texas. What's up, Jack? What's your question, and who's it for?
This is for the Korean Zombie. What do you guys think about him?
I think he is amazing. Great fighter. Big underdog tonight. But
Legend.
he only had 7 weeks in camp at Fight Ready. I mean, let's not forget, he had 2 years mandatory military service, and he's missed some of his career. But training at Fight Ready, they've got it down to such a science right now. They've got every minute. You saw him in the embedded saying he can't train anywhere else because they have it down. If you're a fighter and you don't go to Fight Ready for your camp, you're insane. And every other camp's going to catch on because they're showing you how to do it. I think it's a big difference for Zombie. The guys at Fight Ready tell me if he had been there for 13 weeks, they'd say for sure Zombie by knockout. But they're telling me the biggest difference in Zombie right now, what you're seeing is confidence in his grappling and his ground game that he didn't really have as much of before when he would stand and trade all night and have wars on the feet. He's more than comfortable going for takedowns. He's more than comfortable controlling fighters on the ground. We saw it against Ige. So that's the big difference in the Zombie from my standpoint, Jeff. What about you?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the Zombie's a legend. I mean, he's a legend. You know, he's a very durable fighter, very dangerous fighter. I feel like this is a tough matchup for him. I feel like stylistically this is a tough matchup for, but it's the chance. It's a tough matchup for everybody. I wouldn't be shocked if the Korean Zombie won tonight, but I feel like he's going to lose because he throws a little wider than Volkanovski, and Volkanovski's going to throw straight punches down the middle. But we will see.
Hey, Jack, what do
Go
you
to
think
Jan.
about the Korean Zombie? What do you think, Jack?
I mean, I think he's a legend, and just like he's good. I like him, and that's all I gotta say.
All right. Thank you, Jack, for the call. We appreciate it, buddy. 702-799-9984. Keep those calls coming. Keep the super chats coming. Keep the chat room coming. Keep those left hands coming, Piotr Jan, that Aljo's getting out of the way of barely. Oh, throwing a lot of them. You know, Jan hasn't really been hit yet or touched like he has been in most of his fights. It's almost like he doesn't know he's in a fight till he gets rocked. But Aljo's moving around Jan has established control of the octagon, which is, you know, obviously something. But other than that, we really haven't seen. They're throwing a lot, Jeff, but I mean, it's kind of like, you know, the airport in bad weather, man. Everything's in a holding pattern. Nothing's landing just yet.
Yeah, they're just getting their timing down and stuff right now.
For 4 minutes? Come on, you're in a fight. Good Lord, Burns had 14 cuts on his face already.
You guys need to let me know where we're at in time and on the rounds.
50 seconds, Scott.
On round one?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
45, 44, 43, at least on mine.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean, I've talked about
nice
this before.
elbow by Aljo.
I think the really good veteran fighters, Peter Yan, you see Izzy do this, Anderson Silva used to do it, is that they don't rush into a fight. You know, they sit and wait, and I got 5 rounds to get this done. So I feel like they're just it is a filling out, but they are throwing some shots in this first round. They're just missing.
Yeah, and Aljo's really moving around the octagon, which you might expect to see him do, and Jan kind of following him, stalking him, not wanting to get tired out. Inside of 10 seconds remaining in a round that most of us would sooner forget than remember. Aljo with a big right hand on the way out of the clinch. Round 1 in the books. I mean, look, there's a lot of action. One thing I'll say about these two guys, I mean, neither one, you know, there's like Aljo was more aggressive, went for some more, but they're both incredible fighters and incredible athletes. You can see that. They're elite of the elite. These two guys in Dillashaw, I mean, to me, you know, and Sandhagen put himself back in there, but I think these two guys are the best with TJ. What TJ did on one leg against Sandhagen was incredible. I just don't know right now. I mean, I see incredible talent, technique. Bottom line is both these guys are top of the tops in the world. I mean, they're both incredible. If you're asking me if I could see anything in round number 1 that would give me any more of an idea of who I think is going to win this fight than I had before round 1, I don't have an answer yet, Jeff.
No, if we're going to compare that to their first fight, Jan had a much better round one this time. I felt like he probably won it just by forward pressure because not a hell of a lot landed, for either one of them. But it seemed like he controlled the octagon more, so I'm going to give that round to Jan. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see anything in there to make me go, wow, this guy's going to beat
12-8. 12-8 strikes for Aljo, and all significant. They both threw leg kicks at the same time. Jan with the right, Aljo with the left, and the legs met in the middle.
Let me know when the round 2 starts.
Oh, it's at 4:40, Scott. Sorry.
Put that up there at 4:30 and just hit start.
Yeah. Nice
I had a
kick by
hiccup. I had to
Piotr Jan.
close some windows.
Midsection.
Like 500 windows opened up.
I mean, Aljo people just talked so much crap about him because of the way he won the belt. Not even knowing his history, not even knowing that the guy is literally right now on a 6-fight win streak. Stammen's in there, Rivera's in there, Munoz in there, Sandhagen's in there, and Jan's in there. I mean, who else do you want the guy to beat? He lost to Marlon Moraes, who's now a non-factor in the division. He lost to his son Sal, Ryan Caraway. Oh, Aljo got his takedown. Aljo got his takedown at 350. He's got him not only taken down, he's got his back, and he's got him, all the way up against the cage. This is really bad for Piotr Jan.
Use the cage to stand. Does he have in hooks?
No, Aljo's against the cage, and he has his back, and he has the body triangle, and Jan has him in underhooks, which is the only thing stopping him from getting choked out. So Jan, this is awesome because we're going to see what Jan's all about here. This is where you least want to be against Aljamain Sterling.
Yeah, there was a scramble. Sterling was able to get top position, and he actually had Jan mounted for just a second, and then Jan rolled.
That
Sterling
was a takedown.
Took his back.
What?
Yeah,
I think it was a takedown. I don't know if they scored it one.
No, it was a takedown. I'm just saying that there was like a scramble. He had his foot, and Jan, he was trying to balance, and Jan tried to pull his leg out, and it kind of ensued into a little scramble. It was definitely a takedown.
Sterling flattened him out. Sterling's flat on his back. Jan's on top of him. He's got the body triangle completely locked in across the front of him, Jeff. I don't know how far you still are. Yep. Go ahead.
Jan's doing what he's supposed to do. It's 2-on-1. He's controlling the hands. You can't choke me out with one of your arms. And so he's controlling one arm. He's doing good right now. We'll see if he's able to continue to do this.
Is he going to get submitted here? I mean, this is where you find out what you're made of as a man, as a champion.
Well, he's doing what he's supposed to do. Yeah. I mean, he knows how to defend.
No, he does. But, I mean, who wants it more is what I'm saying. This is where you find out in situations like this. Aljamain Sterling is world-class in jiu-jitsu. Any little slip up here by Jan, and it's over. But
Jan, 2
minutes left.
Yeah, like Jan probably wants to reach down there and undo that body triangle, but he can't because he's making damn sure he keeps 2-on-1 on the arms. You can keep
as soon as he does
he's
that.
Basically, he's just going to give up this round. He's going to lose this.
You said that he's going to lose it. Yeah, he's going to give up his neck if he goes down to get those legs off him. But that triangle from Aljo, your legs are, and those shots that he's hitting him with are really bothering him. And now he's got it in. This is my lock of the night. If this one comes through, everyone was picking. Now he's posturing up on him. Everyone was picking the Russian fighter, Piotr Jan. And now Aljo is pounding him from top position. I mean, literally just wailing away and yanking him down by the neck. There's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this round, Jeff. I don't know if you're still behind me. He's wide open for elbows now, wide open for hammer punches. Aljo's got one arm pinned, and he's got the triangle. Call me a fake champ now. That's what I'd be saying. We'll see what he does here. He's got 50 seconds.
It's a long fight.
Aljo's very much aware of his cardio and not wanting to punch himself out or exhaust himself completely like he did in the last fight.
Well, I mean, it's just interesting to me because it looks like, Jan's giving him an arm. Like if he wanted to transition to an arm bar, but then that gives, if Jan gets out of it, Jan gains top position. So it's smart. I think that Jan was trying to bait him by giving him an arm right there. Go ahead, take it. and I'm going to get top position. But Sterling was too smart for that. He's no rookie.
No, and he's really outpointing him here. And in fact, Jan's arm was just straight across Sterling's chest. He probably could have got, but Sterling's not going to let go of the right arm of Jan because he's got the wrist control, and now he's hitting him with his left arm. So now he lets go of it because Jan left his neck open, but he's not going to get the choke in. The round comes to an end. A big round for Aljamain Sterling, but Jan too, because he survived it. 1, 2, he's not hurt, and 3, he's not gassed.
Yeah.
Aljo throwing his arms up in the air like what? You know, I mean, he's getting. I think Aljamain Sterling is starting to realize that he can take control of the fight. Now, Jan is great at the adjustments in fight too. I mean, I don't know. What are you seeing here, man? We've seen a lot of fights like this. Aljamain Sterling looks amazing.
Well,
he looks
I feel
focused.
like the first, I feel like the first round Jan won with octagon control. The second round, Jan got in a bad position, and instead of panicking and trying like hell to get out and giving up a choke, he stayed composed. He fought the choke. He gave up the round. Now we're going to see what they do, because that wasn't like a double leg takedown. You know what I mean? That was kind of a weird sequence. So I don't know.
Punched into it. Yeah. He punched into it, Jeff. He came forward like this, and as soon as the punch grazed the side of the cheek of Jan, Aljo changed levels and was down there on that single leg. I mean, as Jan was leaning back defending the punch, he was so quick to be in there on the single.
But Jan turned. Jan turned and tried to kick out of it, and he didn't get out of it.
His hip into it. Yep.
Yeah, and so while Sterling dominated that round, I think that Jan's also got to be pretty happy that that wasn't worse.
Look how confident Aljo looks now. The in-fight odds, Jan at plus 135, Sterling at 175. So the odds that were so ginormous earlier in the week that shrunk a lot leading up to this fight, we're at 430 of round number 3.
Yeah.
This is a 5-round fight, by the way. And the UFC has new graphics. I think it's pretty cool for the rounds. Aljo right back in on a single. Jan looked a little tired in between rounds. Good takedown defense there, though.
It was a good leg kick. I mean, this is about Aljo, in the first fight where things started to change, and started swaying over to Jan's direction. Now, this isn't the first fight. I know that.
In a big way.
It's going to be interesting to see if this gets different.
Well, Jan's going to want to box with him. Jan's going to want to Muay Thai against the fence. Oh, Jan's hurt. Sterling hit him with a left, or he was just covering up. Sterling is relentless with his takedown attempts.
Jan's
defense is.
Yeah, he's stuffed 3 takedowns so far this round.
Not this one. Sterling has his back again, and the triangle locked in again. This is a clinic by Aljo. And he's smiling from behind him, looking over at his corner, nodding his head and smiling. Aljo's thinking this is his fight. I mean, this is the second round in a row where he has Petr Yan's back on the ground, up near the cage, underneath him, with the body triangle locked across the front of him and him going nowhere. And it's the second round in a row he's got that for more than 3 minutes. So I don't see Jan getting out of this.
Jan's on that side. I mean, he's he's not now, but he rolled to that side to where the foot was to try to get to loosen that up. And
Aljo's
Jan's got to do the same
around his
right
head.
here.
Got it. He's working for that choke, the rear naked. Jan elbowing his leg, his quad, trying anything he can, not letting him have that neck. But remember, it's not just about the neck, Jeff. You can choke the blood supply away from someone too. It's not just the air. And Jan desperately trying to turn those hips and get out of there.
A rear naked choke is a blood choke. It is a blood choke.
It is a blood choke. Yep.
Yeah. So he. I mean, as long as he keeps him from getting his arm underneath of his neck, he's going to be okay. And he's turning into the choke. I mean, his
and there's no Mike Beltran to stand him up.
Yeah, his defense is solid right here, but he's losing.
Where are you on the clock? Where are you on the clock?
I have 2:21.
2 minutes. I'm at. Okay, so we're getting closer,
just
man.
20. Yeah, it's just 20 seconds.
After like 3 shows in a row of mastering the clock, I've screwed Scott over so many times tonight. Sorry, Scott. I'm trying, and he's still like Jan is just fighting. Beltran would have stood him up by now. but you got 140 left, and Jan is still trapped in the body triangle. Sterling is still, I mean, he's just controlling him. He's throwing elbows into the midsection. He's trying to wear him out. And this is
neither of these guys are doing damage. This is just control. He's just controlling Jan on the ground by taking his back, controlling his posture with the body triangle, and then
and this is exhausting. Exhausting.
And Jan, right now, Jan can't turn over into him because of that body triangle.
No, but for Piotr Jan, Jeff, this is exhausting. For Aljo, it's the leverage, it's the triangle. It's not as tiring. For Jan, it's exhausting right now.
The triangle can be tiring. I mean, I don't see how Jan. I mean, he's turned to the right side. He's just going to try to roll into him, but Sterling follows him, and now he's going to try to flatten him out. I mean,
he's going to have 7.5 minutes. Got to be real careful here
because he's on his. Okay, he rolled back over.
Ground control to Piotr Jan. This is 7.5 minutes of ground control at the end of the round for Aljo.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the round, it's still just 2 rounds to 1. And so it resets at the end of every round. But Sterling's doing what he needs to here. I mean, it might not be appealing. I think a lot of people are going to complain because of the way he's doing it, but this is how
the fans who didn't like the way he won before are not going to like this one either if he wins this way.
Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. But this is fighting, man. I mean, this is part of it. This is if you can't get me off your back, then I'm going to stay here on your back for 5 rounds and take the belt.
And you're going to slip at some point, and I'm going to get you in the choke, and it's going to be all done. Right?
No, I don't think. I think that he'll. I mean, I don't think he's going to make a mistake on the arm fighting and get choked out. Unless he gets hurt. There he goes. Oh, that was the end of the round. I was like, holy shit. He just spun out the back door but gave up his arm. But that was the end of the round.
I wonder what his corner's saying. That's not really his corner. I can't tell.
Yeah, I don't know. But this is definitely a situation where not having your real corner there could be huge because they're going to tell you what to do and what you're doing wrong and what adjustments to make, and he's with guys that he don't train with.
They don't know his style. They don't know what makes him tick at what point in time.
And they don't know.
I mean, they do,
but they don't know his mentality. I mean, they don't know what he needs to hear.
No, and he's got a 3-year visa, which is why he's there, and they're not. Oh, Aljo just got hit with a left going backwards toward the cage, and he's hurt up in a ball now. Aljo's hurt, and Jan's got his back. I think that
Jan's dangerous, man. I mean, that's for sure. Jan's dangerous, man. Let's see. Because, like I said, I'm 20 seconds behind you.
Yeah, those combos are getting through, but they're not really. Oh, that one might have hurt him a little bit. 424 I'm on. Oh, Aljo with a big shot. Nope, Jan stuffs it. Uh-oh, now Jan's working for the choke underneath. Aljo's tired.
And see, Jan just needs to stay calm. He's been on his back for 2 rounds, and he might try to do too much this round. All you got to do is win this round, and then we're back on the scorecards.
Don't knee him, Piotr.
Knee him again.
We've been there before. Aljo was on all 4s, and Jan didn't even think about a knee. What are we doing? We got the black screen. There's Dana. Sorry. Never wear white, Dana. Don't wear white. Not your thing, dude.
And see, Jan's being really smart right here. You've got, you're in the dominant position. Kick. There's no reason to do a hell of a lot.
Jan just missed with a knee that would have turned lights out there. 3.5 minutes left. Oh, big left from Jan.
49.
Aljo's leaving himself a lot more open in this round. He's still very active and busy, though. I mean, just exhausting for these two guys. This output. Now Aljo's got his back on the feet looking for another takedown. He's looking at, oh, man, he's got the triangle in again. This time, Jan
but see, he's standing down. And so he is using his legs a lot. I'm trying to look at
Aljo
the
was going for
time
the
here.
armbar.
6'3".
Armbar wasn't going to work. 245. Now it's a bad spot for Aljo with Jan. He's mounted him. Not completely. He doesn't have a full mount on him, though. Man, 2.5 minutes left in this round, round 4.
Okay, he's gonna shake him off, I think.
This would be Jan's round so far, but Aljo won 2 and 3.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying is Jan doesn't have to. I felt like he was kind of going for broke there for about a 30-second stretch, and he doesn't need to do that. All he has to do is win this round. You know,
It's
you
kind of
don't- you
looking like
can't
the first fight.
Yeah, you can't get back those first or the second and third round in one round. You got to just wait.
No.
I will say, man, these dudes are veterans and experienced. Like they don't get rattled in bad positions. They don't
Right.
overexert themselves. They don't, this has been a great fight so far. It's a really
Incredible.
technical, strategic chess match that's even so far.
And Jan's going to win this round as it stands right now.
Yeah. But yeah, this is a crazy fight. You know, we're going to get to our 5th round where we didn't get to go last fight. I think. We'll see. We still got a minute and 10.
I think this actually played into Aljo's hands a little bit more because he was getting the worst of it on the feet.
Yeah.
I don't know. Still a minute left. Jan needed him
Yeah.
there in the midsection. Good knee.
And he's not taking much damage on the ground. I agree with you. This is he's going to lose the round, and he's fine with that. Just don't do anything crazy and get finished here.
Trying to keep that head in tight to the body of Jan and avoid the elbows and the strikes from the bottom here. And also yanking on that head, pulling him down. Jan trying to stick the elbow in the neck. I mean, you guys have seen all this a million times. 702-799-9984. MMA Weekly's live coverage. UFC 273, Grieshaber and Cain. The band is back
He did get a
together.
good
There's
elbow
Volko
in.
at the top. No more black screen. It reminds me of a Pearl Jam song.
He did get a good elbow in right there, but
So Jan has
nothing
3.5
crazy.
minutes plus of ground control in this round. I mean, good job by Jan.
Yeah.
Think about to be a champ, to be controlled on the ground 2 rounds in a row and then come back in the next round and you control it. I mean, that's champ shit. It really is.
Yeah. Oh, this is a really close matchup. Like style. These guys are really close. I have it 2-2 heading into the 5th. I mean, I've got it. I think that Sterling won his rounds more dominantly, but it's a 10-point must system, so it's still just 18.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Still just whatever the fucking score
There's
is.
no
2
10-8
rounds
round
to
in
2.
there.
Nah,
There's no 10
10-8.
round in there. Wait, let's
No.
there it is. 702-799-9984. You guys see the number up there if you want to hit us up. Hit us up in the chat, which I can't read right now. So if anybody else has YouTube open and there's anything good in there, super chat away. If Aljo wins, someone needs to super chat me 20% of the bet I told you to put down before the fight. This one opened at plus 260. It got up over 4 for Aljo, and it ended at like plus 350, plus 335 on different books.
Well, this is
Aljo's
it.
alive.
It comes down to these 5 minutes, if you ask me. I think we're even. I think it's 2 rounds to 2.
Are you guys
Here we
surprised?
go.
Are you guys surprised at how well Sterling's done? I think a lot of
Nope,
people
not
wrote him
one
up.
bit. He was my lock of the night.
I'm a bit surprised at how well he's been able for rounds 2 and 3. How well he was able to control Jan on the ground. That body triangle just stifled anything Jan could do. It just held him in place, and he just had him there. That shocked me a little bit.
I think Aljo's got to do what he's doing right now, like use his rolls, his feints, those body kicks, the liver kicks alone could devastate Petr Yan. But that left hand of Yan still might be a factor.
Yeah.
Aljo's
And
still
see, if I'm Jan,
his takedowns
as far
aren't
as
working.
Jan not having his corner there, if I were Jan, I would tell him not to throw any more kicks because that's how he got taken down. Quit throwing kicks. And if you
Quit
do
throwing
throw a
kicks.
kick, you make sure that Sterling is going backwards. And for Sterling, I'm like, drive forward and get a takedown. That's what you need to do.
No, and Sterling's got, like Jan's got Sterling's right hand. He's got wrist control. He's turning his hip into him. Sterling tried to take down up against the cage, and Jan with perfect takedown defense.
Did the round
He's
5
gotta come out.
start?
Oh,
Round 5,
yeah.
wait. 4 minutes. Put it on 4. Put it on 4. Hurry. 4 minutes.
It's not easy
Okay,
to
guys,
do, guys. You guys got to let me know.
We're a minute.
Yeah.
Well, you try
Well,
hosting a show
I'm
and telling
behind.
someone when it's 5 minutes.
I'm like 20 seconds behind. So yeah.
Tell me when it's 3:30 and I'll start it.
I can't even walk and chew
Tell him
gum
when
at
it's
the same
3:30,
time.
Jim.
Oh, Jim. Sure.
Well, my 3:30 is going to be 20 seconds off.
Oh, that's right. 3:35. 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
Go.
Perfect. That'll work.
We're 2 seconds ahead.
Okay,
extra 2
Sterling's
seconds could make-
looking to get this fight to the
Those extra
ground
2
now.
seconds can make all the difference in the world.
Ah.
What will this do for Sterling if he wins? Because he just got no respect
Well, he's not winning
after the
yet.
first fight. But if he
He's
did,
not winning yet. He's got.
Well, it just
a lot of work to do.
legitimizes his title. You know, that nobody thought he was a real champion, and it gives him vindication and everything. This is huge.
Yeah, we haven't really had a title fight in this division in a long time, if you think about it. The first fight between these guys, the interim fight, all that stuff. This is the title fight. We've been waiting a long time. Dillashaw's back now. I mean, 135 is I mean, it's a hell of a division. Anyway, Jan looked like he was unbeatable in some of these recent fights, but you know, Aljo's showing that he's not. I mean, and somebody's gonna beat him at some point in time. Everyone loses, but Sterling has proven that he's not, you know, just some chump who was given a belt. I mean, I think that was the biggest thing coming into this fight, Jeff, right? I mean, he's proven that not only does he belong there, he's as good as anybody in the world. I mean, there's no way Jose Aldo at 3 is as good as he is, you know? It's Aljo, Shaw, and Aljo belongs in that group.
I just think it's the, you know, it's the tried and true, the wrestler people don't like because he's not as dynamic as Jan striking.
Ooh.
You know what I mean?
Jan just crushed him with a flying knee backed up by a left hand. That was legit high level. Aljo's like running out of gas here. Jan's got his back. I think Aljo's hurt. He's hurt or he's exhausted.
He landed.
Something's going on here.
Jan landed a big left hand right after that knee. That I agree.
Yeah.
I think Aljo's hurt.
That was a big one. And now you got 1:40 remaining, and Jan on your back.
Yep.
And Jan just
landing
dragging him by the
little
knee.
short. Now see, Jan doesn't need to do much here. Land 2 shots, hang on to him. Land 2 shots, hang on to him. Do not compromise your position.
No, he's up though, and he's up against the fence.
Yeah.
Sterling's out. Good job by Aljo. I mean, it's just now everything goes out the window. You just need to win the fight, period. No matter what you got to do, takedowns, whatever you have to. Aljo's desperately trying to get one last takedown, and Jan is defending voraciously. I mean, it is high level. Aljo's kind of turtled up. Jan circles around, gets his back again. Aljo's on his knees, and Jan. I mean, it looks to me like Aljo's watching the clock, waiting for the fight to end, rather than trying to win it right now. That's what I see from Sterling, with 50 seconds left, about 1.5 minutes. Once that mark hit, he just keeps looking at the clock with Jan on his back, thinking that maybe
he's losing this round. He's losing this round.
And this could be the round that loses him the fight. He's got to do something.
I think it is the round that's going to lose him the fight.
He's got to get out of there.
But I'll say this, Sterling, even if he loses this, Sterling had a good showing tonight.
Under 30 seconds, 21-20.
See, I think with 15 seconds, you disengage and try to knock him out.
Jan's not going to win. I mean,
yeah, Jan's like, hell no, I'm going to stay right
trying
here.
To choke him. Yeah, it's not happening. 3 seconds, 2, and it's over.
Yeah, he got in both hooks. Yeah, Jan
good
took his back, got in both hooks.
Wow. If Sterling wins by decision,
3-2. Yeah.
If Sterling wins by decision, it's plus 700. Someone out there sweating bullets right now. You're sweating bullets. If you're holding that ticket in your hand right now, Jeff.
3-2.
If you're holding that ticket in your hand,
because Florida judges are weird. You know, let's remember that.
Weird.
This is in Florida. This is not Vegas.
Think about this for 1 second. If you're holding a ticket in your hand right now, and you're plus 700, Aljo winning by decision, how bad are you sweating right now?
I'm throwing stuff at a judge and threatening him.
You got 700 to $7 grand on the line, and you're waiting for Buffer to come out. and you're sweating and you just already shotgunned a beer. I mean, think about it. There's someone in our audience right now who's in that position. But I think what Jan did, Jan got a lot more technical and a lot more, just
he didn't
focused
get as
on
aggressive.
fundamentals as the fight went on.
Yeah.
Just winning by fundamentals, which I think he realized he had to do against Aljo. He didn't come out that way. But the way he turned it around after being dominated on the ground for 2 straight rounds and came out in the 4th round, I don't know, did he take the 4th and 5th? That's the question.
I think he took
Aljo
the 4th
was up
and
2-1.
Yeah, I think he took the 4th and 5th. Because he had top position for a long time in the 4th. And in the 5th round, he just did more.
Wow.
22
takedown
strikes, Jan
attempts.
barely. Yeah, 22 takedown attempts.
I mean, only have 94 significant strikes landed in a 5-round fight is
It's a lot of
that's
grappling.
that's the first 20 seconds for Max Holloway. And Aljo threw more strikes in the 1st round of the first fight than he threw in this entire fight, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 3 rounds of fighting. Come on, Aljo.
I think it's going to Jan. Let's see. And
28,
the number is up on the screen.
48-47 Sterling. 48-47 Jan. We got a split.
It's a split?
We got a split decision for yours, and still. It could be either guy.
I thought that was a unanimous. Who is it?
Aljamain Sterling. Bang!
Wow.
I called it.
I'll tell you what, that was
say
a way
now,
bigger
Piotr.
robbery than Gilbert Burns.
Say it now,
Way.
Piotr. Say it now. Fake champ, say it now. Audience members, anyone in the chat room, fake champ, say it now. Now he
Well,
can
hold on. For the sake of not hypocrisy, I felt like Peter Yan won that fight a hell of a lot more than Gilbert Burns. And if Burns was robbed, Peter Yan was just absolutely friggin' robbed. But
why my screen froze.
That's it. I told you, Florida judges.
I mean, no matter who they said won that fight, I couldn't argue. Just like Hamzat and Burns. I mean,
I
you
can
didn't hear me getting too crazy on that one. I thought Burns won, and I thought Aljo won this fight. He definitely won 2 and 3. He attempted 22 takedowns. He didn't win
but hold on. He did not win.
Nobody
did
anything in round
5.
number 1. It's not like who did anything in round number 1. Nobody.
The guy moving forward. That's why we have those categories. If nobody wins the striking and the grappling, we go to octagon control.
But what about
that clearly went to
Aljo
Yan.
did win the striking in round 1?
No,
he did.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
It was like 7-4.
Yeah, that's not winning the striking.
Oh man.
I don't agree with that right there. I felt like that was unanimous for Yan. But we'll watch it back later. I'll watch it back, or maybe I won't. I mean, I probably won't because it didn't really a hell of a lot happen.
We're missing the best part, which is the interview. Like Aljo's interview is the best part. Like, I mean,
I'm gonna have to look at the scorecards because I think that's kind of nuts right there. I want to.
He just said, "TJ, your next bitch."
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting when the scorecards come out to see what judges gave what rounds to who, and
TJ's got to feel good just being on camera again.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much, TJ. You're fine.
So now 2-0 against Yan. That's the number that matters. Can't believe Aljo, which is interesting to me.
Just can't believe that there was that. I mean, I'm not high on Aljo on that at all. I'll say that. I'm not high on Aljo.
But you also okay, so fair point, because I'm not going to say that I am either. He did what he had to do to win. But I can't believe he never fought TJ, first of all. That's crazy. They've both been around so long. But if you're not crazy about Aljo, I get it. But Yan didn't do enough, man. Like, you want to win the belt, you got to do more.
I disagree.
I don't think Piotr Yan had his best showing. I don't think Jan's going to be happy with what he did.
I don't think that Aljo had a great showing. I don't think that was a great fight. Nobody was close to finishing that fight on either side. None of them. And so I don't know. let's hope the main event lives up to the hype. But
Yeah, I mean, and you can't.
and also hold on, I'll say this, that fight that happened before that was so crazy that this fight seemed boring to me, and so I think maybe that's what's happened to me right now. That had that Burns and Hamzat fight not happened before this fight, that maybe I'd view this fight differently. But I feel like I was up here and then I got let down to here.
Man,
Props to
mean,
Aljo, though. I'll say that. Props to him because he has taken a shit ton of criticism and disrespect, and he did get vindication tonight. No matter whether I thought he won or not, doesn't fucking matter what I think. He's walking out of there with the belt, and he's walking out of there with his integrity intact.
You know who else has never fought Aljamain Sterling? Jose Aldo, and he's at number 3. I didn't think he was going to beat Rob Font. I thought Rob Font was going to be next.
I thought Font was going to hurt him.
I mean, Sanhagen's going to want another shot at Aljo, but he's going to have to. It's got to be TJ, and if TJ's hurt, who's it going to be? Like if TJ
it has to be TJ,
who it would almost have to be Aldo. If it's not TJ, I mean, all this talk, guys.
No,
and
it's
I
going
like
to be
look,
TJ.
I think if you're watching right now, I love to. Go ahead, Jeff. I think we're on a little delay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I don't even know what I was saying. Yeah, so I don't know really what the hell I was going with any of it, Jim. Now my ADHD's kicking in, or short-term memory loss.
But I was going to say short-term. Well, in your case, it'd probably be more like short-term memory loss. All those concerts you've been to. Jeff, this division, it looked like it was going to be loaded at the top for a long time, but it kind of cleaned itself out. Aldo beat Font. Sanhagen's not going to get another shot. Man.
No, it looks like it's TJ.
Jan's not, I mean, you can't.
No, Jan's not going to get another
triple C.
Another.
And how about this? You got the zombie coming up.
Until TJ beats. Yeah. You know what I mean? The division
Hicks
now.
Andre the. I think we're having two different conversations
with Aldo. Though Aldo's aging, Aldo. It's going to be interesting to see what they do because Jose Aldo's a legend, man, and he's sitting there in 3. Do you give him the shot because you can't wait very long, or he's not going to be there to take it, or do you give it to TJ, or do you make Jan and Jose
but he's
fight?
Had the shot. You gave Aldo,
and the winner
gave Aldo the shot, Jeff. Aldo already, and I don't know if I don't know what's going on with our kid, but if you're going to give Aldo's been given the shot when he was coming off a loss, he got a shot. I don't know.
Nobody has a problem with that when it comes to Conor McGregor. And Jose Aldo's a hell of a lot more dominant of a champion than Conor McGregor ever was. So I gotta call bullshit on that. I'm saying that Jose Aldo's getting old. And he's sitting there in 3. And so you can't wait a year and a half or 2 years to give him the shot. That's what I'm saying. Jose doesn't deserve the shot. TJ Dillashaw deserves the shot. But do you give it to Aldo because you can't afford to wait? Did you hear that?
Yeah. I don't think that's a reason to give anybody a title shot. But I understand what you're saying. Are we freezing up? Something's happening here.
I think that's why they gave. I can hear you. I think that's why they gave certain people title shots. I think that's how Glover sort of ended up back where he is, and I think that they tried to do that with other fighters. Well, I mean, I don't think that TJ deserves it any more than Jose at this point. I mean, TJ just has the one win, and it was a close-ass fight.
And he was the champion when he got suspended. There's that.
Yeah. Yeah, see, Aldo didn't get suspended because he's just not a cheater. Nah, I'm just fucking around, man. I don't care who gets the title shot. Everything's stuck. I'm not going to take it personal either way.
No, but if Aldo doesn't get the title shot, then you got to have him fight Dominic Cruz, right? I mean, who doesn't want to see
well,
that?
that's the legacy fight. Yeah. If I was him, I'd want to fight. Well, yeah, I'll take Dominic Cruz over Peter Yan. I'll take that fight.
7-3, or you could fight like Chito Vera with his head tattoo. Did you see that? Chito got some new artwork. I don't know, man. I still
I think Aldo and Dominic Cruz is the fight to do because they're both legends, right?
legends.
And who else not going to watch that? TJ should get the title shot, and then Jan's going to have to hope TJ.
And there's Sean O'Malley sitting there at 13. Wonder when he's going to make that run.
I don't think that Sean O'Malley makes it to the top of that division, but that's my unpopular opinion.
No, I mean, I might be with you on that one. And then, you know, I'm looking at right now, and that division kind of cleaned itself out. Featherweight kind of cleaned itself out. You got Max Holloway sitting there, Jeff, waiting for the winner of this fight. He was supposed to fight Volko. You know what happened there? Max and Yair Rodriguez with a great fight. Ortega's sitting there. Max has, you know, beaten Ortega pretty badly. Volko's beaten Ortega. I think Ortega's beaten everybody else in the division. He would beat anybody else in the division besides Max and Volko. But I'm trying to figure out how great Volkanovski really is. I mean, to beat Max twice, and a lot of people thought he lost the second fight. The more times I've watched it, the more it looks like Volko won, which is crazy because I thought Max won for sure when I watched it the first time. But how great, and you guys in the chat too, or call 702-799-9984. How great is Alexander Volkanovski? Is he a great champion? Is he going to be the greatest featherweight of all time? You know, everybody thought Max was going to be champ forever. That Ortega fight, I mean, look, Brian Ortega, you want to talk about being dead to rights in the middle of the cage, or I don't know how Volkanovski got out of that choke that Ortega had him in that fight. Now he's got the zombie, and it's not a title shot that Zombie earned. He's a replacement. By beating Dan Ige, he's a replacement for Holloway. But you could argue that out of anybody in the division, body of work, all the years, sentimental favorite, fan favorite, Zombie's the guy you want to see in there. So I've been looking forward to this fight. I mean, the Zombie had to get a title shot at some time, at point in time in his career. It comes tonight. Mm-hmm. He's a fear finish him on the feet. I think you got to watch out for Volkanovski's strength on the ground. He's a former 200-plus pound rugby player.
Had he not,
his athleticism.
Yeah, I think that had the Korean Zombie not had to do his 2 years, he would have already got a title shot. Uh-oh. Hold on.
He would have got, and he might have been the champion, right? I mean, he's a soldier. And he looks loose. He's fought everyone. I don't know what's going on with Jeff. He's got something. He just ran somewhere. But the Zombie looking loose, looking like he's. I will say this: my guys at Fight Ready, Eddie Cha, Santino DeFranco, Henry Cejudo, now looking at becoming a Coach of the Year candidate. Right there's Santino right there. Santino is brilliant in the corners and with adjustments. Santino, with all the superstar coaches, he's always in the corner for a reason. And I look at the Zombie. People don't realize, and we've seen it recently more. Against Ige, we saw it a lot. This guy's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He's a really good grappler, the Zombie, and he's long and he's heavy and he can lean on you. And Volkanovski's squatty and super strong. I mean, this fight goes to the ground. It's not a given that Volkanovski wins it. You know, so there's Eddie Cha. I mean, you're enjoying the moment. It's the first time you're there, and you have to realize that in just a few minutes you're in there to fight for a title. And I don't know what's going on with us with our connection. Are you back, Jeff? Uh-oh. 8 takedown, third most performance awards in UFC featherweight history. I mean, he's got 8 performance awards. His fights are always his takedown defense is almost 80%. This guy's, I mean, he's got all the tools, Jeff.
And he's got knockout power.
What's
You
going
know,
on here?
so
I don't know if you guys-
this should be an exciting fight. He's a big dude. He's a big guy. You know, the Zombie's a big dude, and he's durable.
Most days between title
we got
fights
the
in
phone
UFC
number up
history,
there, and then we gotta change round
3,171.
one of the main event.
Yeah, round
Jelly,
one, and this is
when
not
the
Sterling
round
Yan, but
starts.
the Zombie, of course, over. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Our signal's a little low, but the Zombie's over 3,100 days between title shots. His fight against Aldo, all the way back when. Think about that. When he hurt his shoulder and couldn't continue in that fight, Jeff. That's a long time ago, man. Longest time in between title fights, beating out Dan Henderson. And here comes the guy they're all there for.
Yeah, that's a long
Alexander
time.
Volkanovski.
I mean, that's a long
As
time.
John Anik would say, the man around whom this card
The
was
champ.
built in Jacksonville, Florida. Or Florida, as I call it when I used to live in Miami. Florida. Jacksonville's really half Georgia. It's more than half Georgia. It's called Georgia or Florida, whichever you want to call it. Kind of rolls off the tongue when you call it Florida.
It's certainly not South Florida. I've been all over Florida.
Volkanovski, man. Every time he answers a question about being a great fighter, it's always fitness with him. He's an athlete first and foremost. He talks about fit. He's a mixed martial artist, but he's an athlete. So you're going to say this guy's a better wrestler, that guy's a better striker, this guy's a better kickboxer, that guy's a better this, that guy. But it doesn't matter. It's mixed martial arts. It doesn't mean you're going to win the fight. If you're a Adesanya or Pereira level kickboxer, it doesn't mean you're. It's the person who can put it all together. It's wrestling when he came in as a karate guy.
No.
It's winning fights however you get the chance to win them. And Volkanovski's a winner, man. That's why I want to see him fight Henry. And Henry's got himself there. He's in the corner of the Zombie. Think about that. Henry Cejudo is there. I don't know if he's in the corner, but he's coaching the Zombie, right? And you think about this. Henry coaching the Zombie has himself right there in the building if Alexander wins for Henry to call him out. It's crazy. And there goes Jeff again, shrinking rapidly into oblivion.
Jeff's coming back.
Kind of like Petr Yan's championship hopes. Petr Yan losing to Aljamain Sterling in a robbery against Gilbert Burns. Otherwise, I'd still be alive for the 12-8, Scott.
Oh, say that again. Oh, has the fight started?
I said if it weren't for the robbery. No, if it weren't for the robbery against Gilbert Burns, I'd still be in the running for my 12-8 on the parlay.
Yeah, that's why they make their money. Those parlays are just dream crushers.
I know, but it's $100 to win 12-8, and it was so close with
It
Burns.
is fun. It's a good time until you lose. Which
that's okay. I'm gonna make
when
back
did you
my
place?
100 right
When
now
did you place the bet? Like a week ago?
No, 3 days.
3 days. So you had 3 days of dreams. That's a good time.
Yeah.
You
3
paid
days
you
of
paid
dreams.
that money.
And
3 days of dreams, baby.
The Florida judges took my dream away. I'd still be alive were it not for the crooked. But you know what? Both fights were close. And here comes Volkanovski, and I'm gonna make back my $100 on this fight anyway because I took the under. And anyone who didn't take the under in this fight,
Is it started?
you know,
What was the under, Jim? Round 2?
they're about to start, Jeff. I think you were a little bit 33 years old for Volkanovski, 35 for the Zombie. And it's you know, they're evenly matched in almost every, there's not much of a reach difference. And you always think Volkanovski is going to have this huge disadvantage in height, but, you know, it's not. Like it's even. So, and Buffer's got the main event going. It feels like the other ones should have been the main event, but, you know, it's. I'm happy for the Zombie. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, he's got a big fight. This is a big fight, man. He's got a great opportunity right here.
Talking about Koreans, you know what's crazy?
Oh no.
You know what's crazy?
What?
You know that. Do you ever watch?
Oh, no.
Pay attention to the Korean Korean bands, K-pop.
Yeah, a little bit.
Their band is playing at the football stadium in Vegas, and for 3 or 4
Really?
nights, filling it out, 40 to 60,000 people, $400 a ticket.
At
Insane.
the Raiders Stadium?
At the Raiders Stadium, insane. For K-pop,
Wow.
that crap. When does the round start?
Buffer is doing his thing, man. You know how that goes. It's time.
That's a lot of tickets.
He didn't.
A lot of tickets. Well, I don't think that was the face value, but I talked to a lady that went to the first night, and she paid over $400 for the back of the stadium. Not even a good seat, like the worst seat you can get. She paid aftermarket over
It's
$400.
terrible.
What's more terrible, paying $400 or listening to that crap?
I don't know. I've never really
Paying
heard it.
$400.
But I have to
listen
admit,
that crap.
as far as K-pop goes, I do like that Blackpink. I like. If you haven't, you got to Google that. Watch some of those Blackpink videos. Good times.
Blackpink. Okay. Blackpink.
I don't know anything about K-pop. It's just.
The
I
zombies.
think they were at the
zombies
Grammys,
loose.
right?
They're at the Grammys. They're loose, man. Zombie and his team are loose. Interesting.
I tuned into the Grammys this year. Nobody got in a fight. It was kind of boring.
Is the Grammys the same as the Oscars? Or is that different?
No,
They are different.
Grammys is
Will
music,
Smith can still go to the
Oscars is
Grammys.
movies.
Oh, okay.
Will Smith can still go to the Grammys.
Yes, Will Smith can go to the Grammys.
That is just a world I have no interest in.
How about Will Smith getting banned for 10 years?
When was the last good movie he made?
Well, until they lift it.
He just won an Oscar.
I'm not into that
He
documentary
just won the
stuff.
Oscar. He would have won
The bland documentary
Williams
stuff.
movie.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that remake of Omega Man. That was kind of fun.
I get everybody keeps talking about that slap, and what I saw was that other justice system in the United States that we have. Like, because I know exactly what will happen to me if I walk up and slap the piss out of somebody on national TV. I'm taken down, tackled, shackled, and locked the hell up. That's what happens to me.
Here they come.
I sure as the hell don't
Here
get
they
to
come,
go
guys.
to the front row and accept an award.
I tried to get it for you, Scott, but I don't know if you can hear me.
But that's what
I started it.
You know.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Right,
you.
we're good.
You
I
sound
here?
beautiful.
Yeah.
Remember, is it live or is it Memorex? I sound beautiful. I have a voice.
You
As
sound
you-
clear.
Face
As you
for
just
radio.
aged MMA Weekly, you put us in the Stone
Very.
Ages.
Why does Zombie look
Let's
like
see
he's
what
so
happens.
much taller? Oh, big left counter. Volkanovski's so smart. He already popped him with a counter left. I grudge it. I don't like him. I just,
He
for
just
some
doesn't
reason, don't like him.
waste
But I'm
much.
you know. Right.
Uh-oh.
I'm
He's
at
just really
356,
efficient.
Jeff, where are you at?
You know.
I
421.
think Volkanovski's really quick inside for the Zombie. Zombie's going to have to watch Volkanovski getting in and out of the phone book real quick. And Zombie's got his right foot wrapped. Something going on with his right foot.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too bad because he's throwing kicks with it. And I know his guy's at Neuroforce 1. He's right on weight. Everything's strong. Andre Hicks, another good job in there. I just don't know if he's good enough to beat Volkanovski. I know this is the best version of the Zombie. But I don't know. You know, I mean, anybody's beatable on any night. I mean, look,
Yeah.
Jan lost again. People thought he was the best in it.
Oh.
You know, from what I saw, Chimaev, he's beatable. He's not unbeatable. He's human. You know,
yeah, I haven't
nobody's
seen
unbeatable.
anybody that looked unbeatable tonight. Now, we'll have to talk after this fight.
I mean, this
He's
is
just
a
so
fight Volkanovski should win.
technical. Yes.
And
Because while
Volkanovski's
Zombie has maybe a reach and he's got durability, he's just outmatched technically in this fight.
his Zombie's right side of his face has been hit about 6 times by Volkanovski's left already. But Zombie can, I mean, look, he can knock you out anywhere, anytime. It's just, and here it comes. There it is right there. Stand and trade in the pocket. You know, with Zombie, that's going to happen at some point.
This is yeah, Alexander's he's just like, he just doesn't make any mistakes, you know?
No, he's really, I mean, he got himself caught against Ortega. It just feels like he's so, he's just not. Zombie's a little bit wobbled. I mean, I don't know. He has a next level of commitment and seriousness and desire to be great. I think that's what it is with Volkanovski. He's got that in him, and he doesn't look like the most talented guy in any one area. But again, it's mixed martial arts. He puts it all together and finds a way to win. And when the lights are the brightest and when it looks the worst for him, he finds a way. He's at his best, and I can't knock him. I want to knock him. I really don't want to like him, but it's hard not to.
I think he's a very likable guy.
And he's got nobody left to fight. He's running out of people. Who, Volkanovski?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know him.
He's got a takedown. He seems like a little bit of a tool to me.
I've seen him a little bit back at like some of the, in the Apex. And he seems, he's pretty approachable. Pretty jolly guy.
Ripping his shirt off.
Yeah, but that's an act. He's up there putting a show on.
I know. He's Australian. I've never met a bad person from Australia. Have you?
Only Crocodile Dundee.
Crocodile. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
So,
Volko loves the clench. He just stepped off of there and bloodied up the
Dingo
zombie.
ate my baby.
Volko loves the clench.
Who do you
Very
guys
strong.
Who do you guys have winning this round?
Nobody. I wish they could give rounds to no one when no one deserves it. Oh, knocked him down. Yeah, Volkanovski for sure. He just popped the zombie and knocked him down. Now a leg kick knocks him down. Yeah, zombie's not going to last much longer.
I mean, he's just landing power shots.
You know how, like, when you're playing Black Ops and you have to shoot the zombies 100 times? That's all Volko's doing here. He's just, like, picking them apart. I mean, he's picking them apart. That whole round just picked him. What do you guys think in the chat or on the line? 702-799-9984 or in the chat room. I mean, Volkanovski's just picking him apart from the outside. This is a great fight card. I mean, it doesn't have the huge numbers or the sizzle, but it's a great fight card.
It is I agree. They had some high-level talent on this, just not those huge names. Volkanovski just dominated him that round. I mean, picked him apart, outclassed him. Jung has to turn this fight into a dog fight. If he's going to stand out here at distance and fight a technical boxing match against Volkanovski, he's going to lose.
And it's interesting because Volkanovski is the better striker in this fight. With his taekwondo, it's crazy. I mean, how is he, this guy out boxing better boxers supposedly, and he just finds a way to get it done, like a lot like Cejudo when he was on one leg and one arm, and he beat Marlon Moraes, and Moraes' two advantages coming in were jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, and that's how Henry beat him in those two areas. I mean, certain people, Jeff, they just have it. And the way Volkanovski fights in the pocket is absolutely incredible to watch. The way he fights in the pocket, in the phone booth, I don't know if I've seen anybody do it better.
And he's really defensively sound. He keeps his hands high, gets his hands back on his punches. He's very technically defensively sound. I mean, and even on the ground, and you saw that against Ortega. I mean, he's defensively sound, and has a dump truck of willpower.
Has round 2 started?
Round 2 has started. We're probably 3:30.
Okay.
Oh, nice counter. I mean, he's eating him alive with that left, Jeff. That left counter for the champion. Oh, high level. High level. I don't think Volkanovski's broken.
I mean, he's
yet.
eventually going to knock him out. You can just see the writings on the wall. But they don't call him the Zombie for nothing.
Zombie just tried to kick his face off. Zombie just missed with it. I mean, he's always capable of that one kick, that one punch, He lost a fight like that to Yair Rodriguez with that crazy elbow at the very end.
Do you guys know the Zombie's favorite zombie movie? Did you catch that at press day?
The Zombie's favorite what?
His favorite zombie movie. Do you know what his favorite zombie movie is?
No.
No.
Oh, his knees buckled. He's done.
Ooh.
He's done. He's done. He just got rocked hard, the Zombie. Oh. Volkanovski's like,
I don't know
he could
too
finish
many
him
zombie movies.
Shooting in for the takedown.
Night of the Living Dead.
I don't either.
28 Days. That's a good one.
Oh, there.
The Thriller video.
Oh,
he's on top.
I just saw that. Yeah, his legs buckled big time. He landed a left.
I mean,
hand,
that's
though,
high
after
level,
that.
Jeff.
That's how you get knee injuries right there.
I don't even know how to describe what Volkanovski's doing. I mean, when you're so good, it's hard to describe what you're doing.
He just landed
That's
left
where he's
hands.
at right now, Jeff.
He's in and out of the pocket with combinations, and then now he's got a takedown.
Yeah.
How much time do we have left?
Oh, he almost took his head off to the right. Zombie's throwing, like, wailing away, throwing crazy shots. And Volko now looking for the double leg. Not going to get it. Zombie's takedown D is legit. 1:15 left in round 2.
Then he gets back to his feet and throws.
I'm amazed at how good
left.
Volkanovski is. I'm amazed at how good he is on the feet. Amazed. Just keeps getting better. I mean, all that time with Izzy and Hooker's really faded a lot after that Chandler beating, and the 5-round Poirier fight really. Zombie's punches though, I mean, he's just flinging them. He's wailing away. An incredible inside trip.
Yeah,
by
that's his only
Volkanovski.
shot.
I mean, this guy hasn't lost in 20 fights, 7 years, whatever it is. I mean, this one guy, Corey Nelson, they interviewed him this week, this Australian crane operator who knocked him out 100 years ago. He's like, yeah, I beat him. I beat him, mate. This guy apparently beat everyone around 2013 in Australia. That's the last time he lost. But you see the pictures, man. It's hard to imagine. I wish I had the picture here. Volkanovski as the 214-pound rugby player. He was jacked, man. Like, that dude was huge, and he makes 145. That's, what, 70 pounds difference?
Yeah.
At his size, 70 pounds heavier. Can you imagine him on the rugby field, 70 pounds heavier?
Yeah, a lot of meat.
That's not the guy I want.
Pretty ripped,
Right.
and pretty stocky, for that frame. So you add 70 pounds to it, it's crazy.
Zombie right to the ground. I think these coaches know, like there's not a lot they can say to him right now. I mean, what do you say? Volko dominates. Kelly, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is I mean, look, when Volkanovski was minus 760, minus 780, this is why. And you're talking about a guy in Zombie, Jeff. The Zombie's number 4 in the world.
Mm-hmm.
When you start talking about what he did to Ortega and beating Max Holloway twice and dominating elite fighters at the top of their game, I mean, Volkanovski's number 3 on the pound for pound list. Everybody loves the pound for pound.
Who's number
Usman's
2?
number 1. Adesanya. I don't see how, but the elbow off the temple. He's fighting him in a phone booth. His Muay Thai is ridiculous. I just don't. I mean, wow. I mean, he's had one boxing match in his life. I mean, he didn't even start training MMA till he was 22 years old, Jeff. 22. So for all you people out there and your parents are telling you have to know what you want to do for the rest of your life by the time you're 18, this guy did not train once mixed martial arts until he was 22. And look at him. Could be the best fighter in the world. Hey, there's a phone call.
Uh-oh.
Is it a Volko fan? Who is it? Oh, boy. My screen froze again. Did yours freeze, Jeff? My fight screen.
I'm okay. Come on, Zombie.
It froze at 428.
He's just outclassed. Volkanovski's just too technical. He's too efficient. He's too straight. His defense is too good. But Zombie still has the puncher's chance, man, and he can knock people out. But he's eating some big shots.
Hey guys, I got Martin from South Carolina.
Martin from South Carolina. Better make it good, Martin. This fight could end any time. What's up, Martin? How are you? Welcome to MMA Weekly.
I'm doing well, man. Hey, what do you think about the hype train in Cosmot?
The hype train. I think it's still rolling.
What?
I mean, it's still rolling. He definitely realized the levels of competition tonight, and I think got away with one, and he loved it. He embraced it. His chin, everything about him in this fight, against a world-class dude. I mean, it's. I'm not saying Khamzat fell at all in my eyes. I just knew he was fighting a different level of competition. He passed the test, but didn't get the finish, and I don't know that he's going to dominate people at the top of the division like people think he is. Those are my thoughts on Khamzat.
I mean, I saw it. I saw him dominate again. I think that this guy's the real deal. Aljamain Sterling got away with one. But this last fight, I mean, the Korean Zombie showed that he's game as anybody.
He is game. He's not able to show much of that game, Jeff, against Volko.
No, but he's still dangerous.
That's a real
and
champion.
I agree with
That's a real champion.
Yeah.
And I don't know about Khamzat. He's legit. I think that he showed that tonight. He's legit. He can compete with the top of the division. Now the question becomes, can he beat the top of the division? As in Colby Covington and Kamaru Usman. And I don't know. I don't know. He didn't show me that he was going to dominate him. I think he can compete with him, though.
Well, clearly he can compete. He won tonight. And that's that's the bleeding edge of the division.
Mm-hmm.
Zombie's punch drunk now.
Where are we at on the fight?
What?
His a minute and a half left in round 3. Thank you for the call. We really appreciate it.
He is legitimate.
Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thanks, Martin.
Right, thank you, man.
Thank you, Martin, so much. Yeah, man, it's 702-799-9984 or in the chat. Zombie's battered, bloodied, kind of moving a little slow. Oh, nice straight right from Volko.
Yeah.
I love this camera
I agree
angle.
with what the caller's saying. I mean, I think that everybody who was high on Khamzat are just as high. They didn't lose anything.
Right.
And a lot of unanswered questions were answered tonight about him. The questions that, now for me shift. Is he one of the top of the division? Yes. Is he legit? Yes. Can he become a champion? Now is the question.
Zombie's starting to come alive a little bit here, Jeff.
Starting to put together combinations. Yeah.
Little bit. Oh, Volkanovski. The left. He threw a left hook followed by a left leg kick. I mean, it's inside leg kick. Yeah, he's crushing him. He just knocked him down again. Herb's ready to stop this thing, Jeff. Herb's like literally ready.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
Counting
title
up.
fight, and he is the Korean Zombie. You want to give him as many chances as possible, but he's eating a lot of big shots this fight.
No, and that's the end of the round. He was mounted fully at the end of the round. His face is bloodied. I mean, Volkanovski's wow.
Yeah, he dropped him with 17 seconds to go with a right hand.
Felder said, Felder said he doesn't know if he should keep going, but I think he's got it. They're having to like bring him over to his corner. He's sitting on the ground.
I want to see if
look. In the last round either.
I wouldn't be upset if the corner threw in the towel, especially because he stayed on the canvas. He sits up. He does not go back to the corner very fast at all.
Right.
And so you might want to be like, I mean, I'd be asking him right now. We can throw in the towel. It doesn't look like tonight's your night, big guy. Like had he bounced
so
back
quick
to his
in the
feet
pocket.
and came over the corner, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, but
I really want to see
sitting on the ground and kind of looking around.
Yeah, kind of looking around. I really want to see Henry Cejudo fight the Zombie. I really do. I mean, there's nobody left. They're going to look at his eyes now. The doctor's coming in. I don't think they're going to keep this thing going. Are they?
I think they should give serious thought about his corner. Should give serious thought. The doctor's going to say he's fine, but his corner, because of the way he reacted at the end of that round, he stayed.
And his eyes are open though, like he can see. There's not bleeding into his eyes. I mean, he can see, so he can defend himself. I mean, I don't think he's going to make it out of this round anyway. Do you?
No, I do not think he's going to make it out of this round. I think this thing lasts about 45 more seconds. Herb D needs to keep it real close out, and it started, Scott.
Volko is, I had to keep it consistent, Scott. I missed every single one. I'm fired.
I'll just take the time off. Hey, I got Chris from Iowa. He's on the line.
Oh, man. Chris, okay. Hi, Chris. Are you watching the fight? Oh, he got blasted again. Oh, Herb's stopping it. Wait, what's going on here? Hold on, Chris.
Yeah.
He stopped the fight, and I missed it. What happened?
What's up?
Why did he stop the fight?
I feel bad for Zombie here.
Did you see it, Jeff?
I'm just now there. Oh, it was two humongous right hands, clean, and the Zombie's leg buckled, but he stayed standing, and Herb seen enough. He's like, I'm done. You've been dropped twice. You just ate two huge shots. It's over. I'm fine with that stoppage. There's going to be some people that are going to be real mad at that stoppage.
That spinning inside leg kick to the knee. Oh, my God. Oh, the combination. And he was out on his feet. Okay. He was out on his feet. What's up, Chris? Sorry to keep you waiting. Wow, you called right at the right time.
Yeah, it's a crazy fight.
What are your
Did you watch the whole event tonight?
Were you surprised to see the Zombie get taken out, Chris?
Well, I'm not really surprised, but I was really expecting that Max Holloway fight against Volkanovski there. So I didn't really see Zombie really having much of a chance, but there was always that little light at the end of the tunnel for Zombie. So I was kind of hoping for him to win.
Yeah, and Volkanovski.
But I'm not really surprised.
No, and he switched camps before the Ortega fight too. Everybody talked about Ortega switching and changing things, but it was because of COVID mainly, because they couldn't do much in New Zealand. He still has Eugene Behrman working with him, Jeff, but he's not. I mean, man, he's just another level, and he's still training out of the gym that he started in Australia. And the Zombie looks like somebody just.
Yeah, he's
Zombie
definitely
looks like someone mugged him with a one of those NutriBullets.
Well, you know how we talked about the women's strawweight division being really tight all the way through? The 145-pound division isn't that way. That guy's a couple of steps ahead of everybody.
Man, who does he fight next?
Holloway.
Is Volk fighting?
It's got to be Holloway.
Definitely.
Yeah, it definitely does gotta be Holloway.
Where do you live, Chris?
But all right, it was good talking.
Where do you?
Chris
I live
Chris
in
is from Iowa.
Iowa. Okay, man.
Oh,
All right. Well, enjoy, man. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
Yep, bye.
Volkanovski.
Nice.
Like, I mean, okay, so where is he pound for pound? I mean, where does that division put him? Because I remember last year around this time we're talking about featherweight, and we're like, man, that division is full of killers, and they're not there anymore. They're cleaned out. I mean,
Yeah. I think he moves up to number 2.
Volkanovski. Ortega had him. Max had him beat on the feet. Ortega had him with the choke. I mean, wow, he's got to be number 2.
Yeah, I would put him at number 2. I'm probably going to put him at number 2. Just because he's beaten Max Holloway is a friggin', that's not, let's not downplay how big those 2 wins were, even though they were close fights. To do Max Holloway, to stand in there and do that to Max Holloway is crazy. And he's just dominating people outside of Holloway. So I feel like he's taken out as many people as Izzy has, maybe more established people than Izzy. I don't know. It's going to be close.
I mean, this guy could make. He could be.
But I probably am going to move him to number 2. Yeah. I think it could be a 55er if he wanted to be.
He's not calling anybody out. I'm just doing whatever the UFC said. He said.
Yeah, he's the champion. You don't get to call people out, man. They call you out. Well, I guess you can
Get your shit together. Who is he talking about there? Somebody tell me. Somebody help me. Who was he talking about there when he said, "Get your shit together and I'll fight you"? He must be talking about Conor. Earn your shot. Wow, the zombie. He is battered, man. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage
see this
tonight.
On the feet like that, Jeff.
A lot of
I have to admit, Volkanovski's boxing and the way he fights in the pocket, man. Like, I have not seen anybody fight in the pocket like that at featherweight. I'm trying to think overall in the pocket, those kind of hands. I mean, the guys like Max and Jan and, I don't know, in the pocket like that. He's just so quick and so explosive and in and out and just blisters you with combinations before you even know what hit you. He's got the threat of a takedown.
Yeah.
He's so strong. He's got a chin. Like, man.
And he's efficient. Like I say, he doesn't waste energy. He's not throwing shots just to throw shots. He's throwing with bad intentions every time. And he's throwing accurate and making sure that his hands are in place for defense as he does it. He's an incredible fighter, man. I mean, he's one of the most technical fighters in the world. I mean, I guess we could start arguing about who is the more technical fighter, him or Kamaru Usman. I think it's Volkanovski's striking is a lot better than Kamaru, yeah.
I mean, technically speaking, right? And I think that, too, when you look at it, he just keeps getting better every fight and better and better and better. Volko. I mean, he could make 55. I mean, he could make it. He could go up to 55 eventually. But who's there at 45? It's got to be Max. He beats Max again. If he loses to Max, they fight again. He beats Max, that's 3. Who else? I mean, Calvin Kattar, the zombie, Yair just lost.
Gonna have to go up.
There's nobody left at 45 for him to fight anymore. I mean, Bryce Mitchell's on his way up. I mean,
although
Bryce Mitchell's
I doubt
intriguing.
Cejudo's going to. Yeah, I doubt he's going to come back at 145. I feel like looking at Henry and the videos and his podcast and stuff that it'd take him a minute to get down to 45. He looks like he's kind of beefy right now.
It'd take him
he's not fighting.
It would take a bit. It would. He's loving that.
Yeah,
dad
so he's
life
probably
too.
going to need. Yeah, he's probably going to need 4 to 6 months to do all of that and be back in there. But that's the fight I want to see, right? I want to see Volkanovski versus Henry Cejudo.
Oh, it has to be, right? I mean, who else is going to do it?
Well, it just makes sense.
Who else is going to do it? I mean, look, Zombie didn't belong in there with him. I'm gonna say it. He didn't belong in there with him, Jeff. You know, he just didn't.
Yeah.
He just didn't. I just don't think he belongs. There's levels, and he's not at that level. But how many people are in that division? That's why I'm almost thinking
Max.
Now's the time. Look, if he's not big, it's got to be Max, and other than that, it's got to be Henry. And now Henry doesn't have to worry about stepping on Zombie's toes because obviously Zombie just smoked.
Nope. He can come back and avenge Zombie. You know, it's I just think that that's the match, but I also know that Henry's trying to shoot for a bigger payday. You know, and so he's not really looking at Volkanovski because Volkanovski's not, but it might be the fight of his life.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know more than I do if you think Henry's going to come back. I don't know. I don't think that he is, but you never know.
I know he's got investments. He's going to be all set. He's not going to fight for, you know, he wants a lot of money, but is he worth a lot of money? The Phoenix card's going to be huge. How about Luque and Muhammad too next week?
There's some great fights coming up, you know, and then we brought up earlier in the show that Joanna and Weili are signed for that rematch, which is incredible. You know, that's one of the greatest fights in UFC history, and they're going to run that back.
275.
We've got a ton of great
that's 275 is going to be in June. That was the one where they usually went to Chicago, then they come back to Vegas and go, and then they would come back here for Fight Week to Vegas. But interesting, you know. I mean, it's really. I mean, Volkanovski is right there with Kamaru, pound for pound, and Izzy. I never thought Izzy should have tried to go up. Volkanovski's every bit as good as you ever thought. What's going to mess up the
pound for pound? Yeah, what's going to throw a monkey wrench in the pound for pound is, you know, John Jones has said he's going to be in his peak fitness in June or July, and so let's say he comes back at International Fight Week. And he doesn't win the heavyweight title. He doesn't fight for it. He fights for the interim championship, and he wins that. He's absolutely going right back to number one on my pound-for-pound list. Right then. You know, boom, there's your number one. You know, and so the pound-for-pound has it could get real weird this year. Not really weird.
I think, too, that this whole situation with Jones and his whole career and the way the UFC handles it and the way that he handles it, we're going to look back one day and realize how much of John Jones' greatness we were robbed of as fans and as people who love the sport. And, I mean, that sucks. That actually really sucks. But maybe if he had fought this whole time, he would have lost you. The mystique wouldn't be there. I don't know, man. I just – we could go all night talking about this.
No, you never know. I feel like Jones' own actions robbed him. It's like a Muhammad Ali situation, right, where he was robbed of his prime, in my opinion.
Right.
Where John Jones robbed himself of his prime.
Right.
But right now, he's just in a contract dispute with the UFC, and he's either going to fight or he's not. It looks like he's going to have to fight.
What if he retires undefeated? Isn't that worth more to him long-term financially than one big payday? Maybe.
It wouldn't be to me. I can't speak for him, but at the end of the day, man, the only dates or the only numbers I give a damn about is the money in my bank account, that second number on my
Well, it must not have been
Nobody's going to remember John Jones in 60 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to remember if John Jones is undefeated.
Right.
I wanted to know what the second biggest number was besides the bank account.
Someone's on John's side. Someone's on John's side. The second biggest number of what, Scott?
Well, Jeff said there's only two numbers he gives a damn about: his bank account, and then he cut out. Maybe the thermometer. I like, the temperature outside is probably the most important number for me.
But not for John Jones.
Yeah, I agree with what you've been saying, Jim, about that. It is sad that we've been kind of like robbed of, who knows what could have been. Even though, he's still, in my opinion, I think him and Anderson Silva are like the top of the heap of the all-time greatest.
He hasn't dominated anybody in a long time the way he used to, and his finish of DC with the head kick in Anaheim was his last real big finish. And even that fight, he was kind of, I don't want to say losing, but DC was doing pretty well. We haven't seen Jones just destroying people since what? I mean, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, but
2016 maybe.
But I don't know if that's fair. He still gets the finish. He still finds a way to come through. Like, yeah, DC looked like he was beating him and was possibly going to take it, but it doesn't matter until the end, whose hand is getting raised.
No, but you're right. But the Santos fight and the Anthony Smith fight and the Reyes fight. Man, those ones, you know what I mean? Like he barely.
Yeah, but
eked them out.
look at how long he's been going. I don't know if you were there, but he was at UFC 100, and now we're getting closer and closer to UFC 300. This is like 10 plus years of fighting and dominating. Oh, the only other person that I think was as dominant, but it wasn't as long in the UFC because it was mostly in the WEC was Jose Aldo.
Jose Aldo, yeah, and Anderson.
But even I don't know if Anderson dominated as long as John Jones.
No, and he went through a murderer's row. He cleaned out eras. He cleaned out the Legends era of Rampage and Rashad and Machida. He cleaned them out. He cleaned out the guys his age, Gustafsson, Cormier, all them, St. Preux even. He cleaned out all the guys right in his realm. Then he cleaned out that new generation. So really 3 generations of light heavyweights. He cleaned them all out. So it's hard to say his career is a failure. It's hard to say that it could have been. Because if he fought all those other times, maybe he gets
Can't say that.
But the bigger thing with John Jones, Scott, to me, is not necessarily what we would have seen.
It's the lost potential. Even though
lost potential.
But it's kind of funny to say the lost potential for somebody that is the best. It may be the best ever. And if he's not the best ever, he's in probably the second best ever. So
it's like saying Tom Brady could have won 20 Super. Right, but when you look at it and you go, the more disappointing thing to me with John Jones is that he never tried. Everyone tells you he never worked hard. This was just all God-given. And to me, that takes away from it. It takes away from it when you didn't have to earn it. And when you're just that gifted, I love it. It's amazing to watch. But it takes away from your story when you're...
Or it adds to it.
Go out there, and do it. If you don't have to bust your ass for it.
Yeah, but it kind of adds to it when he's talking about, well, I was doing cocaine and partying and not even... getting ready for the fight, and he still would go and just wipe the guys up. I mean,
kind of like Lawrence Taylor. What if he was like Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant? What if he were that way? What would we have seen? I mean, who knows, right? He might have burned himself out sparring, working out. You never know. There's a million answers to this question, no matter what road we go down. You know what I mean with him?
But we're talking about what we want, but it's what John gave us. And what is and that is an amazing career, and
think about this for 1 second. Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, think about this. He's whining about money all the time and not being paid what he's worth. How much more money would John Jones have made without all the times when the bad side of John Jones came out? How much more money would he have made in his career? That's where he's really going to feel the loss. He's the GOAT no matter what right now. Maybe if he fought all those times, he would have lost a few and he wouldn't be a GOAT. But he is.
Well,
with that being said, like the money, like you can't make that money back from fights that, like you can't make back the UFC 200 money he was going to make against DC. You can't. That's millions.
Well, if he put some of it in Bitcoin back in 2012, he's probably doing okay.
Yeah,
I don't think he's hurting for money.
He was putting in more of it in Bitcain than Bitcoin.
Oh shit! Yeah, I just think I don't know. You can get too far in the weeds of what is and what could have been, and all there is what there is, and I think it's pretty amazing. even with all the controversy and everything surrounding him. But
It is.
I hope to see, and if somebody wants to call and voice on any of the fights tonight, 702-799-9984, but or
What's up?
about John Jones, we're here to talk. We're here to talk you through this tonight. What's
Who's the
going
more
on?
handsome bald guy? What do you think? I think me.
Yeah,
Or
I
is it
think
Volk?
you. You know, you have more gray, but that's kind of distinguishing. It's not fair. He gets punched in the face for a living, and you're a face for a living. So
Yeah, but he can afford a plastic surgeon.
yeah, real men don't do that.
Real men
just
don't do it.
just the same as real men don't listen to K-pop. So
Where have
there
all
you
the
go.
Cowboys gone? Hamzat, by the way, is being interviewed right now, and he knows he was in a fight. He's not Superman, Scott. We found that out. He is human.
Do you think this is going to? How do you think he comes from this? I mean, he won. Does he come from this going okay with more confidence that he was really tested, or do you think that the invincibility, knowing that he's not invincible, will hurt him?
His mentality. I mean,
Yeah.
if I'm him, I'm like, I just beat the number 2 guy in the world who could be and very well easily could have been the champion. So he's got to think like he's right there. Now, I think he probably thought he was going to have a little bit of an easier time with Gilbert Burns, but I don't know. I mean, I think that was his toughest matchup in the division besides Usman, and he won. So give him the credit. I don't think Colby would. Man, Colby's not going to strike like that. Though. I mean, maybe.
Hold on, we got a call. Hold on, just
The phone's ringing. The phone is ringing. Hamzat though is beat up. He's got marks all over his face, cuts, So Scott's on the phone getting info from the caller. Beltran stopped the fight. I wonder if Beltran hadn't been the ref in this fight, Scott. If Beltran hadn't been the ref and he hadn't stood him up those 2 times, would Hamzat have finished the fight earlier if Beltran hadn't stood him up twice? Interesting.
hey, we got Matthew from Sacramento, California on the line.
Who?
Matthew.
What's up, Matthew from Sacramento, from Sacktown? Uriah Faber.
Wait, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
That whole thing up there. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, that's why I'm
Alpha
calling
Male.
in. I'm a member of Ultimate Fitness, which is the Team Alpha Male gym, and my coach, Mike Malott, kicked some ass tonight. I don't know if you guys got to see that fight.
Did you see that, Jim?
You guys are always kicking ass. You guys are. I watched the prelims. Which fight was it?
Yeah, he fought Mickey Gall.
Mickey Gall. Yeah, he knocked him out first round, right? TKO on Mickey Gall.
Yeah, he juiced him, man. He corpsed that guy. People don't really know
now you can't
who
say
Mike
anything to your
Malott
coach.
is, but that guy is such a savage. He used me for a demo on leg kick day, and he hit me with like a 2% leg kick just to show the class. And I've never felt anything like that. The way he's able to just put pressure on such a small area with his leg. That guy is going to be a top 10 welterweight within maybe 6 months, I think.
How long have you been training there for?
About 5 years. And
wow.
That guy, my very first day there was his very first day as a coach. He was like 25 or something. And, so I've watched that guy, rise up the ranks of teaching the 6:30 a.m. class to becoming the head coach over there for the striking. And, he's no joke. He's a black belt too.
I remember.
But yeah, that was a
correct me
good
if I'm
fight,
wrong.
man.
I remember
You guys should definitely go back and watch that KO.
He fought on WSOF. I think he fought like Dawoodu or one of those guys. I mean, he's been around a long time.
He did, yeah. Dawoodu beat him. Dawoodu was the only guy that's really been able to just handle him. But Dawoodu's a savage.
And then he got on the Contender Series, right? Wasn't he a Contender Series guy like last year?
Yeah, he beat Mortiski or whatever, that guy from Israel, that young kid. But I
okay.
put the house on him for that fight. He won me so much money on that fight. But I mean, You got to realize, a 30-year-old pro against a 21-year-old kid. I mean, that's not going to end well.
Yeah, you and
I
Jim
agree
should
with
get
you guys
together.
on John Jones, though, man. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Oh yeah, you and Jim should get together on
No,
the
go
on
ahead,
the
keep
bet
going.
on the betting odds.
Well, I won on
Burns won.
Aljamain tonight.
Oh wow!
The
Nice.
odds were too tempting to. I really like Jan, but I put like I don't know $50 on Aljo, and I got 200 in the bank now.
Very nice.
Those are crazy odds.
So what's going on at Alpha Male these days, man? Who's the next big thing?
Well, Malot's the next big thing. I mean, you guys saw Fluffy tonight. There's a couple other people there that are coming up, but you're gonna see them soon enough, man. There's a lot of young names there. Just like any established MMA gym, there's so much good talent now.
Yeah, that's always been just
Yeah,
a
no
solid place. Uriah's been such a good guy to us and the website. Very cool guy.
So
Yeah, I like
Uriah, during the classes, the wrestling classes, he just is a student in them, and he'll just work out. But he'll pick, somebody with an injury or a chick with one leg or somebody who's the weakest in the class, and he'll work with them exclusively through those practices.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, he's a good dude, really good dude. So what did you think? What were your thoughts on?
Good dude too, man. I've never heard your show before. I was just listening on the road, and you guys know what you're talking about.
Thanks. We
really appreciate it.
We're grizzled old men. We've been around for a while, and yeah, we've been on the road for a while. But glad you tuned
I'm
in.
35, man. I feel you.
What were your thoughts on
MMA years, man? MMA
on
years are like dog years.
what's your thoughts on the John Jones discussion?
So I agree with everything you guys say, but there's one thing you guys didn't really talk about, and that's the asterisk.
What do you think about that, Jim? The asterisk, the steroids. Yeah.
I really don't think much about asterisks because he was allowed to compete. He did compete. It was a different era. A lot of people were on things. It wasn't regulated the way it should be. I mean, look, you can't go back and change history, right? Like, I mean, you're not going to take away Barry Bonds' home runs. It's just, to me, baseball was better. Combat sports, you could kill someone. You could hurt someone really bad. So I don't think there should be performance-enhancing drugs. But in an era where Vitor was loaded up and Hendo was loaded up and all these guys from that era that he was fighting, Shogun and Rashad, and I'm not casting aspersions on any individual as much as I'm talking about the era. So when he came up, it was rampant. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and start shit, but everybody from Brazil lost every belt ever made as soon as they started regulating it. That's a fact. I mean, just I can't hold it against him. If everyone's doing it, it's kind of like Barry Bonds when I said that, because McGuire
Cormier
and
wasn't
Sosa
doing
did
it. If you juiced up Cormier, that guy would have been real scary.
No, but he never would have made light heavy. Never.
Yeah, that's true. Good
If
point.
he was, but I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to talk about this one because performance-enhancing drugs make performances better, and as a fan, that's what we want. So it's like it really is. It's hard morally.
Yeah, it's a
juice
weird.
yourself to hell for all like you're gonna be better, right? Everybody stick 500 needles in yourself and make yourself Superman. I mean, from a selfish standpoint.
Yeah, it's kind of. I wonder.
You're right there, but
Yeah, it's kind of. Jim, do you think it's like? I know where you're coming from and your thoughts on this, and I'm like the same way. I prefer juiced Vitor, but is it like shows the degradation of our culture where we're like,
Holocaust Senior. Yeah,
where
no,
we don't care so much about the purity of the sport sometimes, and is that like say something about our society and how things are? I don't know.
I think it says more about our society that the top two businesses in America are weed and sports betting. I mean, it's true. I mean, we're looking for that edge and we want to make money off it. But I forget the caller's name. Is it
Matthew?
What's your name? Matthew. Are you still there, Matthew?
is Matt or Matthew?
Matt. Matt, okay, yeah, Matt. So you're a legitimate athlete. You train for 5 years. You're not just there for your health. You love the sport. I mean, it's all about honor. It's all about respect, especially mixed martial arts. There's a lot of integrity that's missing. But you're right, Scott. So as someone who wants to see legit comparisons, I mean, who's better, right? Is someone cheating and taking the easy way out? Just because it's a law or a rule, does it mean that it's legit? Like, how many laws do you know that are completely illegitimate? Like, for example, no left turn from a shopping mall parking lot at 1 a.m. when there's no one on the road is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, right? But I still have to abide by it or I get a ticket. So do you think that certain things that are illegal should be legal and certain things that are legal that should be illegal, and who the hell are they to tell us what should be and shouldn't be, and who do you trust? And if you can't trust the FDA, I mean, who you could go down a million rabbit holes in this conversation, you know?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I mean, even something like creatine is a little, I think that's probably legal. I don't think any fighters actually take that anymore, but even something like that, it's just kind of like, it's not, you're putting fake stuff in your body.
Yeah, go take NO Explode before a workout and tell me that wouldn't change your performance.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I look at it more as, okay, I'm not a parent like you are, Jim. So maybe if I was, I would have a different approach to the steroids. But coming from it as in my fan aspect and wanting to see just, the most badass win, I kind of don't care what they're on. And so that does, and I know that's not good, but that's just where I come, from the side of entertainment. But Matthew
That
here,
might
he
scare people
trains.
away, though.
The what?
Like that might scare people away. Like a lot of people don't want to. People would not want to get into MMA because they knew that they would have to take steroids if they wanted to be competitive, and
Yeah.
then you just get freak shows.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Matthew comes from more of a side of the competition, whether it's professional or amateur or just personal, and so he comes from it from that angle.
Mark Hunt lawsuit. You're right. That's the Mark Hunt lawsuit right there.
Yeah, and I thought Mark Hunt had a great point. It's like, why should if his opponent was on something, why should some bureaucrats, state government bureaucrats, be getting the money? It should be going to Mark Hunt, the one that was taking the punches. That's like, that is bullshit. It's like, give it to the guy that was taking the shots to the head and got, whether he got cheated or not. You want to say it's like he should be getting reap the rewards of that, but. Yeah.
When it comes to money or it comes to winning or anything that you want as a selfish goal, I just feel like overall right now in this world, I mean, people just don't care about other people. They're just going to do what it takes for themselves. Most people, to get what they want.
Yeah,
and I don't know.
TJ Dillashaw, fuck that guy. But to circle back to...
I was waiting. Do you want to talk about Cody too while you're on Alpha?
To circle back, though, to John Jones, to his credit, that was the only guy to call out Brock Lesnar like that. Like, when he did that, it was like, oh, man, like, that's next level.
Him in D.C.
So much smaller than that guy. And he just knew that he would have destroyed Lesnar, I think, probably in the first round.
Man, I think I'm with Henry Cejudo. When someone said Aspinall said he could beat John Jones at heavyweight, and Cejudo, who's obviously coaching now, and Jones is going to see him, he said it'll take a damn grizzly bear to beat John Jones at heavyweight, and that's kind of what I'm going with. I think John Jones would kill Stipe. I love Stipe, but I think John Jones would murder him. I think Ngannou's huge if he hit John, but I think John could outpoint him and outquick him, and I don't know. I think the whole entire top of the heavyweight division is set up perfectly for Jones. I've said it all along. I think it's perfect right now for him to go in there and have a run, win 2 or 3 fights, never lose, be a 2-division champ, make a bunch more money, and then he's done. He
He
could
can
pull a
pull it
Floyd
off. He's
Mayweather
good
and
enough.
handpick his fights. Handpick the best fights at the best times.
I'd love to see it. That's yeah, I'd love to see what Jones could do in that division, and
Hey,
I
speaking of
I
which,
think we
Scott,
will.
you're a vegan, a Las
I'm
Vegan,
not,
which
I'm
is the
not
dumbest
I'm not
name.
a vegan. I live in
No, a
Vegas.
Lost Vegan. Yeah, don't they call people who live in Vegas Las Vegans? I think it is. If we look it up, they got to change it, like Lost
Yeah, but
Vegans.
everybody that lives here is not from here, so I don't consider
No, I know that,
myself a
but when you
Vegas
live
person.
here, right? No, that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is Chandler Jones is playing for the Raiders now. He's a great pass rushing defensive end who was playing for the Cardinals in Arizona. Now he's going to play for the Raiders. He'll be in Vegas. So if John fights in Vegas and Chandler Jones is here playing for the Raiders, I mean, Jones could have been in a situation where he headlined an event at the Raiders Stadium, at Allegiant Stadium, that his brother also plays in. I mean, there's some real legacy stuff that he's missing out on. You talk about what he's missed out on and what we've missed out on. There's some really big things. Like he could have been the guy to headline a stadium show. He could have been that guy.
I don't think anybody. Right? I don't think that with COVID and the stadium just opening up, they just barely made it. I think I went and saw Metallica in February, and up until then they had all these COVID restrictions. So I think just now, the what?
They're done now.
Yeah, they're done now. You don't have the COVID restrictions now at the stadium, but Jones has just been, I think he's just been getting prepared and ready and preparing his body for heavyweight, and he's waiting for the right opportunity. I think the opportunity to do a big football show, but I don't know if Jones is that guy. I think it'd take a couple of people on the card with Jones to get, Hey, but you know what? That K-pop band failed it up 3-4 times. So what does that tell us?
Tells us that we're living in continuous purgatory until it ends.
My wife is there right now with their best friend doing that.
At that,
oh, Matt's
at
is
that,
that the K-pop concert?
oh
Yeah, she's there right now.
man.
I love Vegas, man, but I'm not going to any K-pop concert.
Oh hell no.
So
I
what
don't
are you
know
doing
what's
when
wrong.
she's at the K-pop concert?
We won't go any further. At least he's not at the K-pop concert.
I mean, we got to do better
gosh.
than they do.
No,
man. The reason I say
watching
that
the
is because
fights,
I was
man. I
with
like
an
coaches fighting. I'm not gonna be in no K-pop concert.
Yeah.
No,
gosh.
when you're a party girl, and I'm not saying your wife is a party girl. My ex. So
Matthew's getting dragged into Jim's drama.
We gotta be better, guys. We gotta do better. So the point is, if they're gonna go to a K-pop concert and they're going to like strip clubs with their friends and all the hot nightclubs, we can't be doing like bowling nights and fight nights forever. I mean, that's great, but we have to match their intensity with equal or greater intensity of their own. So if they go to a K-pop concert, we should go on like a festival weekend and just leave. You know what I mean? Like I'm a big proponent. I'm single now after 30 plus years of being in relationships, and my new relationship status.
Hey Matthew, I'm
never
sorry
again.
you have to go through this with Jim.
But what I'm saying is,
dude, this is gold, man.
what I'm saying is like we need to match their intensity or exceed it. So whatever they do to upset us, we should do more. And we never do. We're like, oh, it's okay, honey. I'm just going to the rodeo with my friends. You go to the strip club and the bachelorette party, and
So Jim, your wife would go to strip clubs? This is interesting. Your ex, she would go to strip clubs?
Yes, but not
Oh,
my
really? Wow.
Right. So my ex-girlfriend was there to teach a good lesson, which is match their intensity or exceed it when they act up.
Oh gosh.
Go bigger or go home. But I think it's important for guys not to just accept these things as girls' nights and say, "Oh, we're going fishing." The hell with that.
Don't make Matthew. Don't pull his situation into the situation of your wife
No, and
or
I
your
have to
ex.
tell you too.
There's nothing wrong with her going out with her friends and doing things.
No, but living in Vegas, it's obviously utopia first thing, right? And there is something wrong with K-pop. You even said it yourself. But being in Vegas and being a single guy, I realized one thing. One, you don't bring sand to the beach. Two, they restock the pond every week. But three, I realized the number one place to be for any single guy in March, there was a concert. You guys probably know this. The number one place to be in the world for any single guy. Hey Scott, remember the MGM Grand Garden Arena? Of
Yeah.
course you do. For
Yeah.
years, when you're walking out, there's only one exit, and you leave after a fight, and there's 70 billion people, and you know what I mean, through that little area with the place with the frozen drinks and all the stores and restaurants.
Right.
On your way back out of the casino, right? You're walking that way. Stand there at the frozen drink bar after a John Mayer concert for like 30 minutes. Trust me when I tell you.
I don't have enough energy to chase pussy like that.
You would think Hugh Hefner came down from heaven with every playmate he ever had and took him to that concert. That's how hot. I was like literally like, whoa, John Mayer. Like, whose concert is this? And they're like, oh, it was John Mayer. Oh, that's why.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good guitar player and stuff, but it's not my kind of thing.
You ever see that movie when Kevin Hart's going to jail, or not Kevin Hart, Will Ferrell's going to jail, and it's called Get Hard or something, and he hires Kevin Hart, who's not hard at all, to teach him how to be in jail, but just because he's black, he thinks he can teach him how to be in jail. It's really a funny movie.
Ferrell's funny.
John Mayer, and John Mayer makes a cameo in that movie, and he's playing like Will Ferrell's character's a rich dude, and he's got a mansion, and before he goes to prison, he has a big party, and he hires John Mayer to play the party, and he's on the stage with John Mayer. And it's in between songs real quick, and Mayer just whispers to him, and he goes, you want to see 200 chicks get wet at the same time? And he pulls out his guitar and just goes, dring, and they're all, ah.
Well, one question for Matthew before we let Matthew go. For all the people out there that ever thought about going and training at a real gym with real fighters and stuff, what's the coolest part about that?
Okay, so I had a knee injury, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to need to rehab this or get surgery. And I figured, you know what, might as well go all in. If I hurt it, kickboxing, then fine, I'll just have the surgery. My knee got better in 3 months. I had a six-pack after 6 months, and everything in my life changed. So when I'd wake up in the morning, I'd see a sink full of dishes, and I would think to myself, oh shoot, I gotta do the dishes. And now it's just like I gotta knock those dishes out because I got other things to do. And it changes your confidence, but not in a way where it makes you like a cocky fighter. It makes you very strong. Especially with social situations, I wasn't afraid to ask for a raise. I wasn't afraid to go up and just randomly talk to women. And, I got married last year.
Congratulations.
And there's so many advantages to it that people just don't even think about. But the biggest thing overall is just it makes every part of your life better. It makes you physically strong, makes you mentally strong. You get to hang out with fighters, and it doesn't cost very much. It's like Alpha Male Gym's like, I don't know, it's like $90 a month or something. And they got a sauna in there, they got a full weight room, and all these gyms have that now. Wow. And the classes are pretty much every hour, so you can kind of just go whenever you want. So I'd recommend it to anybody, especially if maybe you want to change in your life. It'll make your life 50% better. That's all I can say.
That's great.
That's a great sales job, Matt.
Great, right? Matthew. That's awesome.
The one thing I would say about being in this sport, and I gave up a lot to be in MMA. I mean, I was covering all sports, covering Super Bowls, Final Fours, and I dropped it all to cover, and the people are the reason why, man. I mean, the biggest fighters in the world are cornering amateurs at local shows. You don't see that in other sports. You just don't. You don't see.
You don't.
I remember doing a show in Phoenix, Matt, when I was there. Oh my God, Jeff, what did he do? So Matt, when I was in Phoenix, there was we're talking to Matt, Jeff, and Matt, when I was in Arizona, you had Power, you had the MMA Lab, you had Fight Ready, and you had Arizona Combat Sports, all with guys in the UFC. It's probably about 8-10 years ago. You go to a local show, and I'm like sitting there watching Benson Henderson corner amateurs and Ryan Bader corner amateurs for Power. And then here comes Henry Cejudo coaching amateurs for Fight Ready. I mean, there's a sense of family and camaraderie and kinship and love and loyalty and respect at an MMA gym that you don't find anywhere else outside of the military. I mean, I'm dead serious. You just don't.
Yeah, absolutely right.
The way that people treat each other in there, the way people come together. When Henry Cejudo would have fights and we were doing the marketing for Fight Ready, the place would be, there'd be 400 people showing up because they're every bit as much a part of Team Fight Ready as he is, right? You know this. You're every bit as much a part of Alpha Male as Uriah Faber when you're there. That's the way the best gyms make you feel. And when you have that feeling,
you're right.
camaraderie, of teamwork, of showing up for each other, it doesn't matter what it is, birthdays, fights, events, whatever it is, you're there for each other. And that sense of family and camaraderie and teamwork is just something I haven't seen many places in the world outside of an MMA gym.
Yeah, you earn the respect of your coaches and even other fighters. Like Clay Guida is just the coolest guy in the world, man.
I love that dude.
You know, he knows my name now because he's seen me there so many times, and that's just fucking cool. And sorry, Chris, but for women, if there's any women listening, there's no sport that's more welcoming.
Have you seen us?
To women, like.
What do you mean? Are there any women watching? I mean, look at us. Come on.
But I mean, Matt. There's no sport more welcoming. Like you will not be disrespected or hit on if you're a woman and you go to an MMA gym. You know, people want you there because they want you learning and want you in the sport. They're not there you know, you could go 24-hour fitness and not even get a workout in if you're a cute girl because so many guys are coming up to you. But you go to the gym, the guys there are only talking to you fighting and trying to make you better.
Yeah. Well, great call, Matthew. Thank you so much
That's a good point.
for calling in and
you guys rock.
And confidence. It's good. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to. I need to take a trip up to Sacramento. Do a gym tour.
Think about this, man. Scott,
we should go. We should go, Jim.
Jeff,
yeah, come check it out, man.
I'm not married anymore.
Hey, thanks, Matthew.
Anymore, for the married
thanks, guys. You guys rock. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. For the married guys in the group, and that's all of you except me. I mentioned that. This guy's got a great situation tonight because his wife's going to a concert in Vegas. She's getting drunk. She's getting all tuned up.
No, wait. He did not say she's getting drunk.
No, I don't mean drunk. I mean, let's no. I'm you gotta
let's be respectful. He did not say that.
No, I said tuned up. Okay, warmed up. Whatever you want to call it.
She's just going to a concert. Okay.
Right, but the point is, she's going to a concert. Who knows if she's drinking or not. She's listening to music she likes. Right. You're not having to put in the effort to get her there. That's my point as a married guy. He didn't have to take her out to dinner. He didn't have to do anything to get her in that mood. It's being done for him. As a married guy, he needs to appreciate nights like tonight because she's going to come home to him ready to go and all excited, and he didn't have to do anything to get her there. That's my point. It's a great night for him to sacrifice a few hours and really just delayed gratification.
Look at Jeff. Look at the look on Jeff's face.
Delayed gratification.
He's looking at you like, what the hell are you talking about, Jim?
Here's what I'm talking about. I'm going to put it in very simple terms. Your wife goes out for girls. So many guys get mad when their women go out with the girls. To me, it was always a great thing, unless they're cheating. But you have the girls, you have a blast, they come home, and they are ready to go. There's a 99.9% chance you're getting some that night, especially when you don't complain that she went out with the girls. That's my point. All your work is being done for you. All you have to do is sit home and wait for her to get back. That's my point.
Okay. Point made. Point made. I think we've have you ever seen that show Being John Malkovich? And it's kind of like mind, his head. See, your head kind of does look like John Malkovich's head, but you just opened your brain, and we just got to peek into the world of Jim there. And it was good. It was. I learned a lot more.
One of my exes went out with their friends. Every single time. Either one. And my two exes could not be, besides the fact they're both Virgos, they could not be more different from one another. But the one thing I will say, every time they went out with their friends and I didn't complain and they had a good time, I got some that night. That's what I'm saying. Of ratios and percentages as a married guy, and the longer you're married, the less you get. When you have those nights when they go out with their friends and they have fun and you don't complain and you just wait for them to get home, those nights end well for you as a male.
See,
am I not right?
I don't know, because when I tell my wife to get out of the house because I'm sick of her, and when she comes back, I'm usually not getting any luckier.
Here comes the white privilege. The male privilege. Scott's old school white male privilege. When I tell her she can leave the kitchen,
I'm just saying. That's my way of saying distance makes the heart grow fonder. That's what That's what I was saying. I just didn't articulate it very well.
that's a really good point.
Distance can also make the heart grow fonder to another person.
And the longer I'm single, the longer that distance can be.
Yeah, the more you stay here in Vegas, Jim, that's you're going to stay single a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's
Vegas.
It's good.
So I was listening to the caller who called in before. I didn't know what gym he was talking
Where'd
about.
you go?
Alpha Male, Jim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. Well, I was
How
just
many
saying he
cigarettes
didn't
did you
train with
smoke?
Kobe Covington or Mackenzie Dern or, yeah. What happens to fight camps is that fight promotions put together teammates and then fight camps split up. That's what happens to gyms.
Yeah.
For the most part, TJ Dillashaw.
That's why Kamaru left to go to Colorado.
Yeah, I mean,
when he fought Burns,
yeah,
and
that's
Henry
what
Hoops
happens.
didn't even go to the fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens. But yeah, I agree with what he was saying though. I was just poking fun of Kobe and
He was a good
people who
caller.
had fallen out. He did. He sounded great. I went and wrote up the main event and then got the bonuses.
Yeah, he was getting work done.
Who got the Crypto.com bonuses?
Volkanovski, Olenek, and then of course, as to quote Dana, if I have to tell you who won fight of the night, you don't deserve to be here.
So who won fight of the night? I'm just kidding.
Hamzat and Burns. But yeah, so there are the bonuses. And the crypto bonuses, they're still tallying the figures.
Well, guys.
Crypto bonuses, because of the fans, and they don't like Volkanovski, I would say, and they don't like Aljo. Who's going to get him? I know Hamzat's going to get one. He'll probably get the top one.
I've got a better thing that the UFC could do. They should have the fighters vote on which fan's going to get $60,000 in cryptocurrency.
Ooh.
Trying to give back to the fans, Jim. Just trying to give back to the fans.
Or some of those NFTs they're minting. Why don't they give us some of those?
Yeah, we need some minted NFTs. That's
the UFC's good with the fans, though. I mean, I've covered other sports and I've been fortunate enough to know professional athletes in other sports. And
me too.
Access to fighters, it's just unparalleled, really. It goes back to like early days of NASCAR or whatever. You can't get close to basketball players.
I know you in the early days of NASCAR, you could ride in the damn car during the race.
Yeah, you walk right. They open the pits.
It's funny too, Jeff, when you think about the UFC.
Walk right up.
It's not even funny. Dana White said one thing from the beginning, and he said it's going to be the biggest sport in the world. But one thing he always said, when I get you to a live event, I got you. And I don't think I'm 50 years old. I've been to the best concerts. I've been to the best festivals. I've been to Super Bowls, Final Fours, playoff game. I mean, Game 7s. Nothing in sports beats a Game 7 or like an NFL conference championship. I've been to all of them. I've been on the field. I've been in the press box. I've been in the crowd. There is nothing I've experienced ever, a Game 7 or a conference championship, or like a BCS title game, the biggest of big games. But every UFC fight card is like that. The environment, the atmosphere, AL3, the DJ, I love him. I mean, the girls, I mean, the way that the octagon is just set up in the center of an arena, it does something to you when you walk in and see it. You're like, holy shit, there's the cage, and it's just, there's something about the sport, there's something about the athletes, but the show itself, man, I'll never forget the first UFC I went to. I was like, holy shit, man, I need to go to this every single week. It's that good. And the events they're the same. They're when you go to a UFC fight, Jeff, with someone who's never, and Scott, with someone who's never been to one, and just look at their face, it's like literally like a religious experience for people. And it's that incredible. It really is. We take it for granted, but I know people who haven't been. I mean, that's like the guy who's 40 and hasn't been to Vegas. What are you thinking, bro? I mean, just go to a UFC fight once.
Best sport in the world.
No matter what, make sure.
That's why we do what we do. Sure. Best sport of the world.
I mean, I've been,
Incredible,
I mean,
right?
look, at a UFC event, everybody's into it, right? Everybody's into it. Like the crowd is electric every friggin' time. Um, I mean, outside of like the Kentucky's national championships, and I was in Lexington, you know, that's kind of friggin' nuts. UFC events are right there, man. I mean, they're high energy. The crowd's going crazy. And then fights. You know, who doesn't love watching fights? you know,
The only thing I
especially
could even
ones you're
say
not
comes
in.
close, Jeff. The game sevens and the conference championships are, yes, that's incredible. They're team sports. Big boxing
Yeah.
events, to me, they don't come close. I was at a lot of those, but actually
No,
the
the
big
crowd's not like that.
the WWE matches are. I have to say this.
Yes.
It's not a real
I'll say that.
sport. You can say whatever you want. But when it was like Stone Cold and The Rock, and I went to college with The Rock, so I went back after being a Hulk Hogan fan. And I remember going to see a couple of Monday Night Raws in the early 2000s with Rock, Stone Cold, Undertaker. That's the only thing that I can compare to the UFC. Is that, if you can believe
When
it.
Ronda returned earlier this year, the crowd went. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, it was
The
absolutely
WWE crowd.
insane. Yeah, the WWE
Yep.
crowd. It was absolutely insane. Yeah, so I'll agree with that. Although it's not real, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. The crowd is the electricity and the enthusiasm in the crowd is nuts. I mean, just absolutely nuts.
When I'm trying to think of the biggest fight I've been to. I mean, I've been to a lot of them. Jones Cormier at UFC 200 would have been. I mean, Kane and Brock had this super, like I don't know. I felt like I was out of my body the whole day. That fight, out of body experience. That was one where you just can't sit still. You can't wait. Like I mean, that kind of fight. Connor and Diaz for sure was one of them. I mean, there's been a few over the years where you just knew, and the whole night, it's a sold out. Connor and Khabib. I'd say the best was Connor and Khabib. The best environment that I've been in, and the most passion and the most hardcore fan. I mean, it was Connor and Khabib, but it's hard to beat too. Those Chuck Tito fights back in the day. I mean, when the MGM Grand Garden or when Mandalay Bay would be sold out, or even the Palms in the smaller one, like. I don't know, those older days, it's hard to replace those. Hard to replace MGM Grand Garden Arena in my mind. I loved it there.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't really remember events. I remember specific moments like when Anderson front kicked Vitor to the face. I was like, holy shit.
Man.
And so I remember these moments, and Tito and Chuck 1 was definitely big, but I remember when Randy Couture landed that punch that dropped Tim Sylvia. That crowd lost their shit, dude. And when Rashad landed that shot and knocked Chuck out, that whole arena went silent. It's just weird moments like that,
I remember. What was yours?
I was just gonna say my moment in person had to have been Weidman Anderson. That was just crazy because Anderson always left his head out there, and I knew from Chris training at Power with Bader and Aaron, I saw him all the time, that his arms were long enough to hit him. Not many guys had arms long. Chris barely hit him, but I'm like, Weidman could hit him. And if you looked at that first round, Weidman had dominated that round, but still, it was Anderson Silva. People had seen him against Chael when he had. So when Silva got knocked out, and you could tell when the crowd was there, you could just tell that they knew they were there for something enormously special. I love nights like that when you can just tell you're there and something happened that people are going to be talking about forever, and you're there for it.
I love it when you can capture it also on the camera. When I used to do the photos, the one big one that was just electric was when I was at, I think it was Saitama Super Arena when Kevin Randleman knocked out Fedor. No, Crow Cop. Knocked out Crow Cop.
Yeah.
And then he came to the side of the ring where I was and just did his primal scream to a crowd of, probably 40,000 people just yelling and taking that photo. Yeah, it was just like the arena was just, it was insane. Because nobody thought Randleman would knock out Crow Cop. And Crow Cop was at the top of his game at the time.
And nothing could ever beat Pride. Nothing ever will beat Pride, in my opinion.
I mean, we would stay up all night.
I mean,
you were in Japan, but we would stay up all night to watch those damn things. And I remember that moment, man. I mean, Crow Cop was going to kill the kid, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's all. Crow Cop was destined to go fight Fedor for the title, and this is the way this is all going to play out. And then Randleman just landed a bomb, and yeah, that was an amazing moment.
I mean, Fedor got crushed too. I mean,
and
that
whenever
was,
to equate that to the UFC, I
Crow
was
Cop did.
there. Yeah, I was there when Gonzaga landed that head kick and knocked out Crow Cop.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit. Does that just like out of nowhere? I was like, oh my God, Crow Cop's, that leg was pinned under him.
Those nights where you're never going to forget where you were. Like, I mean, imagine if you were at Ronda and Holly and there's 90,000 people there. I mean,
here it is, boys. How can I do this?
What, the crypto.com currency bonus?
There it is.
Photo.
There's the moment that I took that photo.
The late Kevin Randleman. Look at Wes Sims losing his mind.
Oh yeah, there's old Sims.
She's a really good girl.
That's a great picture, man. That's a great picture.
Yeah, that was a special time.
That was.
You're never gonna see it again.
Time.
Reminiscing.
And I'll say this because I was at several Anderson fights just because that's the way it worked out. What he did to Forrest Griffin was in, like, I remember sitting there going, this is surreal. Like, how the hell is this dude just bobbing and weaving and making, and then he knocked Forrest down and like offered to help him back up. I mean, it was just like I was in a cartoon or something for 15 minutes.
Uh,
He was so amazing, like toying people.
Why do you think it was that the Pride guys had such a hard time with the transition? Do you think it because they'd already, by the time they got over here, they were past their prime in their careers and already been through the wars and beaten up, or do you think it had anything to do with steroids, or what do you think? Or that the UFC fighters were just better?
Okay, especially since Pride's not around and I don't have to worry about getting killed.
The thoughts and opinions
are those of Jeff Cain
Jeff
and
Cain.
only Jeff Cain.
We do not endorse Jeff Cain's opinions.
Yeah.
Handsome
I
bald
know
guy is excluding himself.
I know for a fact that Pride let fighters know who they were fighting before they allowed the opponents to know. So there's one, and then two. I think that we would all be crazy if we didn't mention the drug testing differences.
Are they running?
But that's what I think
PFL
it was.
now?
But at the same time, Dan Henderson was in Pride. Anderson Silva was in Pride.
Yeah.
And Shogun Rua was in Pride, and they did have good UFC careers. Yeah, but he didn't have a great UFC career.
The Nogs, the Nogueiras.
Yeah, Nogueiras. Yeah. Well, let me preface that by saying that's what I think happened to Vanderlei. Okay, so because not all, and maybe Crow Cop, but because all the Pride fighters didn't suffer those things.
But they'd been through like 10 years through the grinder over there.
Oh, of wars.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's.
I think what happened to Vanderlei happened way before Pride. Like, what happened to Vanderlei happened at birth. I don't know.
Oh, he gave us some great moments. Some great moments. I love watching him fight.
Yeah, he just wasn't the same. Yeah, and the cage is different. The cage is different. A circular environment is different. It's harder to cut people off than it is in a square environment. And there's and then the yellow card rules and the stand up, and then they also had the soccer kicks and knees. So it was just a different dynamic of fight. God, I miss Pride, dude.
The golden age of MMA.
Like 17 knees in a row on Rampage, just like boom, 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 all the way across the ring. And Rampage has got this, he's out on his feet, but got the smile on his face. And I'm like, stop the damn fight. Stop the fight.
Oh, he was just draining blood from his head as he slumped over. That was just vicious. And then the Yuki
Kondo, was it Vanderlei with Yuki Kondo, the stomps? Holy shit.
No, that was Sakuraba.
Oh, it was Sakuraba.
Yeah, his head it inflated almost like a basketball. Yeah.
That scared the shit
out of me. No, wait, was that Vanderlei or Ricardo Arona?
Yeah, I don't remember.
That beat the shit out of Sakuraba.
Jose Canseco tried to fight there.
Yeah.
It was just such a crazy ass time, I mean, what was the beautiful thing about Pride is at the time they had the best heavyweight fighters in the world. And then they also
Oh.
had arguably, with Vanderlei, the best light heavyweight. And then,
Anything in the
you
upper
still,
weight classes.
yeah. But they also did like these freak show bouts, they were just put together for no other reason than let's see Butterbean fight this 155-pound guy.
Yeah,
it was so you can stick him
Hong
right to
Choi.
Bahama.
Hong Choi.
Yeah, but it worked. Like it worked. I don't know, man. I like I said, I miss Pride. In America, we get all
But
crazy and go nuts about
Genki
CM Punk.
Sudo versus Butterbean, that was K1.
Yeah, that was
a
K1.
K1.
You're right.
Which one? Bob
That's
Sapp.
a freak show bout.
Which
Bob
one?
Sapp.
Bob Sapp was K1.
K1.
Yeah, he was
That's
K1.
right.
Yeah.
K1.
Yeah, that was the MMA wars, man. The MMA wars,
Yeah.
They were fierce competition, and then you threw in who was that? Inoki Bombaye. So like they'd have those big New Year's Eve shows.
Yep.
And then one year it was like 3 promotions: Inoki Bombaye, Pride, and K1, and we're trying to cover all of them. It's just insane.
We're trying to cover them all.
One time I was down in Osaka with Ryan Bennett at that one. It was the K1 fight at Osaka Dome, and it was the one where that guy kissed Heath Herring.
And got knocked out.
And Heath Herring just punched the guy, and then he's like, "I'm not gay. He kissed me."
Yeah.
So we were there. Ryan was there, and I think we got interview with him afterwards.
Yeah, you did with Herring. Yeah, that was. Those were just such good times, man, in the MMA history. Because you had so many competition. Raises the bar for everybody. Everybody's stepping up their game. All of the events were huge. Now, of course, the UFC wasn't doing events every month or every week. Then they were doing about every 3 months or every 2 months. But they were huge events.
Yeah.
But nothing beat those New Year's Eve shows in Japan.
Oh my god!
Like I said, we would stay up all night long, and those Grand Prix. Bustamante beat Rampage. By the way, I don't care what anybody says. Chuck should have been fighting Bustamante, not Rampage. But that's just me. I'll digress on that. Didn't matter. He got beat down by Rampage twice.
This is memory lane tonight.
Those were just such good times. Rampage, when he would get on the scale with a lit cigarette.
Oh yeah, and the chain. Yeah. Those were that was fun times. Well, guys, should we wrap it up? I mean, Jim's in Vegas. He's got places to go. Saturday night, single. He's got the red light on. It's like, man, he's losing. These are opportunity costs for Jim Grease.
I'm going to get a taco. That's what I'm going to do.
God, that sounds good.
Being single is about a completely different. I never thought I'd be single, but it's not about anything except just eating what I want, when I want, doing what I want. It's actually like the grumpy old man freedoms that the grumpy old man freedoms. Like, hey, what do you want for dinner tonight? I want steak. We had steak last night. Who cares? We can have it every night now because there's no one else here. That's true. Let's have steak. Done.
Yep. Yeah, there's a peace of mind growing older. The less and less I care.
I've got the key to marriage. I mean, I've been married for quite a long time, and
to the same woman. I mean, we need to put our hands together for that.
Yeah. Well, the key to it is we keep 2 totally different schedules. Right. I work till 4 in the morning. She gets up at 6. I'm just going to bed. Hey, honey, how you doing? Oh, good. What are you doing? I'm going to bed. Good luck at work, and then I don't see her all day.
That's the key to a happy marriage. Pass each other in the hallway.
Exactly. We live on 2 totally different schedules. And man, everything works because you don't see each other. And then when you do see each other, you got questions like, yeah, hey, so how did your day go? And all that.
Who are you
again? Yeah, who are you again? Yeah. Oh, you
were you here last Tuesday? Did I see you here? Did you park in my spot? Who are you?
Yeah.
No, one thing is I've been out to Kentucky and Jeff and his wife Christy they're definitely on the same wavelength, and they've been together a long time. They got a connection.
We
got
get
a
along.
connection. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I got
So
any
you're
marriage
both too
advice
stoned
to
to leave?
anybody,
Is that
is marry your friend. Marry your friend.
Marry your
Marry
friend.
marry the person that you really enjoy spending time with, because looks are going to go, right?
Yeah.
Everything, we're all going to get old, but
Sex is
your
gonna
buddy,
go. Everything's gonna go.
yeah, but if you marry somebody that you just genuinely like to hang out with, you like to watch movies, you like to go to the concerts with, you share that's what's going to last. It's whenever you marry that girl because she's hot, or you marry that person because he's got money or whatever, that shit just don't work. You know, you
You're giving
realize
us the
really
best idea
soon
ever.
that
Same-sex
ahead.
marriage minus sex.
sex.
So you know what I mean? You get benefits now. You get health insurance. You can get those. You can get domestic partner benefits. You can go to concerts, games, have your best friend there all the time. Get all the benefits of a married couple. You know what I mean?
You know what though? With Jeff and his wife, before they got married, they were always, you know, we've been like bashing on K-pop, but they were on the same wavelength going to the Deadhead concerts. You know.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
She wasn't going to see Pat Benatar, and he like
Pat Benatar.
No. They were like on the same wavelength.
Yeah, we like the same things. So there's no arguments. You know, the only arguments is like who is right, who is wrong on certain things. But I'm usually wrong. I'll admit that. I'm usually
Scott
wrong.
said Pat Benatar, and we jumped up like 20 viewers. Pat Benatar fan.
Well, and I'm going to, and this is, I didn't know my wife. So my wife grew up outside of the country, so I'm going to see the Scorpions next week. So I just figured my wife always complains about my music, my rock music. So I didn't even think about trying to get her. So I said, "Oh, honey, I'm going to the Scorpions." "Oh, you are? I love the Scorpions." I had no idea she loved the Scorpions.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I'd already bought my ticket, and I've been trying to get her another ticket that would be with me, and it's not available. Bad husband.
Oh,
bad husband.
You're gonna have to buy one of those scalp tickets for 3 times the price.
Oh gosh. Anyway.
Boy.
I do wish that is a good thing about Vegas, man. You guys get a lot of concerts.
Yeah, it didn't used to be this way. In the 80s, Vegas was like a pariah for real bands. Nobody in the 80s would play here.
You're right, but it's even better because you don't even have to go to the concerts. You just wait outside the doors.
What do you mean? Oh, for the women. That's right. You missed this part of the conversation about
the women,
about Mayer, the Mayer.
I waited outside of a John Mayer concert. I mean, it's the best place
Oh
in the
my
world.
God. John
like
Mayer.
A-Main's on parade, man. Like everybody, it's like an Oscar De La Hoya fight. Everybody brings the A-list talent to the John Mayer concert. Like you have a black book, you have one line that you call for the Mayer concert. Like
I'm actually going to go see.
So Jim, did
John
you actually
Mayer.
look up on to like name of his song? So when you talked to him, you said, didn't you love it when he played this song? So you could like.
No, I actually like a couple of his songs.
Oh, you know his songs.
A couple of them, only a couple. Like I like this song called "Gravity" that he sings. It's actually.
Oh yeah,
really
I've heard of that. Yeah.
But it's
I think that John Mayer is a terrible singer.
What about his guitar playing?
That
his guitar playing is incredible,
guitar
but his
player.
singing. I'm with Jeff. He's not a great singer.
I don't like him with. I mean, he played.
When he jammed out
this in July. But not John Mayer. He's dead. He's
when you see him, Jeff.
And.
But you
I see him in July.
You love real guitar players, right? Because he's jammed on stage.
I've seen
with
Dead
the
and
best
Company. I've seen John Mayer before. Yeah.
But
he's a blues guitar player. He's one of the best blues guitar players in the world. But I'm not a blues guitar playing guy. So
no, but
I
none
can
of
take
them
him or leave
Prince,
him.
though. Even Eric Clapton said that. Like, how does it feel to be the best guitar player in the world? He said, "Ask Prince."
You think he was being serious?
Ask Billy Strings.
That dude shredded. Prince was like
he was good.
The best guitar
he was good. There's a good video of him at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame playing a Beatles song. It's pretty incredible rendition. Not Clapton. It's with
McCartney.
no, not McCartney. It's with George Harrison's
He's playing
son
with Tom
and
Petty
Tom
and,
Petty. Yeah, Tom Petty, the
Tom
guy
Petty.
from Electric Light Orchestra. Yeah, the Blues Travelers kind of crew.
Yeah, he's up there. Yeah, he jams out in that one. Prince was talented, man. He played tons of instruments. But I don't know. You know, like I said, John Mayer's like, you know, he's like Stevie Ray Vaughan. They're in that blues genre. It's not the same as what I listen to, but he's definitely a damn good guitarist. He's got that crazy sex yacht that he has.
I mean, that's a rock star
y'all know
thing
about
there.
that
You
or
guys
not.
realize the audience hasn't dropped at all? It keeps going up. We talk about music.
I'm talking about John Mayer. I wanna
So
see,
what
yeah.
about what was the thing? The who had the sex boat? What was that? The Epstein boat?
John Mayer has a sex yacht. He's been accused of a couple of things. He's got
really?
I call it the fuck yacht. That's what he's got. He goes out on the yacht and takes a bunch of girls out there, and then, you know, it's John's world.
Hey.
Props to him,
you
man.
know
I
what?
mean, props to John Mayer. He's definitely, you know, big. I mean, I don't mind.
You can't
John Mayer.
hate on somebody for
Just
being
he
there.
goes, I don't like his singing, and he tries to play Jerry Garcia songs that he can't play.
Oh, man. Well, I got to get going. It's been fun. It's been real.
I think that's got to be the end right there.
Yeah, I think our internet, I don't know what's going on, but the internet's kind of taking a poop. It's been...
When God freezes you.
Yeah,
there goes Jeff
there
again.
There goes Jeff. Anyway,
Should I
everybody...
just go ahead and wrap it, Scott?
Yeah, wrap it, buddy. It's been fun.
I guess we should wrap it. I mean, we don't even have to wrap it. But thank you, Scott. I hope you have a safe trip back from Jacksonville. Jeff Cain, safe trip back from wherever you are in internet purgatory right now. But what a night of fights, fight fans. I hope you really enjoyed that. I mean, Marco Madsen with a big win. Mackenzie Dern, huge performance out of her. Ian Gary, I mean, the hype keeps going with him. Khamzat Chimaev passes his first big test, and it was a big test, whether you agree with the decision or not, to get the win by unanimous decision over Gilbert Burns. A huge step for Khamzat's hype train. Aljamain Sterling defends his belt. You heard me right. He beats Petr Yan by split decision. I agreed with it. Jeff didn't. And that's not a surprise if you watch the show regularly that we would disagree. And then Alexander Volkanovski proves that he might be the best in the world, if not second best behind Kamaru Usman, by dominating the Korean Zombie. A huge night of fights in Jacksonville at ViStar. Another big pay-per-view coming up next month. You got Luque and Muhammad 2 next week. Just a really good time to be a UFC and MMA fan. You got the fight week coming up in July and everything building up toward then. You know, it's going to be the first one in a couple of years. So really good times coming your way on MMA Weekly. Thank you all for being in the chat. Thanks for the super chats. Thank you for calling in. We're going to have that from now on the show. Thanks to Scott and Jeff. Appreciate all you guys. That's it. Fight fans, there is no more. Until next time, Jim Grieshaber from Vegas, the fight capital of the world. Call me Grease for Jeff Cain. I don't know where he went, but we'll have him next time. And Scott Peterson telling you to keep your game tight and your mind right. We are out.